morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. Lion's gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah.
Hello, now we have appeared. I am TJ.
I'm somebody.
This is David.
I'm David.
Joining me tonight, we are going to be doing 5 rounds of Modern. It is just about to get started. Streaming from Geek Fortress, hello to all the Fortnites that are out there tonight. That is the fantastic new game, the new name that I have given to all of you. Basically as of last night. If you guys like it, let me know.
You are somebody.
Excellent. Nesto joining us for one of the first times recently. So, 21 players, 5 rounds, going to be a lot of Modern. Some pretty cool decks out there. One of the ones that I'm going to try and get on the stream eventually tonight is a super sweet Enduring Ideal deck. But a lot of unusual things, again, to all those who are maybe hesitant. Not a whole lot of Eldrazi here tonight.
Yep. So we won't be showing much of that. We do have, I believe, 1 Eldrazi. Depends if... We might have 2.
Maybe
Depends.
2.
Maybe 2, but I'm expecting... We know we have at least 1.
I think a maximum of 2 is not the worst, all things considered.
Yeah, I think that just, as a whole...
Take a quick look. They might actually be out there. So let's... At least sit there. That's Ian. If you just want to ask him if he's the feature match, or if he's just getting ready.
Ian, are you in the feature match?
We're finding out.
Michael? Okay.
Okay, so apparently we know who it is, though I don't think that he has, Dylan has not updated me yet, but I think it is going to be Ian versus Michael. Ian, I do know, is on Kiki Chord, so that should be a pretty cool one. You know, a Naya color, comma finish, and I think it might be up against Michael, who, I may need you to find out what he's playing.
Okay, I'll take a look real quick.
Excellent. As always, if to anybody who is brand new, if you have any questions, any comments, or any feedback, feel free to let us know in that chat. It is always a blast, and we are getting ready for 5 rounds. Should be an absolute blast.
Okay. Okay.
All right. I know that he is not playing.
Okay,
I know that he is not playing the deck that you're about to tell me.
Okay. It looks like...
This is Ian.
Yep.
And what have we got for Michael?
Michael says he's playing eggs.
Yeah, but what he's actually playing.
Okay, let's take a look. I need to see that.
All right. So, should be getting ready here shortly. Michael, of course, not being the most convenient to me. But if he is playing eggs, I am going to be so thrilled. On the bright side, at least Kiki Chord has the tools for it. Is it actually?
It's red, white Texas, I think.
Red, white?
Yeah.
Did you actually see a red card?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I mean, I saw Boros Reckoner, but it could be just white Texas with Boros Reckoner.
Okay.
Oh, no, because it had the... Well, it had
it
the dual
scrap?
land, so it might have been that. It might have been the white blue one. I didn't see if it was the white blue or white red one.
Okay, so we're gonna call it a Death and Taxes in the meantime, though.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got Death and Taxes going up against Kiki Chord. Who takes your favor just before we get down there?
Let's see here. It depends. So if the thing about Death and Taxes, and especially the version that Michael's playing, from what I saw, it seems to be very good at getting denial out right away.
So taxes?
I mean, that is taxes, but
Okay.
I mean, what I mean to say is that
I'm just saying we
getting.
might have to jump down.
Oh, okay. Yes, so I'm going to say taxes.
Okay, see you down there. Alright, so Ian going for a fetch down to 17. Looks like he's got the play that Windswept Heath probably going to be lining up a green-white fetch, just because red 9 is most necessary off of the bat.
Certainly.
So a Temple Garden down to 17, and likely leading into a Noble Herrick or a Birds of Paradise because it is coming in untapped.
Yep.
Alright.
There we got the birds.
So, Birds of Paradise, the first decision there, and off to a nice start because that is going to at least inhibit some of this mana denial.
Yep.
That is going to be coming out of Michael.
Yep.
If he is on Death and Taxes, which is what at least I'm expecting,
Mm-hmm.
and what, you know, it looked like from what you saw, especially with a basic plains into a Dryad Militant. So, the biggest thing that Dryad Militant is going to do is shut down, basically Chord and the Eternal... hit the wrong button. I am sorry, I hit the wrong button there. Not used to having that new thing there.
Whoops.
I'm causing a fuss already. But Dryad Militant able to shut down, kind of recurring the Chord of Calling with Eternal Witness.
Certainly. And it's very normal to see Quarter Calling into Eternal Witness, into Resto Angel, into Kiki, and just combo off that way.
Exactly. So Wall of Omens coming out for Ian. So far curving out really nicely. Not using that Birds of Paradise, but I think I did see a path in hand. So we may actually see him take down this Leonin Arbiter.
Yeah, and this just becomes straight up better than Swords to Plowshares if he does path at this point.
Now if you pass the Leonin Arbiter, does that work how... I actually hadn't seen that happen.
Yeah,
and
forget
actually
that interaction.
may have been an Eidolon of Rhetoric in hand, so it actually may not be what I thought it
Okay.
was.
Well, we don't
he's-
have to worry about that then.
Yeah, but with a filter land out, already has a dual land and that Birds of Paradise, and it looks like a shock land in hand. Mana base, not a problem
Yeah,
right now.
not a problem.
So that Leonin Arbiter not doing a ton.
Yep, and really Death and Taxes likes to try getting in right away on that denial. And, I mean, even just being on the draw instead of on the play can really inhibit that first goal of Death and Taxes. I mean, there's clearly more to it than that, but...
An unfortunate... I mean, Ian, going for a Peeing here Nalar. Hard to disagree with that one.
Certainly.
But I would have loved to see him actually Ghost Quarter Michael.
That would be excellent. I was playing against Death and Taxes last week, and I got to double strip mine someone because I had a Lennon and Arbiter out, so...
Really?
Yep, it was wonderful.
That is excellent. So 2 Thopters and a Pia and Kieran Nalar are going to provide a lot of reach, and actually now that he has that mana base, whatever of those pieces that Michael lands, he's probably going to be able to just start pinging those down, because that 2 damage kills most of what Michael has, whether that be his... spacing on the name of it right now, but you know, the Leonin Arbiter, the Dryad Militant, the 3-1 for 3.
3-1 for 3.
The Flicker Wisp.
Yep.
I was
and
totally
we got
spacing
Blade
on it.
Splicer coming in.
Okay, so Blade Splicer, gonna be nice, provides him with a Golem token, and it's really nice for the beatdown plan and also a lot of those flicker effects, which we can expect Michael to end up having.
Definitely. So we'll clog up the ground.
So far, basically those Thopters are the most impactful piece on the board right now.
Yep.
Because it's a small amount of damage, but if they can just keep going in slowly over time, and right now that Wall of Omen's just going to get in the way of that Golem token, which is going to be really nice.
And honestly, this would not be a terrible idea to go ahead and strip mine here. I mean, there's availability. It just depends on what his plan is based on what he has in hand.
Yeah, it puts him back a little bit on mana, but if it also keeps him from getting tech edged down the line if he wants to play another land. So I could see him maybe casting a 4-mana spell and going for the Ghost Quarter now, so that he can't get hit by that Tectonic Edge.
Certainly.
So, but it looks like if he's got the 5-mana play, because he can play the Kiki right now.
Yep. Yeah, I was just thinking doing Kiki on. Well, you can't do legendary, so you cannot copy Pia.
No,
Yep.
but that would be beautiful.
That would be fun. I was just thinking like, what if he has a Kiki right now? That would be fun. No, not legendary. Specifically says that.
And a quick note to both Hentrez and Cav3. I don't think I've seen either of you in our chat before, so welcome. We are more than happy to have you. And it's really cool to have new people. Again, any questions, comments, or feedback, always feel free to let us know.
Right.
And we have got a Voice of Resurgence on the battlefield. Not going to be super impactful for shutting down a lot of things. And an Eidolon of Rhetoric.
I'm assuming he has that as a 1 of in there just to grab off of a Chord for random storm decks or similar.
Yeah, it does a nice little bit of hate, but it's also, Michael limited on the cards in hand, but it keeps from going outside of, laying down at multiple cards per turn. It can keep off several things.
Let's see here. We have a list.
Oh, right.
Surprising amount of 2-ofs from the Kiki Chord, but looks like it might be fairly close to Hooligan's list.
Yeah, it actually is a hooligan list. Or a Hoogland list.
Hooligan.
I said hooligan.
You copied me. That was my fault. Okay. I said hooligan. Sorry about that, if you're out there, Jeff.
So, a Leonin Arbiter swinging into this Voice of Resurgence, and that Golem just going to bounce off of the wall. I really like blocking with that Restoration.
Excellent. You're not going to get more value.
No, absolutely. And that's coming down as a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a 7/7, but that Flicker Wisp's going to take it down for this turn.
Oh, yeah.
Still, keeping that Flicker Wisp from getting a lot of recurring value, say that for that Blade Splicer or anything like that, forcing him to use it as a removal spell, otherwise being a 3/1 flyer, not the worst case scenario.
Certainly.
When Michael would really like to get that engine online to bounce a lot of his threats. So, it looks like Ian does have a Path in hand, and now has the Kiki Jiki.
Interesting.
So,
in copying Thopters and then using that to blast Michael's face, how do you feel about that?
Again, could be an interesting call, but the only problem is that it really leaves it susceptible to some of that removal, and Michael can't interact with Ian's hand very well. So I would actually just prefer to see him maybe hang back, get this game plan through the Thopters, because he's not under a huge amount of pressure at the moment.
No, not at all.
Because he has that wall on the battlefield that keeps him blocking the big creatures. The biggest issue right now is the Flicker Wisp.
Yep.
But actually, playing out that Kiki, the play that I like right now is if he swings in with that Flicker Wisp, he can just copy a Thopter and block.
Certainly.
So I think that's one thing that we could see. And another thing is that if Michael is aware of that and just swings in with the Golem, could see him copy that Wall of Omens and just keep digging through his deck.
Definitely.
Because every time that he copies that Wall of Omens, he'll be drawing a card, and if anything's going to dig him to that Restoration Angel pretty quickly,
Yep.
that'll do a great job of it.
Yep, and copying walls, there's no shame in that at all.
No, especially when they say draw a card stapled onto them.
Yep.
I'd happily play a 5-mana card that says tap draw card.
Oh, certainly.
So, another Dryad Militant coming out from Michael. So far, 2 Dryad Militants, a Blade Splicer and its Golem still, with a Flickerisp on the battlefield.
It's interesting. I don't feel like the Dryad Militant really adds anything to the board at this point, but sometimes you just have to play things just to play things.
Yeah, maybe trying to overwhelm the board state, but there may just be not a whole lot of reason to keep it back in hand.
Yeah, it's interesting.
So, looks like no block this time from Ian, which is a little bit surprising to see him not going for that.
Yeah, he let the free damage go through. He's just copying. Looked like he motioned to copy the wall right now.
So...
Okay, so he's copying the wall.
Okay, so going to copy the wall. Still surprised not to see a block there, all things considered.
He's probably just forgot about it.
It could possibly be it. Maybe remembering it here in the end step, but not. I guess all things considered, probably not a worst case scenario. It's 3 damage. You're drawing into another card, and there's your Restoration Angel.
Excellent.
So, Michael, close to tapped out right now. I think, maybe use that Ghost Quarter to take down one of the land and draw out a response. But otherwise, you are loaded up. You've got another 3 mana. So, I think he basically needs to use a path on that Kiki, and that still leaves you with a Restoration Angel to get this beatdown game plan going.
Certainly.
So, I think we're about to see a win from Ian here in Game 1. There's the Restoration Angel, and we do have 4 mana coming out for his own Restoration Angel.
Copy
the Flickerisp.
Okay.
So going for his Flickerisp.
So let's see, this is in response to the... So Resto has not entered the battlefield.
No, and I think he is going to actually path Michael's Flickerisp.
Interesting.
At least that's what I would like to see.
So because the Resto Angel's targeting the Flickerwisp, it won't resolve, or it won't go out and in.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I think Michael may have fast forwarded through what he was actually doing a bit too quickly.
Yep.
And I think what we might be seeing is a crack into a white fetch after targeting that Flickerwisp.
Yep.
Take that down.
Yep, and there's a concession.
Yep. Okay. So reveals the path.
Yep.
Ian taking game 1.
Yep, and during those moments, just have to be very careful not to fast forward each step when trying to figure out if someone is comboing off is very important.
Yeah, certainly. It ended up going back, and
Yeah.
all things considered, wasn't a worst case scenario.
Oh,
but,
definitely.
Really cool to see Kiki Chord in the store.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a big fan of the deck. I think hopefully sometime between rounds we can try and get a list of all the decks in the store.
Definitely.
We weren't able to get one before. I do know that there are 21 players here tonight, and as someone previously asked us to change the background, we do have a little bit of a different background. Compliments of the amazing David Bradbury.
Zombies behind us.
Yeah, no kidding. It's a little bit intimidating, but I'm more intimidated by the Kiki Chord on the battlefield.
Definitely. Actually, next Wednesday, I'm going to at this current place. I am planning on playing a Kiki Chord version, the Ghostway version of it.
Ooh, that sounds pretty cool.
Yep, 5-color Ghostway.
Of course, it's 5-color.
Of course. I mean, why not? I mean,
Blood Moon isn't the thing.
But I mean, there's so many good cards that are out there. Originally I started on Bant, and then I was like, you know what, I want to play Siege Rhino.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was thinking about it, and well, I already have this other stuff, so let's throw in a Kiki as well. And that led to 5 colors. So
really nice. Another notable thing is that Ian getting the natural Kiki Restoration Angel through that Leonin Arbiter.
Oh yeah,
very nice.
Yep, definitely.
So things that I'm expecting from Ian, he does have Lightning Helix and Dismember in his sideboard. I'm kind of expecting those ones.
Mm-hmm.
Might see the Big Game Hunter, unlikely, but maybe just as a piece of removal, even though discarding it won't be super likely.
Certainly.
But other than that, could bring in a Reclamation Sage to take down, if there's a Torpor Orb coming in. But unlikely a Torpor Orb for this Death in Texas, but something that keeps him from, maybe a Grafdigger's Cage.
Yep.
Anything like that. I was asking what kind of decks are being played tonight. Unfortunately, we don't have a full list at the moment. Hopefully, we can get you that full list soon.
I heard we have a rec. We do have, 2 right here. We have, what's it called? Living End. I know we have one Eldrazi deck, maybe two.
I think we have an Affinity out there.
Okay, yeah, I think I saw at least two Affinity decks, so...
Yeah. Hopefully we'll be able to get a full list for you between rounds. But
Yep.
Unfortunately, do not have one at the moment. But we've got 5 rounds, so we've got lots of opportunities to see
Certainly.
what is out there. And I'm very excited.
Lots of magic up ahead.
Exactly. And you know what? I'm going to start this timer. That seems like a decent idea.
That seems like a good idea.
I'm going to say that we've got about... That was probably about...
That was 10 minutes or so.
Yeah. Oh, well. But for those of you just joining, looks like a bunch of you did right in that first game. Hello and welcome. My name is TJ.
I'm David.
And we are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. If you are new, be sure to hit that follow button. We do this 3 times a week, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, which you are currently tuning in for.
Yep.
Schedule can be found right below us. They are all Pacific Standard Time. So it's 6:21 where we are.
Yep. Still early. Still got plenty of time and plenty of magic.
Yep. And if you would like to keep up with those streams other than hopefully getting that notification from hitting that follow button, feel free to follow me on Twitter, in which I at least try to post, and I'm hopefully getting better about it, posting when we do have a stream going up. So that's another way to follow, and I try to at least keep you guys updated on other sweet things here and there.
Everything kind of going on in the store and random magicings.
Yeah, I'm trying to get better about using it, hopefully in the correct way.
As a discussion platform where you're yelling out into the abyss and seeing who responds?
Yeah, something like that. That certainly sounds fun. Okay, so looks like Ian liking his hand, but Michael going down to 6. Michael being on the play gives him a little bit of an advantage as far as getting out those lock pieces.
Yep.
But going down to 6 is not a great way to start off.
Certainly.
But the new scry rule makes it a bit more tolerable.
Yeah, I'm definitely a huge fan. Oh, that's probably heading right back. Yep. Going right to 5. Didn't see a single land there.
No, I think I may have seen one, but not what we're looking for.
Certainly not. I definitely think I'm a huge fan of the scry rule being implemented. Yeah, it's just made things so much smoother.
Oh, yes. I mean, people were initially hesitant because it may make some things too consistent, but I haven't actually really seen any kind of change in the meta as a direct result because of it.
Yeah, it's really too narrow to, abuse. A lot of the times you'll get a 7, be fine with it, and, I mean, nobody's going to purposefully go down to 6 a lot of the time. I mean, let's say we choose some weird narrow case like a miracle being on top. I mean, when are you going to be able to take advantage of that,
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing was maybe like a Delver on the play, but it's super. You have to have already mulliganed, be on the play, have the Delver and a non-fetch land in hand.
Yeah, because when you fetch, you get rid of it immediately.
And not see an instant or sorcery, but have one just underneath it.
And this is probably the best thing Michael could have asked for.
Yeah.
Aether Vial.
Aether Vial is going to be a really nice way to respond to those fetch effects without Ian being able to answer them. A Leonin Arbiter, Aven Mind Sensor, those kind of things off the top are going to be fantastic.
Yep.
So, a Shock in with a Stomping Grounds, followed up by a Birds of Paradise. Again, Ian's perfect start. So far both of these players doing really well. Has the Chord of Calling, but, if he has something that he wants to fire off, he's going to have to do it soon, or he's going to have to start worrying about a possible Leonin Arbiter.
Yep. And Ian can very easily be on 5 mana next turn. That's a pass, but that's also something that Ian has to worry about. At this point, there's a number of threats he can just bring in if he decides to try fetching. But we got a basic plains.
So,
and,
already up to the 5 mana, I think I see a Wall of Omens in hand, but could just be keeping it back a little bit and waiting. I think he might have the Restoration Angel in hand too, so he's got a really solid hand. That's going to have a great beatdown plan and not taxed by a lot of what Michael is doing yet.
Looks like there's a Chord there as well.
Yeah, that Chord is going to be really nice. The biggest issue at that point is, I'd almost want to put that in. And there's a Sarah Avenger.
Excellent. So getting some beats going himself.
Yeah, I think what we might end up seeing is it swing into a Restoration Angel, and I think that's what we're about to see. So, if Michael has a path, he is going to need that now, but...
And Flicker Wisp, yep.
So a Flicker Wisp going for the card. Again, not going to be able to block, so we're still going to see a swing in for 3 off of that.
Yep.
Firing off that Flicker Wisp, and unfortunately not the best application that you'd like to see.
Yeah. Unless you could get a processor going right here.
True.
Yeah, we have passed. That was turn.
Was that turn 3?
That was turn 3. Yep, he missed a land drop.
But he couldn't play that Sarah Avenger.
During your first. Oh, third.
Michael, that was turn 3.
Is that turn? That's impossible. My Aether Vial's on 3.
Oh, that's a solid point. Never mind, we were wrong. That was turn 4.
That was turn 4.
Yeah, we're bad. We're bad at this.
So, we'll see you guys next week.
So, the second Sarah Avenger out, missing 2 land drops. So, I thought that he just missed 1.
Yeah.
Never mind. So, playing out that second Sarah Avenger, that's a lot of flying for Michael. And with that Vigilance on there, that Restoration Angel can only eat so much of it. But that Wall of Omens digging him into... Basically, needs to just start assembling. And with his biggest worry, that Aether Vial on 3 means he doesn't need to worry about Leonin Arbiter.
Yeah.
So mostly Aven Mind Sensor and, a Flicker Wisp.
Yep.
Kind of the main concerns off of the top there. But, right now he has the capability to Chord for a Kiki with his full mana base untapped.
Yep.
So if he ends up maybe getting a path and 1 more land, I'd be pretty confident because then you have that path to exile to take down the Mind Sensor.
Yep.
And if he has the Flicker Wisp, then that's just going to be going for maybe the Restoration Angel and you still have the kill next turn.
Yep.
So we could see him go for that, and especially since he has so much pressure on him, we may see him firing that one off sooner rather than later. Because I know that sometimes he'll hold it back, knowing that, he's in a fairly safe position.
Certainly.
And I actually like that block. Taking down one of the Sarah Avengers, it's a... But that keeps him from starting to chain together those Flicker Wisps.
Definitely.
So, another drain, and...
Looks like an Exarch? What? The white Exarch?
That is an Inquisitor Exarch. Okay. Yeah, that Inquisitor Exarch, 2 mana, white, when it enters the battlefield, you may gain 2 life or target opponent loses 2 life. Yeah. Really nice flicker one, and because he is running Eldrazi Displacer in his deck, it makes it really nice for breaking out those board stalls.
Okay.
In which, if they've got it locked down either way, you can just start flicking that every turn, either gaining 2 life to stabilize that way, and when you are stabilized, just draining the 2 life.
Yeah, kind of reminds me of a mini, what's this? Ghost Dad. Mini Ghost Dad.
Mini Ghost Dad.
Yep.
Absolutely, it is Mini Ghost Dad.
And Huntress, I do like Kiki Chord honestly better than Twin. It does feel a lot more interesting and interactive.
Yeah, and the card is just... The whole deck is sweet. I think the biggest thing holding it back is the amount of time that it takes to learn the deck by
Definitely.
a pilot. And we've got the other land, so I think because he is under so much pressure, he can survive another turn. So I can understand him buying a little bit of time, but he has it within him, and we have him going for that Chord.
Yeah.
A pretty risky, all things considered, to go for it because... Oh, but he's actually... No, okay. So tapping on the Restoration Angel, this is for 5.
Yeah.
So, it's basically either he has it or he doesn't.
Yep.
Because Michael is tapped down. He does have that Flicker Wisp, or up right now. Do I see John? Yeah, John is in the room. He is. He's on Affinity, I think. Going for the Kiki, and now if there's that Vial target, possibly a Flicker Wisp, something like that, that's what's going to do it. Otherwise, this is going to be a Game 2 win.
Yeah.
And...
It looks like he has Path in hand, but...
So, a Blade Splicer. Puts out a Blade Splicer, lets him continue, and going to present the win. Basically,
a fix.
Yeah, I think he was just slow rolling the win there. Kiki Chord taking it in 2. Now, can you do me an absolutely big favor?
I guess I could.
Would you be willing to see if you can find us another match while I say hello to all the people and tell them about some pretty cool stuff?
Sounds great.
Excellent. I'll see you in a moment. All right, I'll see you guys back in the booth. Hello everybody, and thank you for joining. Looks like there is just under 40 of you out there. As always, welcome to the Geek Fortress stream. My name is TJ. David is my co-host who is out finding another match for you. Just want to tell you a quick thing. If you're brand new, be sure to interact with us on that chat. It's a lot of fun to have that chat active and just keep some conversation going. The interaction with you guys, one of our favorite parts about this stream. Otherwise, it's going to be 5 rounds of Modern tonight. Should be an absolute blast. And we might already have another thing going. So, what have we got?
Looks like it's Ian on... he said Sun Titan something, so I'm going to guess
Emeria?
like Emeria?
Yeah.
Okay. And... I'm spacing on his name. So, Howling Mine, what's it called?
Is it Coleman?
Yeah, Coleman.
Who's on the left? Who's on the right?
Ian is on the wall.
Ian is on the wall, and what game are they going to?
Let me ask.
All right. So,
And what game is this?
we have got
Coleman's up 1-0.
Coleman on so far having our win. Okay. So, and this is taking turns. So let's head on down to that game too, and I will describe a little bit about these decks when we get down there. See you there, Fortnites. Okay, so a turn 1 Emeria from Ian. Basically, when he gets up to 7 planes, he's going to start returning a creature from his graveyard each turn. Counter magic going to be very powerful for Ian. Coleman, basically trying to assemble a number of those Howling Mine effects, whether it be Howling Mine or the Dictate of Crewfix, which is a 3-mana flash, basically Howling Mine. And then he's just going to start chaining together tons of cards that say, take an extra turn.
That is the gain life guy, right?
That is a lone missionary. Ian's deck based on a lot of enter the battlefield effects, and at a certain mana base, you start actually getting a Sun Titan out, doing a lot of recursion that way. Pretty close to a blue-white, one of the biggest blue-white control decks. Has a nice little mix between reactive and proactive.
Yeah, I've played against this deck once or twice. I always had trouble with it. It's something about just navigating around it. They always seem to have the board wipe, or they always seem to have the inevitability. Can be
An end-step Dictate of Crewfix coming in for Coleman with Ian passing, missing his 3rd land drop, and miracling a Temporal Mastery. Which is, about the best that you can look for with this deck. So Temporal Mastery pays 2 to take an extra turn. I'm going to also be drawing the 2nd card. It had to have been the first one that he miracled.
Yeah. Wonderful.
And...
Yep, so that's 2 land drops and 4 cards. And then
actually,
taking another turn.
So we might see the win here.
That's pretty vicious. That's a turn 3?
That is turn 4. He did it at the end of... And there's the Serum Visions. If he doesn't have this other one, he might pass back.
Ooh,
but he didn't expend a lot of resources.
Oh, certainly not.
And just ended up getting a huge amount of value. Passing it back to Ian into his turn 4, missing his 3rd land drop. I mean, what can you do in the face of this?
Yeah, this is rough.
Plays out of planes, swings for 2, passes. All things considered, this is not what Coleman was looking... Or what Ian was looking to do this match.
Oh, and another profit. Or... Not profit.
Yep. So now drawing 3 cards, having to discard because he was above 7.
Oh, makes sense.
Has a Jace Architect of Thought, and I think I do see some taking turn effects. Paying 5.
Yep. Time warp.
For a Time Warp, and dropping an Elixir of Immortality keeps him from dying by drawing his library out. So that's actually one of his primary win conditions, is to just keep doing that until he hits either a Jace, the original party Jace, which is going to allow him to basically eventually mill out his opponent, or also sometimes a spacing on the name right now, but the Blue God.
Let's see, that is... Wow, now I'm spacing.
Right?
Okay, check. Tell us who the Blue God is. Trivia time.
Alright. You rockin' Fortnites. Help us out. Also, to those of you wondering, I'm going to start referring to you guys as the Fortnites, because it is Night with a K.
Yep.
I think it's fun. If you guys like... Thank you, Thassa. You guys are rock stars.
Awesome. Era Elemental, the Blue God. Blue God of Alpha.
And we have got cracking for more... looks like maybe a... that's a Part the Water Veil Awakened.
Excellent. That's a beatdown.
Yeah,
right
so this might actually be the win condition here, because now every time that he takes an extra turn, he gets to swing for 6 Ian only has 2 Wall of Omens. For every extra turn, he'll be swinging for 6. Which is a 4-turn... They say a 6-turn clock after 2 of those blocks with Wall of Omens.
Yeah, this is Coleman's putting on a show for you guys.
And
he's dancing with the land.
One thing to note to all of you guys who play those... and actually, this is the one that I think has buyback for Sacrifice 2 Islands. And we are going to be seeing...
Is that Drowse?
No, that is Giga Drowse.
Sorry, Giga Drowse, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
Giga Drowse is actually one of the best cards in this deck.
Yes.
But I can't actually...
Gigadur.
You know what? I'm just gonna take this out.
Gigadur.
Gigadur.
Yeah. And my thoughts exactly, retro gaming.
Pretty much, yeah. So, getting more of those effects, dropping down a Howling Mine, so he'll be drawing 4 cards every single turn, and swinging for 6. I mean, all things considered, basically down to 18 at this point. And after this other swing, going to be going down to 12. The odds of Coleman not winning at this point are almost 0.
Yeah, and that's a very good point, Sharp. Speed of play on this deck is he's doing excellently.
It's actually one of the reasons why we allow Coleman on camera with this deck.
Yep. No, it's one of those decks that people can take a long time on, and he's dancing with it.
Yes.
He's a water dancer.
Coleman, one of my favorite combo, and actually a Vidalcan Shackles. That's a little bit of a new piece of tech for him. Maybe out of the sideboard to take down a Sun Titan.
I mean, at this point, he could take Ulamog.
And actually, he passed back. So
What?
we actually did see him pass back.
Oh, I guess he just missed another turn?
Yeah, I think he actually ran out of those effects. He's going to be drawing 5 cards next turn.
Yeah.
So he's not in the worst position.
But also, Ian gets to draw that many. I mean,
but with only 4 lands at the moment, you know, a board wipe not going to do a lot. Maybe a counter spell, but which one that is probably a lot of tax counter spells, which aren't going to be great.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, it looks like Ian's trying to just decide what he has. What he's going to keep.
Pretty much, I think that is what we've got. And playing down might be going for a 4-drop. And okay, never mind. Possibly just discarding and taking control of that Lone Missionary before heading into Coleman's next turn. Of course.
Alright, so Coleman's on turn 15 while Ian's on turn 4 or 5.
5,
because he missed a land draw.
And we have got more of those swings, revealing the win with that. I mean,
KO.
Just an impressive play by Coleman. This combo deck is absolutely sweet.
Oh, we got a Lab Maniac he reveals as well.
Ooh, showing us the sweet tech.
Yeah. I almost wish that there wasn't a concession that he just
had gone for that.
Went for the Lab Maniac win. Then again, that puts you in a risky position where all Ian would need then is a path. And
all right. Are you willing to do me another favor?
Let's.
I'll see you guys in the booth. So, welcome again. We are going to try and get another match on this camera, about 20 minutes in round 1, and we're going to be doing 5 rounds tonight. We've got 21 players. Looks like there's actually now just over 40 of you guys, and thank you so much for joining. I, can't thank all of you enough. One thing is that you'll notice is that I'm going to try starting to... And actually, here's my thoughts, because I asked the Legacy people. What do you guys think if I start referring to the grand viewership and possibly ourselves as the Fortnights? Because, first of all, it's a slight play on words. We don't really do stuff every 2 weeks, but maybe we can. But nonetheless, if you guys like it, it also plays in the fact that all of our mods have swords, which I kind of like it. Let me know if you do, because that feedback is always wonderfully important to me. Should be getting another match on there. And also, I do now have a date for our next Grand Prix trial, which was an absolute blast. And it means that I get to start telling you guys when it is. So, are you ready? It is about a month from now, March 26th. Put on your calendars. It's a Saturday. We'll be doing a Grand Prix trial. I should be here doing commentary again for another 8 hours or so. David having fun with the camera. David, do we have another match?
Yes, we do.
And what have we got?
We have Josh versus Eric. Blue Moon versus Blue Tron.
Eric, do you have a last name? Oh, Donaldson?
Yep.
And who's against the wall?
Eric is against the wall.
Eric against the wall, and it is Mono Blue Tron versus Blue Moon.
Yep.
And do you know what who got what game they're on?
Who got game 1? Okay. Eric got game 1.
Eric getting game 1, and they're heading into game 2?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's head on down to this control mirror match. Should be a blast. See you guys down there. Okay, so both players getting ready for game 2. Blue Moon, the fact that they are mainboarding Blood Moon gives them a nice advantage against this Mono Blue Tron that operates on having so much mana. So one thing that Josh might have to start working on is really getting those counter spells and prioritizing certain ones as opposed to others.
Certainly.
But Vidalcan Shackles out of Blue Moon, also a really nice card. Able to take a Platinum Angel, maybe a Sundering Titan, some of those things like that. Granted, a Sundering Titan, unlikely.
You're making me feel so good right now.
Right? But that Platinum Angel, because it is a 4/4, actually is an okay target.
Right.
And it looks like we were looking at almost
Yeah, that's 2 pieces of Tron, but
shipping it. I think there was 5 lands in that hand.
Yeah, 5 lands and a map. Not going to be getting a lot done there.
No kidding. Okay. So, what do we have here? Looks like a mulligan from Josh, but Eric liking his hand and going to be keeping that one. So, I can totally get behind that. And again, looks like a bunch of you are just starting to join us. Feel free to give us any of those questions or comments. It is always nice to interact with you guys in the chat. Yep. And yeah, we did try out a new background because a bunch of you were asking us to try out something. So we're trying out new things, and I think you ended up giving me like a big backlog of possibilities.
Oh, yeah.
Some of them weirder than others.
Some of them a little bit odder. But yeah, we got Eldritch Moon in the background.
Alright, so a turn 1 Urza land. I believe that's the power plant from Josh.
Yep.
And we have got a Steam Vents coming in tapped for Blue Moon. Josh following up with an island into a Talisman of Dominance, which is going to put him basically into turn 4 on his turn 3.
Yep, and we have a Condescend, it looked like, that he drew.
Okay, and a Serum Visions from Eric. No, basically, not showing that he has a huge. Is that a Wormcoil
That was
engine?
definitely a Wormcoil engine. I love Wormcoil engine. That's like my 3rd favorite card.
Yeah, very cool card. Might be actually bringing that in because over, say, a Batterskull.
Mm-hmm.
Just because with Cold Guns come in, Batterskull losing a bit of value, and Wormcoil engine retaining a lot of its value in that case.
A really great replacement.
All right. Honestly, we really appreciate you saying the commentary is too good for 36 viewers. If you want to try and get us more people, I'd love that. And
Ooh, Sun Droplet.
What an interesting card to bring in. Let's go ahead and bring that one up.
Certainly.
Sun Droplet, a card that is often brought in against burn decks, hyper-aggressive decks.
Yeah.
Because whenever you take damage, you put that many counters on Sun Droplet.
I find it interesting that Eric has to read that, considering he plays burn a lot of the time.
Yeah, and I think I actually really like this bring-in. Because this deck can't apply pressure nearly as quickly as like burn and stuff like that, but its primary win condition in this matchup is going to be burn.
Yep.
So
and there's a Blue Moon that's available.
Now here's the dangerous bit.
Yep, Blood Moon.
Because Josh basically didn't keep up the Condescend mana there.
Yep.
Still not a bad idea. He's only sitting on 1 that is now red. Still has plenty of blue mana. And a trading post.
Brad Nelson would be proud.
No kidding. So a trade. Oh,
not Balduvian. Trading post.
So a trading post coming out, going to be able to provide some trump blockers if absolutely needed, and gaining life, recurring artifacts from the graveyard, so an expedition map, things like that, and can actually draw cards with some of those things.
Reading Sun Droplet again. I don't know why I find that so amusing.
I don't know. Eric plays burn occasionally. Really, he should know the card better than that.
Yeah, and Talisman. So the biggest problem here is just Josh isn't able to ramp. He has access to the blue mana, and we got Pia and Kieran.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing is that a Repeal is going to be a pretty nice card if Josh is able to get into one of those. He also has a Thirst for Knowledge, which is a very good card that he is capable of drawing at the moment.
Yep.
But that Ping Kieran Nalar is going to be applying a pretty solid amount of pressure. Still, the weirdest thing about this, though, is that Sun Droplet is going to negate at least the flying damage of it extremely well.
Yeah, it just takes out, that's a very interesting point. Yeah, it's curious. It's a curious card to bring in. At the same time, He can also just randomly generate goats to block if he really needs it.
Exactly. So we've got a swing for 4 coming in. Josh going down to 16, but right back into his turn, we're going to see him going back up to 17. We'll see if basically Eric brought in enough of that artifact destruction.
Mm-hmm.
But even still, seeing him use an artifact destruction spell on something like Sun Droplet and not on one of those really key pieces, pretty interesting. And a negate taking down that Thirst for Knowledge.
I'm not used to that art. What?
That is from Cons, I believe, or Dragons.
Huh.
Yeah. So going back up to 17, remembering his triggers, always a good thing, playing out that second land. And I think he has another Thirst for Knowledge in hand.
Save.
Oh, thank you. And we've got a Snapcaster Mage and Electrolyze. Definitely has the Bolt in hand as well. A lot of this burn damage, but again, it's not super effective right now. Because right now he is at 18, going to be going down to 14. That Sun Droplet not being a huge piece against this.
Yeah.
It's just providing a lot of value for a pretty low opportunity cost at the moment.
Yeah, and Trading Post, that's going to be providing life. That's going to be providing goats. It's going to be providing cards.
I think we're going to see Snapcaster negate.
Ooh, beautiful.
Yep. So targeting that negate. And if he is actually, I think he has that Condescend. Just going to Condescend for 1.
Condescend for 1 does it.
And here's the interesting bit.
Yep.
He actually gets a counter onto his thing. It's only whenever you are dealt damage, not by an opponent.
That is wonderful.
Yes.
So it looks like he forgot to scry before. No, he scried 2?
Yep. Scry 2, Condescend makes you Scry 2.
Okay, I was thinking,
that's
right. I used to think it was Scry X.
Yeah, it is Scry 2.
Yeah.
It has a Treasure Mage, an Academy Ruins, a land, and
it looks like he has a mountain and a mountain. Yeah. Josh has 2 mountains in his hand.
Yeah, so I think... so dropping one of those Urza's lands that's repetitive and a spell burst. So I don't think that he's planning on getting to enough mana unless he hits that repeal to really go for it.
Yep.
And getting out a second island, so we know he still has an Academy Ruins. Probably going to be dropping a Treasure Mage this hand.
Fun fact with Academy Ruins combo with Trading Post.
A very fun fact, because you can basically start sacrificing
an artifact when you're doing the loop.
Oh, wonderful.
It's just silly. My Johnny is tingling.
So, pay no attention to
say that.
We're family friendly here. Anyway, we're dropping a Treasure Mage from... I'm so glad that none of our mods are in the chat right now to add that quote.
Oh, yeah.
So a Treasure Mage, coming down the promo one, you get to search for an artifact converted mana cost 6 or greater. Looks like might be going for a Steel Hellkite. The nice thing about that is that he can start swinging in. It either goes well for blocking these Thopters, or it's going to do a lot for just taking down, could you pay the 3 mana to take down this Blood Moon, could pay 0 mana to take down those Flyers. All kinds of things available to him through these tools.
All sorts of things.
Man, you're just recovering right now. That's
I'm okay. I'll be fine.
So going for a Steel Hellkite here.
Yep.
Pretty nice card. A 5/5 for 6. So it's the biggest thing is that if Eric ends up getting enough mana, he could block with both and then deal damage with those, maybe one of the Thopters. We could see some kind of play like that.
Mm-hmm.
But the biggest thing is we might end up seeing him fire off both of those bolts. Or possibly just, a bolt in the Electrolyze to take down that Steel Hellkite when it comes into the play.
Definitely.
Okay. So, looks like...
Oh, is that a roast?
That's a Spell Burst.
Spell Burst?
Yes. So, Spell Burst taken out, deals 2 damage and has a kicker of 4 to deal 4 damage.
Huh.
So just taking it down, probably just to eliminate it as a blocker, because it is a 2/2, which would have traded with the Pia Kirin Nalar or the Snapcaster Mage. But Josh, back up to 15 right now, and actually going to be paying a life... this one day, paying a life and getting a goat token. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to find goat tokens. How weird is that?
That is interesting.
Yep. So, dropping a goat and going to be paying a life and blocking... Well, I guess none of those creatures are attacking yet. Might be seeing the Electrolyze take down that goat.
Yep, so this is all before combat.
Yes, it looks like it. So, an Electrolyze... 1 to the player, 1 to the goat. He's going to be going down to 13 and gaining...
a Sun Droplet.
Taking 6 this turn, going down to 7 as well. I mean, he has got a lot of counters on this. So if he is able to get anything that's going to start buying him time, he'll be okay. A lot of burn in Eric's hand, though. With 2 bolts in hand, he is, very close. Next turn, he can present a win.
Oh, certainly.
Just because he'll go back up to 9, put that swing for 6, getting him within bolt range, and can even fight through a counterspell. So Josh has really got to get some kind of game plan together, but we could see Blue Moon end up taking this into, and man, we might end up getting to see a whole variety of matches.
And this has been great. We've just getting a lot for these this first round.
No kidding. Really valuing out here. Okay. And looks like a tap for that 5, dropping down a Steel Hellkite.
Card I have not played since I played Mud over a year ago.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
So between these Thopters and these burn spells, we're going to be seeing Josh go back up to 9. And, I mean, we're still looking at pretty close to a win.
Snapcaster more?
If he's got a Snapcaster, also has a Cryptic.
Bolt, Snap, Bolt? Classic.
I mean, Bolt, Snap, Bolt is actually a viable play right now, and that would get the win.
Yeah.
With him only having a single mana open, he cannot do a counterspell. And if you just Bolt, Snap, Bolt, and then swing, take a chance to see, even if he... But you could go to combat, force him to play any of his answers there.
Yeah.
And then whenever he makes that decision, taps down to use that trading post, you start going for that line. Yeah. And you can take him down right at the beginning of combat. So Eric, looking at the potential for the win here, it's very likely he plays this deck. Yeah. A pretty decent amount. Yep.
Yeah, I've been seeing him. He was playing Burn more earlier, but recently he's been consistently playing Blue Moon, and I think his practice is definitely showing.
Yeah, and also has a pretty decent knowledge base with Jeskai control before Burn, so able to at least transition a lot of that one in as well. So, looking at the win, and I think what we're just going to see Eric do is go to combat, force out any, try and get Josh to tap out. Yep. Just, maybe a dispel, anything like that, but there's not a whole lot that can lead to a bad day for him.
Could also be, oh no, it was a Cryptic.
And actually a dispel of his own. So only has the 2 bolts.
Yeah, so it was not a Snapcaster match.
Okay, so not quite a win, but he still has the potential for one because of these Thopter tokens. So he can actually swing in. Most likely a goat gets populated. He deals 3 damage, goes down to 6, still has the 2 bolts. So he's got a win there. But then if Josh has anything, he's still got the negate or the capability of sacking that Thopter to deal the damage. So Eric loaded up on ways to win right now.
Yep. Just needs to choose his method.
Yeah, I think the oddest thing right now is that I'm not sure if there's really much decision to be made at this point. Certainly. When you're holding the win, he can only block. Basically, he could choose to only take 2 damage by blocking the 2 2/2s. So he goes down to 7. But with, I think he has another Burst Lightning in hand, correct?
Yeah, it looked like it.
So that's 8 damage in hand after getting him down to 7. So that's if he does pay the 1 life anyway. So here is the combat, and we are going to start drawing out those responses. So Josh, 1 card in hand. I'm pretty sure it's that Academy Room, so it doesn't have anything option-wise.
Yeah, I don't see Academy in the graveyard. We can only assume that's the 1 in hand.
So I think we're about to see Blue Moon take the win here. And actually no blocks, really counting on this lack of burn, and I think he is about to present it. So, burn spell number 1, and we are going to see him gain 4 life, discarding a card, with a bolt in response.
And that is game.
That is the game.
Alright, should we see if we can get another match?
With about 6 minutes left, I think that it's pretty unlikely. So let's go ahead and just say hi to people.
Sounds great.
Thank you for joining. Don't worry, stick around. We're about to go up to the booth in which we are going to try and interact with you guys a bit before heading into... We have got lots of magic. We'll see you there. Hello everybody, my name is TJ.
I'm David.
And we are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. That is in the Pacific Standard Time zone. It is about 6:55 here, and thank you for joining. We do this stream 3 times a week, and sometimes some little bonus streams as the events call for it out of our store. Tonight, 5 rounds of Modern as I try and get a water bottle from one of those things that...
that is not an earthquake.
No kidding. Do we have any more Scape Shift? I'm not sure if we have. We do occasionally have one, whether
Yeah,
it be
I
Prime
bring
Shift.
it in sometimes.
Exactly, and I've got that Prime Shift, which is the less
Yeah.
colors. That's the 2-color one.
Yeah.
But there might be some Scape Shift out there.
Yeah, I play Bring to Light Scape Shift sometimes as well, so we got the 5-color. Yeah, just need to throw some colorless in there, and I guess it's not a color, but...
All kinds of fun to be had nonetheless. Not quite 100% sure of what decks that we do have in the room. We're going to try and get that list at some point. But 21 players, I believe. So we do have 5 rounds. We're able to see 6 decks in game 1.
A lot of them.
So we can at least promise that those ones are in the room. We've got Kiki Chord, Blue Moon, Mono Blue Tron, Death and Taxes, Mono Blue Taking Turns, and Emeria Control. So a decent control start. I know that Affinity out there as well. And actually there's a Red-White Prison deck. So a decent amount of control decks, and I know that there are also some aggro decks out there. So we'll see what we have got. What's a good card to put into a Mono Black Vampire deck in Modern?
Vampire Nighthawk?
I'm not sure about Vampire Delacerator.
Yeah.
I like that one.
I'm trying to think, the
Vampire
legendary
Nocturnus?
guy. No, the Malik.
Malakir or something?
Is it?
The new one? Draina?
Oh, there's Draina.
Draina's a good one too.
There's the one that I believe it's not an assassin.
No.
There's one that's like 3 black. Can't remember what it's called.
Kalidas
Yeah.
from Peter there. Still, thank you for joining. Should be getting some more Magic soon. Couple quick announcements. We have got coming up a Modern GPT. The last one was incredible. Had a great turnout for that Modern GPT. We're doing another one next month for, I think, GP Albuquerque, but mostly Grand Prix Trial brings people out to have some fun, and I'm hoping to have a lot of players, and that is going to be another long day, probably 5 rounds with a cut to top 8 again, which is always such a great time. I'll be putting some posts out onto Reddit and other things like that, but definitely, if you have that opportunity to come out and hang out with us, I'm not quite sure what you're doing, David, but messing with my card searching capability, and, it's going to be a lot of fun. That is March 26th. Put it on that calendar, put it in your phone, I don't know. Make sure you hit that follow button so that you get the notification, but we are going to be doing a long stream that day in lieu of our normal Saturday stream. Should be an absolute blast. I hope that you guys are excited about it. Another bit of info. Yesterday's stream, you guys have got some competition. Yesterday's Legacy stream, getting over 100 people.
Huh.
Yeah,
Nice.
one of our first Legacy streams to do that, which means that there is some competition in the which stream has more viewership, because Modern normally totally having it covered.
Yep. Yeah. And we're still looking at that 500 viewer count. If we can get to 500 viewers, then we're going to be opening up a starter deck, revised starter.
Sealed revised starter deck.
Yep.
Have you heard about what would happen if it was 750 totally in the same stream?
750 on the
I'm
same
not sure if
stream.
I've told you.
I've
but-
mentioned. I've heard rumors of a Tybalt meeting.
Oh no, that's also 500.
That's also 500?
Yeah, I have mentioned that if we get to 750 and completely jump 500, again, this is unlikely, but
Yep.
I'll open the starter deck with Cheeto fingers.
So how much are you paying for me for that?
Depends on what's open.
There you go. Peter, the background is from Eldritch Moon. It's part of the art for that was showcased for the new set after Shadows over Innistrad.
Yes. And that one's... I don't like the
Eldritch.
way that this one's looking at
Sorry,
me.
did I say Eldritch?
You did
Eldritch.
it. It is Eldritch. But
Yep.
this one looking at me in a
Yeah.
little bit of a concerning fashion. So, should be a lot of fun. And yeah, I'm always really excited to see some of those people coming back from the stream.
Yep.
I will be putting a post out probably about a week before for that GPT as it gets closer to that day next month. And I'm really excited to get to that 500 viewership mark. Certainly we have gotten... Nikado Burn or Boros Burn for Detroit. I'm going to say not Naya Burn, but no Nikado.
Yeah, I think Nyaburn is very well positioned.
Destructive Reverie is super good.
It comes in a lot. But I currently think Nyaburn is really where it's at. I mean, I've seen some 4-color decks that try to throw in black in there, but Really, I think the 3 color is the most solid version of it right now.
Yeah, I just personally not a big fan of the Wild Nikadal. But Atarka's Command and Destructive Reverie, really hard to argue with those cards.
Excellent cards.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we're seeing a bunch of people that I recognize in that chat. Thank you for joining. For those of you that are brand new, don't be too shy. It is a ton of fun for us to interact with you guys in the chat.
Definitely.
It's one of the reasons why we do this is, I don't know. I'm told that we're decently interact with you guys. In possibly my worst sentence ever. But we're decently interactive with you guys.
It's okay, I already got worst sentence of the day, so...
Yeah, no kidding. I'll have to remember that one and use it as blackmail.
Yeah.
Good thing that Doro's not in here regulating things, or else he would scold you.
Yep, and save it.
Mm-hmm. And B-Proxy, thank you for rejoining. The swords, not tossing out too many of them. It's mostly just if we end up finding ourselves needing more mods, then we'll start looking at it. But as it currently sits, not too much of a problem. You guys have been pretty well behaved. Yep. 13 goods, it's going well. We are having a blast. It's going to be 5 rounds, and the second round's coming up now. Well, I guess at least very shortly, as they are just now coming to the end of the time for it. So, and I'm getting... So round 3.
Was Coleman again?
Looks like we are about to start with Coleman on the stream versus Eric.
Oh, so we got Blue Moon versus taking turns.
Okay.
And let's see here. Siege Rhino, you should replace Nikadal with Siege Rhino.
Naturally. So personally, I am a fan of. Well, I can send you my burn list someday. If you follow me on Twitter and then ask me about it, I'd be happy to send you my burn list. So, Blue Moon versus taking turns. A lot of blue going to be happening. On the bright side, this might be happening fairly quickly to where we might be able to get some other of these games on the stream for you. So, round 2. We'll see you guys in the chat. Otherwise, let's head on down to some games and watch some Magic. See you down there. And check it out. Apparently, Dylan sending me that notification just a bit too late, but Coleman playing out a temple and then going for a Serum Visions. Eric currently on 2 lands.
Oh.
So, a Blood Moon coming out for Eric. Gonna be kind of nice, but not excellent. And there's a Howling Mine effect. Still has a blue mana up. So, Eric going to be drawing 2 cards. Kind of what he's looking for. Really needs to get together some kind of counterspell tool right now.
Yep.
Because Coleman getting into that position, and if we start seeing like a Dictate come out, if he doesn't go off this coming turn, maybe with a Temporal Mastery, he's getting very close to going off.
Certainly.
And Eric unable to apply enough pressure, really. So the biggest thing comes to disruption.
Yep. And leaving the 4 mana going untapped, I'm going to assume that he has interaction.
Alright, so looks like a Burst Lightning just getting pointed at before that turn gets passed. And an Electrolyze as well.
Yeah, well, if you have extra cards, and he didn't do anything.
No, and this is definitely that situation in which he needs to be the one applying pressure.
Yep, and drawing 3, I like drawing 3.
I also like drawing 3. 1 off of the Electrolyze, and then 1 for the Howling Mine, and then your draw for turn. So he does have a Snapcaster Mage, but still not putting together a lot of counter magic that I'm seeing.
Yeah, there is a Cryptic.
So I think the Cryptic in hand.
Right. I think you let that resolve.
Yeah. I mean, at least if you start fighting over it, you're getting ready to mess. I mean, you're giving him free reign on his next turn.
Yeah. I'm fine. I think I'm fine with Coleman drawing an extra card and just disrupting whatever he has that would give him an extra turn.
Mm-hmm. But going for the Remand instead, he does have a Snapcaster, but getting into a fairly dangerous position right now. Yeah. I do see at least a Time Warp in hand.
Yeah.
Going for that one, and if he doesn't have another... Oh, so a second
remand. Okay, so that makes sense. Because if it was just the one, then I would disagree with that completely. So... Alright, so it looks like he drew 2. Okay, because he didn't... There was no... Okay, that's correct.
Alright. So... We have got Eric's 6th land, still has the Cryptic, has a Snapcaster Remand available, but we might see him just go for the Cryptic, and then he has got the Snapcaster Cryptic available.
Yep.
So Eric's game plan coming together really nicely. Eventually, I want to see him get that Snapcaster, because that's going to be his main way to apply pressure.
Yeah, and really, Coleman's the beatdown deck, as funny as it might sound right now. I mean, Coleman is the one trying to get the extra turns through, because as soon as he gets that through, then he's just takes control of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Eric is the one who's really wanting to is trying to control the game and get to the point where he eventually wins.
Yeah, and so a Snapcaster going for that Electrolyze, putting him down to 14, and also drawing more of those cards, hopefully getting into more of that counter magic. And apparently, I'm a John Travolta pirate.
Oh, excellent.
It's like, oh my god. So, a Bolt. Looks like actually P and Kieran Nalaar in hand. Could be playing that one out, but the dangerous part is that your Cryptic command is no longer online.
Yep.
He does have another in land, so we might see him just delay the turn to actually have the 8 mana for that.
Yeah, and the biggest story right now is that if Coleman might be able to cast an extra turn with counter magic up, and once you start getting to that point, it gets a lot more difficult.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, we have got a swing for 2. If someone is looking for blue-white control, I can try and get Ian Hathaway's list from our store from him and put that up onto the Geek Fortress Tapped Out, which I would be able to send out through my Twitter as well. So if you're looking for a blue-white list, hopefully I can get you one maybe within 24 hours. Alright, so looks like that is the one with buyback, but I can never remember the name of it. Can you?
Huh. That's the one that bounces, or the one that
I think that's one with... Or that actually might be the Giga Drowse.
Yeah, I was going to say that looks like Giga Drowse to me, but I'm not...
Let's take a... Yeah, that is a Giga Drowse.
So...
Giga Drowse on the battlefield.
Tap, target
permanent.
Yeah,
yeah, it is target permanent. And looks
so
like
he can tap land here.
Paying it out for 4 now, so I think he's probably targeting some of those lands as well. So...
It's pretty vicious.
Yeah.
Also tap that Bloodman.
Actually, let him know that he is tapping a red with that. Oh, never mind. I think he's noting that he played at 3.
What they do now?
Did you use a mountain to pay for a blue mana?
Oh, sorry.
Cool. Got that straightened out.
All right.
Yeah, it's got 2. Yeah.
So, only going for 3 of those. Good catch there. Can only replicate 3 times. So, tapping down some of those permanents, gonna make Eric, it's going to restrict his mana, nonetheless. Keep him down to 4, unfortunately, if he is pointing it at those lands, which is still enough for the, the Cryptic command.
Yep.
But, and I'm not quite sure why we have that die there.
I think he's just trying to say the number of replications.
Or possibly the number, that it's still in the stack, anything like that.
Because this isn't, what is it, Lightning Storm? There's not going to be counters on the, on the spell?
Personally, I do 3 Skullcrack and 4 Atarka's Command. And then in the main board with my Lightning Helixes in the sideboard. I really don't like people gaining life. So a Cryptic Command going to be pointing at that one and countering it. He's still, and actually choosing to bounce a land.
Bounces the mountain.
Yeah. So bouncing one of those mountains cuts him off with blue. I think it's maybe for the scry, but I don't think that he would actually scry with it entering as a mountain. It would just enter as a tapped mountain.
Yeah.
So it's an okay bounce there. It basically just cuts him off of a land for 2 turns, as opposed to bouncing anything else. But I would have actually liked to see him bounce maybe the Howling Mine.
Certainly.
Because that's really his most powerful effect right now.
Okay, so now he's trying to... Okay, so he gets the extra turn.
And it is resolved. So with that Time Warp resolving, he's going to be going into an extra turn and also just discarding a card there. Drawing 3. One thing that you'll notice is that he's drawing these all separately just in case he gets a...
Miracle.
Yes, thank you. A miracle card.
Yep.
And there's the one that has buyback with sack some islands. Again, I don't remember what the name of it. I apologize. Maybe I can try and figure that out. Let's see here. Otherwise, discarding some more cards and heading into another turn with a Time Warp here. Walk the Aeons. Thank you. Walk the Aeons. What a helpful fortnight.
Yeah.
The delicious waffles. So let's get that up. And I mean, basically we're watching Coleman go off. A lot of these turns going to be drops a mountain there. But the biggest thing is he's just discarding cards as needed, drawing 4 cards per turn. One of the big things that he's looking for right now is a win condition, whether that be Part the Water Veil. May have put that in over the place of Thassa, but the Jace that eventually mellows the opponents and draws cards, and there, that Elixir of Immortality that he just drew, that is huge. All right.
Now you have to wonder, if you're Eric, I wonder if holding Counter Magic up for a Part the Water Veil or something like that is worth a thought.
Definitely, but it looks like with him just now resolving that Part the Water Veil, that is not the option. And with Eric at 17,
3-turn clock.
Exactly. So needs to have that answer now. Doesn't look like we have it. He's going to be going down to 11, and that is pretty much the end of this game. I think what Eric might be doing is just trying to see the most of this list as possible. All right.
Make him finish it out. Don't blame him.
Oh, I might have said it.
Oh, no, he can't scry.
Yeah.
It's mountain.
I may have said aeons instead of eons. That is my bad. That was me just misspeaking.
Aeons.
So we...
Ooh, that's the game.
A second Part the Water Veil to put another 6 onto that. And a win for Coleman. Certainly not the fastest deck to watch, but we can really appreciate Coleman for playing this deck so quickly.
Certainly, he's being very, very quick about it, and it's. I'm glad to see it personally. Like, may not be the most interactive thing in the world, but he makes it happen quick.
Yeah, and one thing is that, you know, we like having a lot of the tier 1 decks, and so we'll try and put those ones on stream as well. But it's a lot of fun to just toss in some of the off-the-wall decks that you can kind of see a lot more at a local game store, which is what we are. And, you know, not a whole lot of way to go around it. So sometimes players will make mistakes, sometimes, you know, good things will happen, sometimes bad things, and sometimes we'll see sweet brews. This one not a brew, more of an established deck, but definitely fringe.
Certainly. And, I mean, they both decks won round 1, so, you know, you get some, you know, you got to earn some stripes a little bit, and they both have earned some stripes so far.
Gotta earn your keep.
Yep.
Certainly true. What were those artifacts that Coleman had in play? That was the
Howling Mine.
Yep. So Howling Mine being the artifact that was in play there. Along with Dictate of Krufix, the 2 main pieces that he'll be dropping down. Dictate of Krufix, a 3-mana enchantment that has Flash.
And then the last one being Elixir of Immortality.
Let's see. And let's find out.
I haven't noticed anybody saying anything so far.
No, hopefully not. But looks like we're actually close to 70 people. You guys are always incredible, so thank you to all the Fortnites coming out. Again, asking for some input on that one. Trying to start referring to you guys as the Fortnites because it gives me something that I can say other than all of you.
People, things.
So if you guys like it, let me know. Because if you guys don't like it, then I can not call you guys by that. But, you know, it just gives me another capability and a way to identify with the grand viewership and sometimes some of us.
Does it give you an activated ability or a triggered ability?
All right. That's a great question. All right. Interesting. Like the 12s, not quite sure what is going on there.
That's like what you call the people who cheer for the Seahawks.
Ah, I get it. I don't know these things. I mean, Seahawks are my second favorite team. They're, you know, I like them.
I wish that they made rappers that didn't make noise.
Yeah, that would certainly be significantly cooler.
Yeah, ignore the noise there. Okay, and now it's gone.
Alright. So, heading into game 2, what we're expecting Eric to do is he has 2 kind of options going into this. One is to load up on the counter magic and try and possibly attack that mana base, but also go into those artifact destruction and enchantment destruction
Yep.
to take down those, really take on the roles of the control deck.
Yep.
His other option is to really start going for the model of trying to beat the beatdown. Is another option.
Yep.
Which we could see him maybe go for that Worm Coil engine. The biggest issue, though, is that he really needs to lower his curve for that,
Yep.
which may not be able to do. So I'm personally a fan of him going for that.
The control.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I personally agree. I think that Eric's best bet is to take on the role of control deck and see if he can try to stack a Keranos or something like that if he happens to have that in sideboard. I think that would be a card that'd be excellent in this matchup, while just trying to keep Coleman off of completing what his deck is trying to do, and that's take turns.
Yeah, definitely true. One other thing that's going to be a really nice card is Snapcaster Mage. Being able to get back one of those control spells or one of those artifact destruction spells. And then if he's just able to keep Coleman from taking all those extra turns, then that 2 damage does stack up over time.
Certainly.
And it does a great job of also keeping his game plan up.
And really, if he can get an early, turn 2 Snapcaster Mage just to put a 2-1 out there, I'm not entirely against that if it means that he can just start getting that damage in.
Yeah, and Eric looks like keeping that hand 3 bolts in it. And then I think I see a Snapcaster and maybe a Remand. Maybe not exactly what we were looking for, but it's a hand that's going to allow him to really start applying that pressure. Is there a fork equivalent in Modern? Yes. Redirect.
Yep, and we can bring that up real quick.
It is... Redirect is an option there. And I think what Peter's mentioning is because that ability does say target player takes an extra turn, or some of them do. And so...
That would be pretty amusing.
Redirect it to your Spellskite and let it take your turn.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Spellskite. Can you help me out here? Is there a way that an instant target creature becomes a planeswalker? And then, makes it a player?
Yeah, it's close. So, a Scalding Turn for Eric, followed by a Temple of Mystery from Coleman. Mostly just running that for the Scry. Doesn't have actually splash outside of the blue.
Yeah, and, that's reasonable if you're just trying to dig for the right thing, and you're not... I mean, only problem is taking turns probably has more problems against aggro decks.
Yeah, and Eric getting aggressive. I think we're going to see him bolt at the end step here, which I actually really like because his life total not going to matter. If Coleman starts going through his game plan, his life total is going to be going down at the exact same rate, just at a different time.
Certainly.
So getting aggressive with these bolts, I really like. So, playing down another land, maybe keeping up that... Ooh. Coleman keeping a risky 1-land hand.
Get a Snapcaster down quick, Eric.
Exactly. So if you can keep off this another 2 bolts, drawing all 4 bolts in this.
Ooh. And then Eric misses a land drop.
So both players keeping a fairly risky hand, and Coleman at his 7 cards and going for the mulligan.
Ooh, dispel the 3rd bolt.
So both players having some trouble. Okay.
Alright, we got a 3rd land in. You can imagine Snap Bolt.
Yep. So Snap Bolt, and it also gives him 2 mana.
Another dispel.
Interesting. So now it's going to be 2 mana. Has that 4th bolt in hand, which is going to be pretty nice.
4th bolt?
Yeah, he drew, I think, the 4th bolt, which is... Oh, okay. And
so
actually, so going for an Electrize, getting him down to 10, drawing a card, and he does have a Remand in hand, so even when he's able to get that 2nd land and maybe get out that Howling Mine, I'd like to see Eric go for that Remand, shut it down.
Yep.
Because this is exactly... And, we talked about him being the control.
Yep, and Coleman just scoops.
But what we just saw was a perfect example of Eric taking on that role of the beatdown. A Snapcaster and 3 bolts does a fantastic job.
Yep.
Granted, going up against basically a 1-lander, but a 1-lander that he kept.
Yep.
And so, keeping that one because it was a Scryland and probably had all those Howling Mine effects, probably just assumed that getting on the draw with a Scryland.
And honestly, it's not unreasonable. It just looks like he missed 4 or 5 in a row.
Yeah, and if he had been able to drop that Howling Mine, which was in his hand, would have really enabled digging into some more of those, land drops.
Definitely.
So a risky keep. I can definitely understand him keeping it, but a 1-lander always comes down to a decision that may or may not end well.
And Blue Moon, honestly, isn't typically the aggro deck. I mean, it can go with the aggro plan between Bolt, Electrolyze, and Snapcaster, but it's not designed to necessarily do that.
Mm-hmm.
So you can also figure that Coleman just figured he had a little more time than he actually ended up having.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Certainly a true fact there. Yeah. Basically, Bermuda Rhombus putting it up really well.
Yep.
So now we're going to have Coleman on the play, and again, as we're going into it, for any of you who are just joining, looks like we are now above 70, which was our previous average. I would like to start averaging about 100, as my goal is to eventually get to 500. Hopefully you guys can help out with that. But thank you for joining. My name's TJ.
David?
This is David, who is taking a quick snack break and returning from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. To all of you who are new, feel free to hit that follow button and let us know with any questions, comments, or feedback. Feedback can always be given to me on Twitter at RedBaronMTG, on Reddit if you find me there, which is the exact same username. And also you can find, basically in this chat is another great place to give feedback. I'm a huge fan of it, whether it be positive or negative. It gives me a lot of opportunity to fix some of the things.
Yep, all the feedback.
All the feedback.
Love it.
All the feedback to make the things better.
Yep.
And David here, being the technical mastermind behind almost all that you see, really solid person to get that feedback to. Okay, so Mono Blue taking turns, going up, now going to be on the play, and it looks like both players not liking their hand.
Yeah, I'm trying to think who... So, generally speaking, when you have two decks that mulligan,
who has the advantage?
Who has the advantage? Generally, whoever the control deck is what I generally think.
I would actually just end up giving it to whoever has the threat density.
Yeah.
So, I think that right now Coleman might be at the advantage in that one because he has so many redundant effects.
That's fair.
So, I like that. Definitely still interesting. I think in a vacuum, I might still give it to the person on the play just because that turn advantage is pretty significant.
Yep.
And also whoever scries to the top.
Yeah. So, yeah, certainly. And Coleman's going to be the one who is on the play here.
Okay. For the question, in Burn, you want to play 4 Revelries in your sideboard almost always. Extra smashes if you are really expecting artifacts.
Yeah. And personally, for our meta here, I've been increasing the amount of whether it be Stony Silence or a Destructive Revelry, any of that sort of stuff. It's just affinity is very prevalent, and just weird, random things, whether it be Ensnaring Bridge or Worship or some prison effects. Just random things can show up. You can really get some value off of.
Yeah, and I really like Destructive Revelry's versatility in what it can target.
Yep.
Because both enchantments and artifacts smash to smithereens better against artifacts, but against just an unknown field, Destructive Revelry offers that versatility. And both players going to 5 in this game 3. So we're going to be seeing a pretty swingy game 3.
Yeah.
It comes down to who has the better hand and the better scry.
Yep.
Again, I think Coleman has a little bit of a favor in that threat density, but he also really depends on a handful of cards. So if he's able to get down a Howling Mine pretty quick, it's going to negate a lot of this for both of them, because they're both going to start refilling that hand pretty quickly. But certainly problematic.
Let's see, Strife.
That's Chase.
Okay, so he's not being... Okay, taking
know
extra
what?
turns. Okay.
Boom. Let's go
Bam.
with that.
There we go.
We'll change the deck name to say taking extra turns.
Taking more turns than average.
And significantly so.
Yep. Taking more turns than your opponent.
Reading the deck to nothing special. So we've got Blue Moon playing against nothing special.
Okay, so we have a die out there saying that he's scrying to 4.
Not
scrying to 4, mulling to 4.
So Eric keeping his 5, At 4, you really get into a disadvantage territory.
Yeah.
But I think that
That's
this...
two. Yeah, that's a keep.
I think that's 2 lands, a Howling Mine.
Yeah.
I mean, it... And
Part of the one.
it doesn't get any better, though. So, both of them scrying to the bottom. And, I mean, as far as it goes, looks like Eric is going to be getting aggressive again with some bolts. And going for a scry. And there's a whiteboarded card, and I think the only one in there, it's either a Time Walk effect or a Howling Mine, which we'll be seeing dropped next turn.
Mm-hmm.
So a bolt coming out of Eric, going for that Steam Vents. Man. And, I mean, both players pretty light on cards, but I'm almost positive that that is a... Oh, that actually may not be. Maybe a Deprive?
Huh.
Yeah.
I like Deprive.
Yeah, Deprive possibly out of the sideboard. I know that he does run it sometimes.
Curious.
So, may not be as good of a hand as we had hoped, but you know what? It's got lands and it's got spells, and I don't think that Coleman can really ask for a whole lot more.
Yeah.
So,
And Eric just, he's a bolt magnet.
yeah.
Yeah, he just has this way of hovering his hand over the deck and just drawing the bolts to the top.
And keeping that scry on top really tells me that a draw card effect is on top.
Yeah.
Or a miracle.
Yep.
uh,
Well, here's the thing. What does a miracle do in this circumstance?
basically gives him another land drop and more draws. And it gets him kind of into more of an advantage. With Eric, you know, gives him more of an advantage on those lands and just draws him extra cards.
Yeah.
So I could see him taking that one just for the advantage to cast more things.
Okay. And that looked like Vandal Blast?
And, yep,
Yep, there's the miracle.
there's the Temporal Mastery. So,
And drop.
taking his extra turn. And looks like...
Card from Avacyn Restored.
Yeah, it ends up just drawing him an extra card. So a Snapcaster Mage getting flashed in, no targets, and Eric missing his 3rd land drop.
It's rough.
Yeah, absolutely getting problematic here. So Coleman missing some land drops and not playing a whole lot, so really needs an instant at this point. And looks like a Giga Drowse just taken down the field.
Yep.
Forcing any of those counterspells if he's got them in hand. And looks like Coleman gets 1 turn with free reign.
Hello there, Prince Kermit.
And I think he has...
And that's an extra turn?
That's an exhaustion, actually. Sorry.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, I thought that...
No, that is exhaustion.
Huh, it looked
Exhaustion.
like...
Creatures and lands target a player controls don't untap during their next turn.
Dude.
Plays down an island. A very cool card. Combines extremely well.
It's kind of a pseudo extra turn.
Yeah. And another one. Basically, kind of taking extra turns in a way right now. And we're getting a... we're getting a Serum Visions from Eric.
Yeah, there's land.
Has another land on top. Might end up prioritizing that one.
Yeah.
And I think still just apart the Water Veil for Coleman, so really needs to draw into one of these extra turn. He can cast Time Warp right now, has a lot of opportunity, or if he gets into one of these draw card abilities, he's going to be in a really nice spot, especially with Eric tapped out and Counter Magic not available.
Definitely. Yeah, the exhaustion threw me for a loop because it looked like the old art for Time Walk or Time Warp, was it?
That it looks like maybe some old art for Time Warp.
Yeah,
but
there's just a guy in the middle and it's like all on the side.
And ooh, I think that it may not know how to handle 100.
It's possible.
Not quite sure.
It should be able to.
Yeah, but we should still be up.
Yeah, we're getting to getting to 100 viewers. So excellent.
At least I think so.
I mean,
Not sure. Hopefully, maybe 0, and they'll be letting us know pretty shortly.
Yeah. If there's 0 viewers, then I'd be sad.
All right, and draws into a Burst Lightning. What's the pros to blue-green extra turns over mono-blue? There is none. This is actually mono-blue taking turns.
Yep.
He's just running those for the Scrylands, the temples.
Yep.
Okay. So Coleman...
He left the Blood Moons and...
It's a pretty interesting choice. May have been deciding that just to take down those Scrylands and keep him from having a lot of the double blue. But I really have to agree that taking out the Blood Moons probably would have been one of my first picks.
Certainly.
And there is a Howling Mine entering into the battlefield. with an Electrolyze at the end step. So if Coleman is able to untap with that, going to be really getting into a nice position. Eric needs to assemble some kind of counter magic.
Yeah.
Still not seeing a whole lot of it in hand.
Did get to draw 3, which was nice.
No, but actually a Vandal Blast.
Yeah.
I think he drew into the Vandal Blast.
I think he might have had it.
So I think the other situation, Peter bringing up something, is that he may not have had enough to sideboard in.
That's fair.
And only took out enough and then left some of them in.
Could have brought in a sun droplet.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Coleman. Drops the Howling Mine and draws Eric, the second draw, I think, being that Vandal Blast.
Ugh.
So draws his opponent into the Vandal Blast to get hit by that. And we should be seeing a pass back to Coleman here pretty shortly. Who still, I mean, he's getting close to being able to cast that part of the Water Veil. Surprisingly.
Terpskadai, sorry about messing up your name. Lumbering Falls honestly is not too bad of an idea to throw in the deck. It's a hexproof beater that can do something.
Yeah, but when you're starting to win, you're going to be slapping 6 counters onto an island.
Yeah.
And usually shut down the board. I can understand it, but I just don't think that he wants to really depend on hitting those temples. I think that, he's got that game plan, and diluting it with more lands that come in tapped probably not the best idea.
Probably.
Howling Mine does still have the if untapped clause.
Yep.
Yeah.
So if we were playing with what is it called? Frost. There's key. There's a key that taps, and then there's a key that untaps.
Mm-hmm. Voltaic Key?
Yeah, Voltaic Key.
So Eric, sitting on 5 lands now, has a decent amount in hand, but not much counter magic to go with at the moment. But he has the Snapcaster Mage, so really just applying that beatdown game plan when he can.
Yep.
Coleman really looking to find anything that's going to start drawing him those extra cards.
Yep.
And especially just a quick take an extra turn. He does have the part the Water Veil in hand, which he can cast for 6.
Yeah, but that's going to get cryptic. Cryptic. Yep.
Which, not exactly what he's looking to do at that moment.
Yeah.
Okay. So drawing a card, just passing it back. Still not getting a whole lot, but I think Eric forgot to attack last turn.
Ooh.
Yeah.
We have another Snappy showing up.
Mm-hmm. And we're probably going to see that negate take down the, and a negate hitting that Electrolyze, not even giving him time to put it on the battlefield. And it looks like a Pian Kirin Nalar off the top. I would actually like to see Eric play that, especially because I think he only has a Dispel in hand. And if he doesn't have a counter magic, that is basically going to enable him to win next turn.
I thought he still had the Water Veil.
I'm talking about Eric.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right.
Eric drawing that Pian Kirin Nalar. If he drops that down, he's got to kill next turn. Though he does have a Burst Lightning in hand. So actually, I didn't notice that one. At the end step, probably just going to... end of turn, we're going to see a kicked... Maybe not a kicked one. If he has... I'm a little bit surprised to see him not kick that one, to be honest. But going for a fetch land... Maybe just going to be going for the Snapcast. He doesn't have a Snapcaster in hand anymore. So, probably has something that I'm just not seeing.
Certainly. That is a bit confusing otherwise.
Yeah. Let's see.
Can always ask him about it.
Coleman not really running a whole lot of things that deal with permanence. That is true.
Yeah, usually just taking extra turns and ignoring your opponent's stuff.
Yeah, it's a fairly uninteractive deck. Giga Draws really being the biggest one.
Yep.
So... I would hate to see, if he doesn't actually have the burn spell, to see him, Coleman, take a win at 1 life. That would be super unfortunate. So I'm hoping that he does have that capacity to win. Oh, and that Pian Kirin Nalar.
Oh, okay, so then he just uses the ability right away.
Yep, and can just sack one of those tokens for the win.
Yep.
Taking that win there. And do you think that we might be able to get another match up?
Yeah.
Let's see if maybe we might be able to get one of the aggro things up. Or if you see Dylan, if you could let him know to get us something that is less control for the next match. Okay. But, can't expect too much of him, so. Alright, so let's head up back into the booth. I'll say some things to you guys, and then we'll try to get another match up. All right, thank you for joining. My name's TJ David, my fantastic co-host of the evening. Looks like a lot of you just joining. If you are new, welcome. We are more than happy to have you. Be sure to hit that follow button. It does mean a lot to us. Gives me a lot of quantifiable data to show to the store owner Dylan and say, hey, check this out. People actually watch this, so give me resources. And if you guys want to help out too, there is a donate button at the very bottom of the page. Nonetheless, our streaming schedule, we do this 3 times a week. Wednesdays, Fridays, Saturdays. Wednesdays, we do Modern at 7 o'clock Pacific time. Fridays, we do Legacy at 7:30. And we do Modern on Saturdays at 6 o'clock, which you are currently watching right now in round 2. Social Gamer talking about City Games just had a something. Not quite sure, but hey, if you guys want to bring over all the people that are coming from Star City, go ahead and let them know that we're running, because hopefully we can get a pretty nice crowd. One big thing is that we have got a Grand Prix trial coming up March 26th, about a month from now. Should be a blast. I will very likely be trapped here for another long amount of time. You know, I'm always pretty excited to hopefully see that going. If you guys do have any questions, comments, or feedback, always feel free to toss it into the thing. I forgot to hit save on the round timer. My apologies. This is round 2, and I am a terrible person. And yes, to Peter, we are going to be doing a Modern Grand Prix trial. So it is going to be Modern on March 26th. It's going to be an absolute blast. Other than that, all kinds of cool things. You want to hit that follow button. If you have Twitter, feel free to follow me. I'll let you know when we're streaming, especially if there's ever some of those unusual streams. Some cool things. 21 players tonight. A lot of fun. I like seeing a lot of diversity in our Modern metagame. I think very little Eldrazi, so we're going to try to keep it off of the stream for the most part. Might get it on once, but what can you do? Again, we are not going to be having a ton of people at least flooding the camera with Eldrazi, which is always nice. Okay.
Like Logan versus Michael, and it looks like they're just playing for fun games since the only other match that was ready to go to turns, I didn't want to go on camera.
And yeah. Who is our match?
Logan
or who's on which side?
Logan against the wall.
Okay, so
Hello,
Michael
Dora. On
Death and Taxes going up against Logan, who is on Red-White Prison. It's an exhibition match. Let's head on down. Alright, so I'm going to click our little button that says that this is an exhibition match, but don't fret, we can still certainly take a look at what is going on.
This is
an extremely... And this is
like...
Kiki Chord.
This is Kiki Chord.
Interesting. So let's go ahead and update that one to say Kiki Chord.
It shouldn't be my goal.
And a suppression... Oh, whoops. I don't... Dang it. When he's on that side, there's one version.
Yeah, no worries.
So, a Wall of Roots out with that counter on it and a Noble Hierarch, so currently has access to 5 mana for a Chord of Calling. But Logan playing a suppression field, really, really good card against this deck. Able to take down a lot of abilities. Basically, if they're not mana abilities, this card shuts them down.
Yep.
Makes them cost 2 extra mana. Again, Michael does have a lot of mana abilities, but this keeps the Restoration Angel combo from happening.
Certainly.
So, really nice. This prison deck, very cool.
Yep.
What it does is plays almost entirely enchantments, and then it has an Enduring Ideal finish.
Enduring Ideal makes me so nervous. Epic in general makes me nervous.
Mm-hmm.
But
okay,
very
and
fun.
Peter asking, which is better, Kiki Chord or Abzan Company?
So, I am a personal believer that Kiki Chord's the superior deck right now. That said, I can see reasons for playing both. I think Kiki's just better positioned as a tool kit deck to be able to handle a lot of circumstances, and I personally I'm someone who likes to be in control, so I tend to favor those sort of decks.
That's really reasonable. I think the biggest issue is like the red cards or the black cards.
Mm-hmm. Which is funny because I'm more of a black mage myself, so...
Yeah, and so I think Abzan has a better beatdown game plan. which is kind of nice. So I think Kiki Chord is a lot better when you are just in a meta where you want to be comboing. But if you are just looking to also have that plan B, I think that Abzan Chord has a better plan B.
That's fair. And Porphyry Nodes with Path to Exile coming out.
Periphery Nodes, very cool card.
Yep. I had it in my sideboard last week and got to win a few games just because of that.
Did you really?
Yep.
Excellent. So Periphery Nodes, at the beginning of Logan's upkeep, he gets to destroy the creature with the lowest power, and it doesn't actually target it at any point. So Michael doesn't even get a chance to respond by sacking it to the Viscera Seer if he wants to pay the 2 mana.
Yep.
So a Collected Company from Michael, and did he completely miss?
That looks like miss.
That is, or maybe
I thought he had already played the Chord earlier.
Interesting.
Or not Chord, Coco.
That is absurd. Okay, so a Viscera Seer, again, slowed down by that suppression field. But this Periphery Nodes and this suppression field really shutting down what Michael is trying to do. And this is exactly what this deck does. It excels against very creature-heavy metas. And it stops the infinite combo in a lot of different ways. Ghostly Prison, Suppression Field, all kinds of things. Alright. As far as the chat, let's be friendly.
Yeah, be friendly. We're all Magic players here. Well, at least most of us.
Yeah, a decent amount.
Either way, we're all friends here.
No kidding. Alright, so 2 mana. And might be seeing a Scavenging Ooze come onto the battlefield.
Scavenging Ooze, which would cost an extra 2. Alright, so we got Emeria out.
So, we have got, again, exhibition match happening at the moment. And looks like a Chord of Calling, that Emeria coming out, not going to be great. Basically has the combo if he can assemble a Kitchen Finks, but has to pay 2 mana for every single iteration of it. And it looks like he's actually casting a Chord right now. 4/2.
So this is during the upkeep?
Actually, he's casting a Chord for 3.
During Logan's upkeep?
Pretty interesting. Maybe going for a Flicker Wisp to take down and maybe get rid of that suppression field for an end step. So,
yeah, Kitchen Finks.
Okay, so going for the Kitchen Finks. Maybe if he ends up, he can Flicker Wisp away that suppression field for a single turn.
Yeah, and that's just quickly get Billy in life.
Yeah, that's about the best use that I can see at the moment. Nonetheless, what is the point of Periphery Nodes? The main point is that Logan is running no creatures in his main deck. And so what it does is it just disables whatever creature-based strategy that you're going up against with a always repetitive kill spell.
Yep.
That doesn't target, gets around, Slippery Boggle doesn't get around it. It takes down the Slippery Boggle. So, alright. And we have got Noble Hierarch, Emeria, Viscera Seer. Looks like that Kitchen Finks gone to an Oblivion Ring from Logan.
Yep. Excellent response.
Keeps him from gaining life, going back down and dropping an Archangel of Thune.
Interesting. So, even if the thing is, if we get a Spike Feeder out, which is probably what Michael's running, that's still going to cost 2 every single time.
Yeah, it does swing for each iteration, so still can't go for the infinite life gain and +1/+1 counters. And that Perfect Note's taking down the Noble Hierarch. Huge, now that Viscera Seer is at risk, and if he tries to sack the Viscera Seer in response...
4 mana now.
And I don't think that Michael even has that potential, especially now that Noble Hierarch and that Wall of Roots are both gone, and 2 Periphery Nodes.
Yeah, the board is getting cleared.
Now, the biggest thing is that Periphery Node sacrifices if there are no creatures.
Yep.
So 2 more turns, essentially. And you were right, this is Abzan Chord. The Wall of Roots made me think it was
Kiki.
Kiki. This is Abzan Company. I was still expecting to see Death and Taxes, so I think he's borrowing one at the moment. But Peter, you are correct. Both of these players looks like gaining life. Not sure how right now.
Both gaining life. Logan's at 9.
Yep.
I know Michael was getting it off of the Angel, right?
Oh, because it dealt the combat damage.
Yeah.
And it's whenever it deals combat damage, you do get those plus and plus encounters.
Yep.
Looks like...
I don't like playing the Scooz Bear. I'm trying to... I guess maybe what he's trying to do is... What?
Maybe just trying to... Because right now that Archangel of Thune is pretty close to killing him.
Well, my thought was that if you're going to do that, you want to gain each life immediately so that you can get those counters on.
Alright, so, Poffrey.
Oh.
It is Poffrey nodes. And thank you very much.
Poffrey. Excellent.
Yeah, so I think the biggest reason is because now he's down to 2, it doesn't take a whole lot to get close to a kill. The only problem is that the 2 Poffrey nodes going to be going away.
Mm-hmm.
Look at me fixing improvement of all kind, always good.
Yep.
And now Logan needs to get some kind of effect that is going to keep that Archangel from attacking, because dropping down that Tide Scholar,
Yep.
going to keep him from. Yeah, so that's a Tide Hollow Scholar.
Yep.
So let's go ahead and bring that up. When it enters the battlefield, target opponent reveals his or her hand. You reveal you choose a non-land and exile it. When it leaves, you get it back. That means that both of those creatures are going to be going away, which leaves the Archangel and puts Logan at a base dead to the board right now.
Yep.
So needs to draw into some kind of effect that is going to keep him from attacking. And there is a pass back, and actually drew a path.
Excellent.
So he drew the path to exile, doing it, it looks like at the upkeep, or at least pre-combat, just not even letting him swing with it.
Yep.
And now that there are no creatures, the
Poffrey. I said it. Poffrey.
Yep. Poffrey nodes. Man, look at us improving.
Yeah.
Turgid Leafman. First of all, fantastic name. I just realized your username. Great username. I love it. And there is another sphere of safety after those creatures are gone.
Combat just got a lot more difficult.
Exactly. So Logan possibly stabilizing at 2 mana. Michael, one thing is that the lack of red leaves out a lot of the versatility as far as reach goes.
Mm-hmm.
And so, depending on what he's running, we could see...
Madcap could be... or not Madcap, Redcap.
Madcap, or yeah, sorry.
Madcap skills is a different card. Redcap, something red...
Murderous Redcap.
Murderous Redcap, thank you. Is a possible ad.
Murderous Redcap is pretty much the live draw right now.
Yeah.
And even though it doesn't actually have an ability to combo,
Yeah.
that's going to be an excellent, very cool. Also has to pay 4 to attack.
Yeah.
Does have that mana.
And just grabbing... Let's see here. So, Coco is only 3 or less, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I was going to Chord, and then he could Chord for Redcap.
Yeah, and I think right now, cording for Redcap is definitely the right play.
Yep.
Okay. So, and as for Social Gamer, I do have to agree. One nice thing about it is that I think that Chord is significantly more consistent. And I like that Kiki Chord does have that ability to go for all the Surfer bullets. Again, I just like that Abzan has a better plan B.
Yep.
But I think that probably Kiki Chord is the better deck if both pilots are very good with it. But it also does have that contingency of you need to know what you're doing.
And is this game?
Mm-hmm. And that Murderous Redcap.
And you're not sure if you can hear the cheer. Let us know, Chad, if you could hear it. If you can hear that.
Yeah, you can probably hear it. Michael, of course, thrilled. Taking a win against the prison deck. And it looks like just about 3 minutes, so we'll probably just head back up to us in the booth, talk with you guys a little bit, and introduce ourselves to hopefully some of you that are new, and issue a challenge, which is to eventually get to those 500. But we'll tell you more about that in just a moment. See you there. Hello, and thank you for joining David, trying to sneak off the camera. My name is TJ,
I'm David.
and we are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Having a lot of fun. 5 rounds tonight, 21 players last I heard, so a lot of fun. Quick note to all of you guys. So far, you're putting up a great fight. Just behind where this Legacy stream got last night as far as viewers. I think we got to 108 with that, which again, definitely higher than we have seen from our Legacy one in the past. And I'd like to see this continue to grow.
Certainly.
So being at 100 right now, very exciting for me at such an early point in the night with still 3 rounds to go.
Yeah, plenty of time left.
Exactly. Now, here is my hope, is that one day we can get to 500 viewers. And 2 things are going to happen when it happens. Ugh. But still, 2 things. 1, we have a sealed revised starter deck, which we are going to be opening on stream.
Yep.
And hopefully it's going
Not
to be
with
amazing.
Cheeto fingers.
Hopefully not with Cheeto fingers. The second one, being that I will eat a Tybalt.
Tybalt, delicious. I'm not giving you foil Tybalt.
No, I already have plenty. I've
What?
got like 70 Tybalts. But I will be eating a Tybalt fettuccine Alfredo. I will put evidence of it, probably in photo or video, on all the necessary places to put it. I am significantly less excited about that, but Doro, of course, because he's able to add quotes into the chat, caught me one time saying it,
Yep.
put that in there, and now it's on the internet, which means that I do have to follow up, because I'd hate to be a liar.
Yep, and I am very glad Dora was not here earlier.
But he is there now, so...
Excellent. And I'm glad. I am glad he is here now.
But still, having a lot of fun. I hope to get to that 500 point right now. It's been an absolute blast seeing this stream grow over time.
Definitely.
And mix it with Ghost Pepper for max hilarity. You know what I'll do is actually I'll randomly put in Ghost Pepper. So I'll make myself 2 Tybalt fettuccine Alfredos, have someone randomly put it in, and then I have to either get the good one or the bad one, and it will always be the bad one. As is Tybalt tradition.
Yep. Yeah, we'll see. The thing is, you draw one plate and you discard the other.
Ooh, but that sounds wasteful. I'll probably just end up eating both and end up getting Ghost and getting the bad one no matter what, as per the Tybalt tradition.
Of course. Yeah, and the question is, if they reprint Tybalt, or not reprint him, but if they make a new Tybalt, will you eat that one instead?
Someone did mention if there is a new Tybalt. I'm not sure which one you were talking about needing the deck lists. The prison deck you can find. If you want to go to tappedout.com and then look up the user Geek Fortress. Just Geek Fortress. And also, I'll be posting this on my Twitter. If you want to follow my Twitter, probably in the next 5 minutes before the next round, I will add it to the Twitter. So if you guys do want to see that, you can find it. The username is Geek Fortress, and it is on there as Logan's what's the name of it?
Prison? Red, white prison?
No, the Enduring Ideal.
Oh, Enduring.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's in there as the Enduring Ideal deck. So you can find it there, and if you want to follow me on Twitter, I will provide you an easy link here in just a quick moment. If I can find it. Alright. Nonetheless, having a lot of fun. Losing a couple of people, and we should be heading into round 3 here in just a moment. So stick around. 5 rounds of Modern here tonight, and it's going to be a whole lot. And I think it is actually just getting up now, so should be heading into it pretty shortly.
Yep.
I'm excited.
Yep. So what is your favorite 5-drop in Modern?
What is my favorite 5-drop in Modern? Goblin Dark Dwellers.
That is very fair. It's a red card, it's Goblin, and you get to play the cast things for free.
Yeah, it does all the things that I like.
Yep. There you go.
Especially since it can flashback a burn spell.
Sounds great.
Alright, and we have got Ian Price versus Logan Rifle. So, not sure what Logan is on.
Let's see, Logan was on... we saw him earlier, didn't we?
Definitely. Okay. We have got Logan. Let's see here. Rifle. Not sure quite what he is on. Going up against actually the Kiki Chord. So we're going to see Kiki Chord up against, I think, Affinity, but I don't honestly know.
If it is, I actually think that will be interesting
Oh,
to
he's
watch.
on Green-Red Tron.
Green-Red, ooh, excellent.
Yes. So, round 3, about to start. Green-Red Tron versus Kiki Chord. In 5 seconds or less, what's your vote?
Green-Red Tron.
I like it. Let's head on down. Okay, so both players getting ready, and to those of you wondering, I think someone might have posted it, but I am, as we speak, about to post, well, at least I am typing out the tweet. Is that what it's called? A tweet?
Yep, that is a tweet.
Putting it out, and I'm not even going to worry, like, adding context to it. It's just there.
It is there.
You can now find it on my Twitter. Looks like someone jumping on there. So, both players.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Sorry, I was going to say that the thing I'm interested in, some Kiki Chord lists run Magus of the Moon, other ones Fulminator Mage, and some a mixture. That will be... Okay, so this is the list that he is playing. So let's see if we got what we have in the side. So we have 2 Fulminator in the sideboard. Not seeing any... let's see here. Yeah, so not seeing any... what did I just say?
I don't... Yeah, I mean...
Magus. Magus. Yeah. Whatever you prefer.
And I actually prefer Fulminator Mage in this particular instance, and in the deck in general, because the mana base of this deck is very rough.
Certainly.
So I like this a lot. I really like that Kiki Chord decks take up almost the entire list for writing out your deck, as far as the deck list goes.
Yeah. You know what I'm looking to, though, as Kiki Chord, what I'm looking to bring in afterward is Burien Forge Tinder. Actually, that's not as good anymore, is it?
The Burien Forge Tinder?
Yeah, if it's Green-Red Tron, assuming you switched out Pyroclasms or Anger of the Gods for Kozilek's Return, then it just doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a devoid.
But they still do run Pyroclasms.
Yeah.
And I think, I could be wrong, but previously Logan decided to actually put his Pyroclasms into the sideboard for a little bit and streamline it. I think
there's a lot of Chord decks here right now.
Yeah, I think I may have actually proven that wrong by playing some Affinity against him, and I think those Pyroclasms might be back in the main board.
Okay.
Tron, isn't that a bad deck right now? It is not fantastic because of how aggressive the meta is at the moment. That doesn't mean that it's particularly a bad deck. And also, with our local meta still being fairly diverse, it does have a lot of options.
Yep. Yeah, one thing that is nice about having this local meta versus, say, what Magic Online produces is that the diversity we end up having here challenges a lot of the decks a lot more, which is kind of nice, honestly.
Yeah, very much. I quite enjoy it. So, Logan starting off with an Urza's Mine into an Expedition map, and not having a second land, but dropping down a Chromatic Star. Ian bringing in a Shocked Stomping Grounds into a Birds of Paradise. So, going to be going up to 3 mana with Logan stuck on 2. Hopefully if he gets into another one. But Natural Tron on turn 3, no longer an option.
Yep.
Kiki Chord looking really solid in this game 1 right now.
Yep, I mean, turn 1 bird is what you want to do as Kiki Chord, as really a lot of decks do.
Yes, but it is, I mean, if you were to write down a manual of, this is what I'd like to do.
Yep.
So, dropping with a Wall of Omens, again, keeping that curve pretty solid into a second Birds of Paradise. I mean, we're already looking at a possible turn 4 win.
Yeah.
If those cards, if he draws into those cards.
Yeah, that's...
And cracking for a green, going for an Ancient Stirring, and we will probably be seeing... yep. Alright, so another Urza land.
Yep.
Really a solid start there. Means that he doesn't have another one, at least in hand,
yep.
because those all go to the bottom. But he's in the position to crack that map next turn, play out the tower, and then start at least casting 3 mana spells. So Ian needs to really get something together.
Yeah, and we know that Ian has the Resto Angel, whether he has a Chord or...
He does have a Chord.
Okay.
Yeah.
So curious here. It looks like, there is the Qasali Pride Mage. Do we blow up the map here?
Putting down, I think because he's planning on doing the Restoration Angel into just winning.
Yep.
I would say no.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what
I do like that play. Especially with him missing land drops, he would have to basically find a 4 of in the deck to really assemble a lot of mana. So if he didn't already have another primary game plan at the moment, I completely agree with that line but he's about to have 4 lands and 4 creatures with Logan not doing anything.
So he does have 2 chords. Right now he can chord for 2.
Most likely he'll drop the Restoration Angel in hand.
And just play that and then chord next turn.
Yep, because he also does have a Wooded Foothills in hand, which means that he's going to be able to do that.
That makes sense.
So as long as Logan doesn't have a very impactful 3 mana play, I think we're going to be seeing that turn 4... Or turn... Yeah. Is that a turn 4 win?
Yeah, it'd be a turn 4 win.
All right, so... so I speak it, so it is.
Yep.
I should apparently be more careful with my powers.
Yep. So this will be a turn 4 win if...
Dependent on what we end up seeing.
What we see with Logan. I'm trying to think what he could have with 3 mana.
I mean, he could drop an Oblivion Stone, but that's not going to do anything quite yet.
Yeah, there's really
He could technically do,
and
actually, that's a brushland. Is this green-white Tron? This is green-white Tron.
Interesting.
A fairly unusual new variant that has actually been coming out. It's not unheard of, but it's very unusual.
So present path here, but...
And here comes out the Restoration Angel. I'm going to drop down his land, and go for that win, I think.
Makes sense.
Interestingly enough, actually drew another Restoration Angel. So if he does end up playing that Kiki, Logan's probably path target is going to be that Restoration Angel if he isn't aware that Kiki is a slim card. Only because Restoration Angel at least has a beatdown game plan. And he'd be without, but having this other Restoration Angel is excellent.
And thank you again, Turgid, for joining us. 4 a.m. That's
and teaching us about Porphyry nodes.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope I said that right.
Scroll up.
Hold on. I'm going to double check.
Scroll up. Paw free.
Porphyry nodes. Porphyry nodes.
Think of it like a dog.
Yep.
Dog has paw. Paw free.
All right.
Free paws.
Porphyry nodes.
So 4 a.m. Where does that put you? You're at 8 hours ahead, so it's going to be like London?
Yeah. Okay. So we have got... I mean, I'm expecting he might be trying to play around that path, which is probably the right call, because if he can start getting the speed down game plan, Logan isn't at the point of threatening him yet. So I can understand if that's kind of what his current game plan is, to just keep assembling pressure.
Yeah, so he just animates the...
to swing for 7.
Swing, yeah.
And I think that when he still has both of those chords and the other Restoration Angel in hand, he is under no pressure. If Logan ends up doing something that really inhibits his board from winning, then that means that... So that means that, he can keep enacting this game plan, force Logan to either not have the answer, take the win anyway, or, if Logan puts something together, Ian has a lot of tools to rebuild after that. Okay, and Turgid Leafman, if you ever find yourself in Snohomish, Washington, feel free to come by and say hello.
Yep,
so
glad to have you.
And then you can teach me how to say Porphyry.
So here's something I like about this green-white Tron list, even though I don't know if it's ideal or not. The fact that he just mapped for a white source, even if he doesn't have path, completely changed the way that Ian had to play that.
That's a great point.
The idea that you can just represent a different color than what you might be expecting and affect the play, that's really interesting. Yeah,
that's a really great point, is that an open white mana presents a lot in Modern as the premier removal spell.
Yep.
And so, again, not going to be the hugest hurt here, because Logan, now, in the instep, I think what he was just trying to do is play around anything. He's going into a turn. He does have, I see a lot of solid cards in his hand. As an Ulamog, can cast this Ancient Stirrings, maybe dig for the tower, and then have 7 mana up. But looks like we've got a 2 mana play right here, maybe a Sylvan Scrying. And there is a Sylvan Scrying, going to be going for that tower.
Yeah, it's going to get 5 mana?
That will be 5 mana as a possibility. Yeah. All right.
Oh, and another thing about being at a paper store is that a lot of people are very suspect that Eldrazi is going to get banned out, so not a lot of people are actually buying into it unless you're going to tournaments, higher level tournaments regularly.
Yeah.
So, at the LGS level, people just aren't running it because they don't want to buy it and lose out.
So if you're looking for some non-Eldrazi infested Modern, hit that follow button. Keep joining us.
Although, we might see Bryce one of these matches.
Of course. But I gotta love my own little self-plugs. So,
Certainly.
Ian, getting more of this land out still does have that Restoration Angel. Oh. Dang it. I even got it already.
Yep.
And then I did nothing with it. I'm going to say we've got about 40 left.
Yep, sounds good.
Okay.
Actually, you know what we can do? Because of the new monitor, I can just stare out.
Oh, that's true. Let me know.
I just got to not startle Logan or Ian.
Nah, you're fine. Okay, so we have got a Quasali Pride Mage out for Ian and an attack for 5 with this Raging Ravine.
Almost exact, 40-25.
So, ooh, nice. Yeah. So Raging Ravine out on the battlefield, putting an enormous amount of pressure onto him because currently, you know, that's a swing for 5, and after he took some damage for that Sylvan Scrying for some of those other abilities, Logan, if he hits another land right now, which he didn't, but he can Ancient Stirrings, play out a Tron land, and then cast an Ulamog.
Yep.
And that is probably what he is looking to do.
Yep. The question is here, do you possibly play out a... what's his face? Planeswalker guy. Why can't I remember his name? Ugin.
Are you talking about
Ugin, yeah.
Ugin the Spirit Dragon?
Here. Yeah.
And Ugin the Spirit Dragon would be
That's
an
just
enormous swing. And that's really the worst case scenario for Ian, who played a really solid game as far as, and still has that means to win out, still has the Restoration Angel and the 2 chords in hand.
Sorry. Ignore me, Raging Ravine. That line of play is not valid, because he just dies if he plays I. Or not I, if he plays Ugin, Spirit Dragon.
But he does have an Oblivion Stone, doesn't take down lands. It does say each non-land card. So I think this Ulamog is going to be a pretty impactful hit, possibly, but still has those options. Unfortunately, they're behind us, so they won't.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, Jack. Yeah, I realized that as I was saying it. So let's see.
Sorry about that, Fortnites.
Yeah.
I'll tell you more about why I'm calling you that in a bit. Hopefully, you guys like it. So we do have a Chromatic Sphere. A Spellskite in hand is going to be decent, but so far, Logan not, putting up a huge amount of pressure as it currently sits, and very much on his back foot.
Certainly.
An Ulamog, it's able to take down that Raging Ravine and Quasali Pride Mage, maybe? If ends up, he's currently looking at this 5 right now. He does have an Eye of Ugin, which is going to let him cast the Ulamog. And actually going for the Chromatic Sphere, which is going to give him, another colored mana if he needs it.
Yep.
So, not awful there. And...
That almost looked like a pass.
Yep. And dropping down a Wormcoil Engine.
So now he's just going to die to the combo.
Yes, now that he is tapped out.
Well, we don't have the mana for it, do we? So we need to tap out. Yeah, I don't think we have the mana for the combo, but...
that's true, but he also does have the mana to take down either the Wormcoil Engine or that Chromatic Sphere, just to hurt some things, but he's definitely in trouble. Ian really in a solid position to take the game over.
Yep.
And has been pretty much this whole game. So it's really just a matter of when Ian finally feels comfortable, because he's still applying the pressure. Logan's at 4.
Yep.
I mean, if nothing else, he can just, take down that Wormcoil Engine, maybe do some... And he can swing for 1 with a Birds of Paradise. So...
Yes, he can. Swing 1. Oh, and we got Path. That's game.
And a Path on that. And just picking up the cards. He would only swing for 3, but that cuts Logan almost entirely off of his colored mana. Because that means that he can't tap for a green or a white. And it also means that Ian can take down the Bauble.
Yep.
So, it's an understandable concession there, and I think he was just out of those options. Especially with that Path going away, the Raging Ravine was about to swing for a huge amount.
Yep.
So, heading into Game 2, let's take a look at Ian's list here. Things in the sideboard that he could be bringing in. Stony Silence, definitely an option. Reclamation Sage, it's a possibility. Though Artifact Destruction not as effective these days
Yeah.
against Green Red Tron, but still can definitely play a role if it has a low opportunity cost.
Green White Tron.
Yes, Green White Tron. A Phyrexian Revoker could come into name Karn or Ugin.
Yep.
So
It's a versatile card.
And can even name I. So might bring that in just to increase the toolbox. And then those Fulminator mages.
Yep.
So I think that what you end up looking to take out is things like the Lone Missionary. It's not going to be fantastic.
Yeah.
There's a Hornet Nest in this deck, which is amazing, by the way. There's a Hornet Nest in the main deck of this Kiki Chord deck.
And I haven't played Hornet Nest in a long while.
I know. Orzhov Pontiff, not excellent right now. That might be coming out.
Certainly. Just random one-ofs that you generally just take out based on whatever deck you're playing.
Yeah, exactly. And a big hello to all the people who are joining us right now. Looks like you guys continuing to put up numbers. Oh, dang it, I had to say it.
Yeah.
Continuing to put up
numbers.
onto the stream, showing those legacy guys that at least for now, Modern is doing all right. So it's a great night, and any of you who are new, be sure to hit that follow button. We try to be entertaining each time that we do this, and we do it 3 times a week, and we like to continue providing that for you guys. My hope is to eventually see this grow into an actual thing.
I'm petting the zombie head.
Okay. David's a little bit off. He's a technical wizard, so he's a bit odd.
Maybe. But that's okay.
David, of course, responsible. Oh, for all the people who sometimes toss out the things talking about our layout and our production value and all kinds of things here, definitely, if you have anything, David is the man, the myth, the legend that put together this entire layout and continues to do amazing work. So, if you may want to let him know, he's the right guy to let know. He is absolutely a champion. I cannot thank him enough.
Thank you.
Of course. We should add the player score at the tournament. That is something that we are looking at doing more consistently. I can kind of put it into their...
Put in the bonus right now if I want.
I can actually just toss it down here as well.
Yeah.
Could you ask them what their actual match record is?
Okay.
Hey, what's your guys' match record right now? What's your guys' match record right now? 2-0? Okay.
They're 2-0.
Okay, so both of these players 2-0, and I will add that. The biggest thing is that we don't have like a super intuitive way to do it at the moment. So I sometimes forget because I do that. But both players currently 2-0.
Yep.
Okay, but I do like that feedback. It's certainly something that we can work on, and definitely this is the guy to let know. So maybe one day we can add another field for that.
Certainly.
I know that we have these extra boxes here that we may be able to do something with.
Definitely.
So we'll see. We'll see. We can definitely work on it.
Let's see here.
So green, white, Tron on the play now.
All right. So I chose when it was green red Tron. I chose green red Tron just because the biggest thing that it has available to it is the ability to clear the board easily.
Yeah.
And green white Tron, I haven't really gotten as much exposure to that. Something that I really like about the green red versions is being able to play things like Kozilek's Return and the Pyroclasms and various things like that.
Yeah.
And without that as a way to just sweep away all these random threats and ways to chord things out, I feel like green white Tron's at a bit of a disadvantage. And already losing game one, it's going to be rough. That said, Ugin is still a card. Getting a turn 3 Karn is still, a threat. These are all things that Tron just does, and those draws are difficult to work with. So I'd say that Kiki Chord has a distinct advantage just being up a game, but
Doro, go ahead and take a look at the bottom of the screen in response to your comment.
Yep. Something may have been added.
But, yeah, the Baden difference is you have Path, and, here's another thing, is that there's a bit of an X factor.
Yep.
Ian may not be aware of how Green-White Tron operates.
Yep. That's always something.
The deck is not particularly popular,
Mm-hmm.
at least yet. And, Green-Red Tron might continue to be the superior one.
Mm-hmm.
But, that does mean that almost every player that hasn't played against it before is going to be playing around things that probably aren't there. They might be playing around shadows, so to speak.
Yep.
So, gives Green-White Tron a bit of an edge, even though I think you're right, Kiki Chord very much in an advantageous position.
Yep. And there's a Kiki, so...
So a tower from Logan. Looks like no birds, there from that windswept heath. And a turn 2 Spellskite. Not going to be amazing. Here's an interesting thing, is that it does stop the combo. Or it does not. Kiki Jiki targets a creature you control, and the Restoration Angel targets a creature you control. So it does not stop the combo. But it does stop a couple of things, but not a lot. Mostly removal and maybe a piece to protect, you know, some of those other impactful cards like a Karn or anything like that. But
yeah, and the biggest problem, Rhombus, is that all the whiteboard wipes end up costing more. And there's a Stony Silence, so Spellskite is just a glorified blocker now. Yeah, and that Stony Silence would be significantly better if, as we suspect, Logan did not have Natural Tron in hand, and I think he might. So if he drops down this third piece, a huge amount of that, of Stony Silence's potential is lost. So we got Plant Tower. And if we have got the mine coming down, then it actually looks like we may not. So heading into Ian's turn, Logan not dropping, he has a land in hand. He has a land in hand, he just passed the turn? Yeah, and chose not to play it, which was a bit of an unusual choice. But Ian dropping down a Wall of Omens, drawing into a forest, which he then used to cast his Birds of Paradise. We do see that Phyrexian Revoker in Ian's hand, along with a Quasali Pride Mage, a Wall of Omens, and a couple of other cards. What's that white card on? That is a Wall of Omens. Let me show you. It could also be talking about Stony Silence, but I'm going to assume that it's Wall of Omens. Oh, true. It's either Stony Silence or Wall of Omens. Okay, so a second Wall of Omens coming out, drawing him into a card. Playing out that second land, has another tower, and I think he has a handful of power plants and towers. Well, that's no good. That is no good, unfortunately. If he does get the next piece, though, that's going to be a lot of mana. That is going to be a lot of mana, and as long as he's got a way to put it to use, could be a great start to this. The Kiki Jiki in hand means that Ian is just one piece away, though, from having that Restoration Angel, whether it be a Chord or the Restoration Angel itself. Interestingly enough, we might almost see him drop down this Quasali Pride Mage. He didn't grab a red source. He does have one red source, but you're right. He has two. Well, he has two of the birds. I just thought it'd be curious. You want to get that triple red out there, if possible, for the Kiki Jiki. Definitely a bit unusual, but maybe prioritizing having triple white first for casting multiple spells. Okay. But I agree that that's a bit of an unusual choice. I guess my thought there would be you'd want to go for the red-white for another Sacred Foundry. And dropping down that Temple Garden and then swinging with the Birds of Paradise for a single damage. And Logan just dropping down two of those cards that don't actually do anything. Because of that Stony Silence. Now, let's see here. He has a Phyrexian Revoker in hand. I think you hold on to it. I would name just Karn, if anything, because that's a non-artifact, and it's the earliest one that he'll be able to cast, even if it is 3 turns down the line. Alright. So... yeah, I guess it just depends if you if the one extra damage is worth getting the extra source, so... yeah, he does have Single Sacred Foundry does have some of those stomping grounds, so he would have the capability to. But it may, you know... he was searching with a wooded foothills, so maybe just restricted a little bit of his options. So has the Revoker, has plenty of mana right now, can actually Chord for 5 as it currently sits. So I'd like to see him cast that Revoker, and actually going for the Chord in the main phase. Interesting. Alright. So we're representing 5, 6... so Chord for 3? Okay. Chord for 3, okay. Having you it, bring back Chord. Fetch. Oh, so needs to get to that third red source. Third red source, And then he can always Kiki Jiki copy the Ewit for getting in the Chord back.
That's a great point.
Yep.
Yeah. So now a spell sky in hand, not going to be super effective. Maybe hitting a path if Logan walks himself into some white removal there, which is definitely possible. And yeah, Hyper basically noting that an Ugin also being a very viable name. The only thought towards Karn is that it would be the earlier drop, and 8 lands is pretty significant right now.
Let's see here. So yeah, that'll be interesting. So Spell Sky, Glorified Blocker.
A swing for 1, and we have got more. Now we have triple red.
Yep.
So we are just a Restoration Angel away from having the combo win.
I am curious if he had planned that turn out differently. If he played the Spell Sky first, he could have probably got more damage through by swinging with the Kazali Pride Mage.
It's possible. I was also thinking maybe if he had cast that Revoker first, he still would have had the mana to Chord for the Restoration Angel. And because he does have that Chord right now, but he's still very much in a position to where he could actually Chord for the Restoration Angel and cast it.
Yep.
And cast the Kiki Jiki. He can do both this turn.
Huh.
And with Logan pretty much tapped out except for maybe Dismembers, which you have to think are unlikely out of this Tron list. We could see him possibly going off.
Yep.
All right.
He says 4.
So there is our Chord for 4.
Yep.
It looks like.
Probably Resto.
Probably a Resto. That is the most likely option. And then still sitting there with 5 mana. So as long as he has a land in there that he can fetch for.
Now here's the thing that a cute interaction. If Logan has Path in hand, he can activate the Bauble because it's a mana ability.
It does not care about mana abilities.
Oh,
Stony
that's right.
Silence gets.
That's right. You're right.
Stony Silence stops everything.
Man, Stony Silence.
Yeah, that card's brutal. As an Affinity player, I am not enthused.
What am I thinking about?
You were thinking about Suppression Field.
Yeah, Suppression Field.
All right.
Yeah, it's from the other game.
Oh.
Move the camera down a little. Or move it back and down.
Okay. This one?
Yeah.
There we go.
And I can see more of our chest.
And another, so goes for the Kiki Jiki, activates it, and that is the infinite combo damage win for Ian in 2.
I will be right back, seeing what else we can find.
Excellent, and I will say hi to all the new people. So, stick with us for just a moment. Don't worry, there is more magic coming. So, I will see you guys in just a moment. Enjoy the song. Hello and thank you for joining. My name is TJ. David is my co-host. It looks like there is about 125, give or take, of you in there. I cannot thank you enough for all of you joining. So thank you. And if you ever do have any questions, comments, or feedback, please let us know in that chat. Or also you can let me know any of that at Red Baron MTG, or also on... you can find me on Reddit under the exact same username, Red Baron MTG. I'm always happy to get any sort of feedback from the viewership. One quick thing, it looks like there's a lot more of you, and if any of you know, it is not over. We have still got more Magic coming. It is round 3 right now. We're going to get another match here in round 3 with 20 minutes left, and we have got 5 rounds of Magic tonight. So, we've got more to come. It is going to be all kinds of fun, so stick around. It's going to continue being amazing. And if you are brand new, feel free to hit that follow button, because then we do this stream 3 times a week and you can keep visiting us. As for the nice background, thank you. They're looking at me a little bit funny. David picked it out. And I think it's because he knew he'd be sitting in this seat right here. So every now and then I look over my shoulder and realize that, okay, it is just a big green screen. But having fun. And I'm pretty excited by the fact that this stream seems to be growing, so I can't wait to see what else happens with it. The zombies are hungry. You're probably true. And one thing is I just want to give a blanket welcome to all the brand new people. I've been seeing in the chat some names that I haven't seen before. And whether that's because previously you haven't spoken much, you are actually brand new, or I just forgot, and I apologize for that. Thank you to all those people. It is really cool to see new people in here, and I'm always enthused. So, one quick thing is, actually, here's a quick question. And hopefully you guys can humor me a little bit. Oh, David is back. So as I'm going to be doing this update, let me know if you are brand new. If this is your very first stream, let me know in the chat. And it'd be really cool to just see if there's some number of those people who are brand new today. So what have we got?
Donovan versus Caleb.
Donovan versus Caleb. Who's on the wall?
Caleb.
And what game is it?
Hey, what game are you guys on?
All right, game 3. So 1 each. And we got Living End versus what do you call it again? Like it's got Sky Hussar prison thing.
Okay, so it's his bird deck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you? He's calling it like Alcatraz something.
Oh, so it's a
way.
prison. Okay, he's gonna keep naming that. We're gonna call it Blue-White Control because that is the only things that I know are actually in it. So we can rename it as we go down. Let's head into what is the start of Game 3 between these two players who actually know each other. It's almost a grudge match. Almost. We'll see you down there. And it looks like they were already getting started. So, 2 Judges Familiars. I think this is a blue-white Sky Hussar deck. So the one thing that you'll see is he'll start doing some forecasting with, I believe, this card here that has Forecast.
I love Sky Hussar.
Yeah, I mean the card is just absolutely silly, but still very cool. As for it being a new format, I don't know. I mean, it could.
I think it's way too early for them to announce that. Because I mean,
with Eternal Masters coming out.
Yeah, I think that they're kind of trying to tread very carefully there. I think a From the Vault would be very reasonable.
Yeah.
Then they're definitely not going to announce any sort of ban or anything. They've already made that clear.
And I'm not expecting a new format for several years.
Wow.
Ooh,
I think it would be interesting for for like hyper modern, Eternal Masters plus modern. But I think that's all.
I think that bleeds the lines between having a legacy modern or a modern legacy when they are different formats.
Yep.
So Donovan revealing the Sky Hussar, tapping both those creatures to draw a card at his upkeep. Hopefully, I think digging into a second land at this point is his hope. And we do have the second one. This deck, very unusual, and a Rest in Peace coming out. So if Caleb doesn't have a Beast Within in hand, he is... And actually, looks like just casting those cards to start drawing anyway. Really hoping for a Beast Within.
Yeah, and I honestly, having this, cascade into Living End with birds on the field is already rough.
How about this?
There you go.
So we'll call this Hitchcock Control. Could you ask him what the records are?
What is your guys' records?
Oh, 1-1?
Okay.
Okay, so both players currently 1-1, and G Lavamancer, clearly you have not seen Birdemic, because that would be a sweet name for it as well.
Let's see here. And by the way, thank you, Witchington, for that look. Let's see if I can do that.
What are you... Man, I'm not sure what that was.
I'm copping a copy in the face.
Oh. So, Rest in Peace and a Wall of Omens from Donovan. A handful of cards after...
So many cards.
I mean...
What do you do with all these lines?
So, looks like actually had too many cards and discarding one. I think he had 2 Sky Hussars in hand. So, this is definitely a brew by Donovan. He is running Martyr of Frost.
Yeah, I have to imagine you run Frost with this.
Yeah. Also, it's...
Hello, Dreamberry.
That is Harley.
Oh, hello. Do I know? Do I know?
No, he came by a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, ambiguous name.
So we have got a Sky Hussar tapping that Wall of Omens and the Judge's Familiar. Could be singing a swing from the bird and a ghostly... And this is basically what the deck does. It's a brew by Donovan, and it's certainly an interesting one.
Yeah.
Mostly it takes the capability of just, you know, it operates on just locking down the board through that, and they have an endless source of card advantage from that Sky Hussar.
So, a question there. Where can you find the best info about social magic? So, depends how much drama you like. AJ, Ian, Cell?
That's AJ.
AJ.
He's from in here.
But yeah, Reddit is a
I mean, pretty
source.
much. I don't even know what he means by social magic.
Yep.
Right here, is the best source.
Yeah,
that you
this
can
is the
find.
best source you can go to.
Yeah. So,
Ooh, ninjutsu.
a Ninja of the Deep Hours coming in. Unfortunately, it's hard for me to speak overly competently about this deck because it's so unusual. I've only played against it once or twice.
It looks, I mean, obviously, you know, my guess is that it's not normally, you know, this consistent, so to speak. Here. Oh, whoops, I'm drifting. But I'm guessing it's not as consistent as it is showing right now. But either way, how it's playing right now is pretty sweet.
Yeah, I can try and get a list from him. I don't know if I'll be able to, but I'll see if that's something that I can do. So we have got that Ninja of the Deep Hours drawing him cards. I think this is mostly... I talked about it in Legacy once, which is basically that he'll usually find a deck that he likes.
Yep.
Or a card. He'll find a single card that he thinks is underplayed and build an entire deck around it.
Alright.
And a Shriekmaw getting evoked to take down the birds of the Judge's Familiar.
Curious.
Yeah, he does have an Ingot Chewer, which is able to take down artifacts, but that Rest in Peace is still very much a problem.
Yeah, and without anything in the graveyard, you know, he's going to have to blow up evoke the Ingot Chewer, blow up the Rest in Peace, and which still leaves nothing in his graveyard. And then he has to start cycling a bunch of stuff and then do the Living End.
Yeah. So really, I mean, this is Living End is actually a pretty significant disadvantage at this point.
Yeah.
So, definitely in trouble with Donovan drawing lots of cards, and just between that Ghostly Prison, between the Rest in Peace, and then just having all those options, and actually casting
You can't cast Sky Hussar.
Yeah, so just casting it, which is certainly interesting. It is a 4/3 flyer, and that when it comes into play, you untap all creatures.
Which immediately makes me feel like it should have flash, but, you know.
Unfortunately, he does have an Aether Vial, but not getting that kind of value off of it right now.
Yeah.
So, that Ingot Chewer...
you're right, Ingot Chewer.
Oh, did you say that it worked?
No, yeah, I'm ignore me. I know better.
Okay. So, and actually, is he cascading?
Yeah.
I think he's... This is surprising to me, and I'm wondering if maybe he has a sideboard card, like an Abrupt Decay.
Yeah, because I mean, so that's Reston. I mean, not Rest in Peace.
That is Living End.
Oh, so he's just board wiping.
No, because I mean, I guess it does wipe the board. So
now wait, don't take your graveyard.
They don't have one.
No. Oh yeah, neither of them has one.
No, they're both in exile.
That's right.
So
that works as a board wipe, I guess.
Actually, I kind of like that
Yeah,
play.
no, that's solid. Good job, Caleb, for grabbing that one.
Yeah.
That shows, like, I mean, he does play the deck regularly, so, I mean, props to him for knowing that one.
Yeah, I like that a lot. And there is a Soul Warden.
Yep.
So, again, a life gain thing. Pretty much this seems to just be a deck all about enter the battlefield triggers and drawing cards and locking down whatever your opponent is doing. So I think I do not have a list. I will try and get one from him. I will do what I can, but I do not have one on me. Oh, I think he's talking to Doro. Never mind. And taking 2 off of a fetch land or a shock land to put
Master of Babes.
A Master of Waves. So, I think the interesting thing about this deck, and it's nothing against the deck particularly, but I think what we're seeing is basically a deck that can operate pretty much when you're including all these prison pieces, it's up to Donovan to put whatever he wants into the deck.
Yep.
So by going for these ninjas, the Sky Hussars, to, whatever else he wants to put in. I think that this is mostly, him just putting in all the things that he likes.
Yep. And did he gain 3 life off of that?
I think he should be. He may have only chosen to gain 2?
No, because he was at 21 before he casted that.
So maybe missing his life gain triggers.
Yeah.
Still, the big problem with this deck, the times that I test it, is that after he kind of establishes that board control, this Master of Waves seems to be actually a response to that, possibly. But he has almost no way of actually closing out the game. Yeah. Because it's just nothing but a lot of 1 power and flyers. The Sky Hussar and the Master of Waves both going to be doing a decent job of it, and I think that the Master of Waves is a new addition to solve that problem. But it's definitely a pretty unusual deck. Yeah. So this is very much in that fringe that we were talking about earlier. Still pretty cool to see it doing it well. Might actually be heading into the 2-1 territory.
Yeah. It's interesting.
So I'll ask him if I can get a list. I'll try and provide one. And we have got a swing for 6.
Yeah, no, this is it's definitely a fun deck. I am enjoying it. I'm curious how consistent it is. If you get the hands without the Sky Hussar, okay, so we have Frost.
And a Martyr of Frost coming out. So, definitely a deck that has a lot of things going on. And I think if I were to approach building it, I would probably reduce the amount of moving pieces. But it seems to be working.
Yep.
So,
yeah.
if it's really hard to say, well, that's wrong, because it's working.
Yeah.
So...
I almost feel like I want this to go into more of the Soul Sisters sort of deck, but then getting Sky Hussar and similar things for value.
Okay.
I think I like that sort of plan more. I just feel like there's a lot of different cards trying to pull a deck in different directions at this point.
Yeah.
But it is interesting, and I definitely like the deck.
Yeah, and I'd like to see him try and do another one of these Cascade spells to wipe the board, and I think that's something that we're going to see him do. I think he might have one.
Yep.
So now he's probably going to activate that Martyr of Frost, and it's basically, does Donovan have enough cards in hand to actually counter it? And actually does not, so... Or maybe he's going to instead counter this. Well,
yeah,
that's what you should do.
You should
counter the
let
Living
it go, and then counter the Living End.
Yeah. But as I was saying it, I was like, this is already what I was assuming. I'm just talking out loud to myself.
Oh, yeah, certainly.
So I can walk through it. But yeah, so if we see this Living End, this is where we're going to see the 2 mana to counter that.
Did he target the Master? I mean, it doesn't really matter what he targets, but yeah, you can't target the Master of Waves.
Yeah, I think, it's probably not going to make a huge... So there is one there, and let's see if he's got enough blue cards. And actually, was that the second to last card there? And going to use that Judge is Familiar, sacking the Martyr of Sands, and revealing a single blue card. Oh my goodness. So, makes him pay 1, and that is not going to resolve. So, we're going to be getting a win from Donovan in this game. Only a single blue card in hand, though.
No, that's enough.
Yeah. Cutting it very, very close.
And yes, it does look like Greg Hatch's Mono Blue Martyr.
He might have been inspired by that deck, and then, Donovan really likes Sky Hussar.
Yeah.
I think he's put together 3 different brews of it, and this is so far the one that stuck.
It is a fun card.
All right.
I love it.
And that game 3 going to Donovan.
All right.
So again, stick around. We are going to come back and say hello again. And also, if you guys have got any questions, any comments, anything that you'd like us to discuss, now is a great time as we move in, get ready for round 4. We will see you in the booth. Hello to all you Fortnites. Thank you for joining. We are having a fantastic night here at the end of round 3, getting ready for 5 rounds of Modern here, so another 2 of them. Going to try and get some different decks on there. Here's a quick question that I saw in there that I didn't want to address while we were doing the commentary, but someone was asking, do we stream Standard, or is that something that we can do? That's something that we are open to eventually. We do Standard tournaments on Mondays, and it's in my possibility list to start streaming Standard. The problem is is that Standard does not draw a huge amount of viewership. Because most of the streaming that is on Twitch seems to be mostly Standard and Draft. And so that would be kind of putting ourselves into a different competitive bracket, which may not be the wisest decision if we're not going to get nearly as much out of it. And the unfortunate truth is that eventually I would like to see this become, a channel in which we might be able to partner with Twitch or something like that. And I think that if we are going to be in that kind of competitive bracket where we'd end up losing out, that might end up hurting the average a bit. And I hate to bring it to that, because that's not even the main reason, but it's a consideration in my mind.
Certainly.
That being said, if Shadows over Innistrad Standard is absolutely incredible,
I'm really hoping it is.
Then I'm totally open to streaming Standard.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think a lot of us who played originally in Innistrad and in Zendikar, the idea of having some sort of Zendikar Innistrad Standard, that sounds wonderful. So I'm really have high hopes for that Standard.
Asking, do people ever play Death Shadow aggro? What I think about the deck? I love that deck. It's absolutely love it. I've got a Death Shadow aggro deck that I threw together, but it's significantly worse than the fully built version. I threw it together to actually play with people who don't play competitive Modern, when that's what every other deck that I have is. Yeah. But I love Death Shadow aggro, and we have had people play it. We've had the Dos Equis combo, which is the, Spose of the Vault? Something like that?
Yeah. So, that's the...
It's one where you basically reveal cards losing life until you find it.
Yep.
And you just name a card that isn't in your deck with an Angel's Grace to go for the kill. And we have also had some of those Death Shadow aggros as well. So, it's certainly something that shows up occasionally, but at the moment, I'm not seeing it. And to Katsu, thank you. I really do hope that our Standard or our Modern stream is good, because I don't know. I mean, to be honest, it's still significantly better than I think I was expecting after, I think we're getting close to 6 months. Yeah. And already the production value of this is probably higher than I ever expected. So, as for, whether or not we do a Legacy stream on Fridays as well, but it's probably not worth arguing in the chat, to be honest.
Yeah, let's not worry about it.
It's the kind of thing in which people end up just arguing about something that they won't draw the other side over. So, anyway, getting ready for round 4, just about 2.5 minutes left, and I'm pretty excited about it. Anything unusual for you? Is there a new brew that you're working on? I know that there is.
So, let's see here. There is the Ghostway deck that is, it's not unknown out there. The idea of basing your deck kind of a Quarter Calling Shell with lots of enter the battlefield effects, and Ghostway, which exiles all of your cards and returns them at the end of the turn. You can do a lot of things, such as using Magus of the Disc. End of turn, you grab that with Quarter Calling, activate it to blow everything up, but in response you cast Ghostway, so it's a one-sided board wipe. All sorts of things you can do with that. So it's kind of a known deck out there. So I wouldn't exactly call it a brew, but it's something that I'm definitely wanting to try playing a version of that with my own touches to that. Let's see here. As far as other decks go, I have my Blue-Green Miracles deck that I'm working on.
Blue-Green Miracles.
Yep.
What? Tell me, I should see the deck that James is playing in Modern.
I'm sorry. Did I say blue-green? It's blue-white with one green land.
Okay. That is totally different.
That is totally different. I did play with Blue-Green Miracles for a while. That was more of a value-based deck with cards. I mean, you still had the Reclaim and the what's the Phyrexian version of that? Noxious Revival.
Yeah.
So playing a more value version with Goyfs and other things like that, it's an okay deck. But the white-blue one where you're playing, where the white-blue one where you're playing Noxious Revival, Tygon Scheming, Jace, and really just trying to set up miracles in a way that resembles the Legacy deck. It's been fun to try.
Okay. I can totally get behind that. Miracle's always having a little bit of a rough time in Modern.
Yep.
No top. I mean, it's within our wheelhouse, but unfortunately they said no.
Yep. And really, I think that the idea of... I was playing with the idea of playing Counterbalance in the deck and using Reclaim and Noxious Revival and Snapcaster and things on those to set up the counter spells as possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
It just ends up being a lot more work than what top is able to do. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of work that you can put into a Miracle, but usually at that point it's not worth it.
Yep.
Because, you're casting the Miracle to get card advantage,
yep.
and then you end up spending 4 cards on it.
Yeah, exactly. And it just doesn't work as well. So the kind of pseudo-bant, it's really more white-blue version it's coming along. I feel like Tag on Scheming is a very underrated card, and I feel like combining that with cards like Jace and other things that can, and Snapcaster that can get value out of the graveyard passively, while not necessarily relying on it, I feel like there's space there to explore.
Yes. Tag on Scheming, pretty much the only home that it's found so far in the Bubble Hulk deck, as a really sweet piece for that, especially since it can get those cards in the graveyard. So I like that a lot. Now let's try and put a question towards the chat.
Certainly.
I asked before.
Mm-hmm.
We have a Blue Moon Mirror that just hit turns, and a Worm Coil Engine versus a Batter Skull.
Excellent. Could we get something in the aggro vein for round 4?
Aggro what?
We've been having almost constant control.
That's all there is right now.
Oh, really? Okay.
I mean,
control heavy day?
You can get Bryce on here.
Nah.
yeah, there's not a whole lot. I don't know
that's
if
fine.
anyone's playing Affinity.
Yes.
Or
John Monk. Get me John Monk next round.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Alright. So, we're talking to the store owner right now, and we're going to try and get Affinity on the camera next round so that we can get a little bit outside of this control range. But, a Blue Moon Mirror match just hitting turns now, so we should be heading into round 4, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Round 4 pretty shortly. It says at the bottom, and we have got 2 more rounds to play. But, here's a question for all of you. 1, I'm curious, if you are new to this stream, if this is your first time, let me know. And, as always, I'm really curious to see where you guys are watching from. I know that a lot of you have told me before, but it's always really cool to just see what kind of group that there is.
I like to watch from my bathtub.
The East Coast, let's say geographically.
Oh,
right?
My bathtub's a geographical place.
Yes, I suppose. It's to the south.
It is south of here. In case you wanted to know where my bathtub is.
Yeah, but it's just really cool to know where those people are. And a lot of these I'm recognizing, that UK, a pretty popular one, Maine, Texas, the East Coast, usually pretty popular.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, it's almost midnight there.
Definitely.
I'll see you there later, Norseman.
And Doro.
And Doro. Oh, well, no, the Doro's
That's his tub.
Yeah, Doro's in his tub.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But still, having fun, and one of those things that we are also looking for is this interaction with you guys is something that we have a lot of fun with.
Yep.
And so, if you guys are ever... Oh my goodness, it's 5 a.m. there? You guys are all troopers. Thank you so much.
Man.
We appreciate you guys
all
showing
around.
up. Also,
It's amazing. The internet's amazing.
The internet is amazing. Also, quick note, GPT, another one, a modern one. Hopefully you guys were at the last one, and it was a lot of fun. Cannot appreciate you guys giving feedback in that Reddit thread enough, because, I don't know, it gave me a little bit of credibility when, I don't know,
Yeah.
At least, when I post on Reddit, people are like, you're the guy, and I'm like, I guess.
Yeah.
But, ooh, I'm seeing France there.
Je suis parle un peu français.
Ooh, do you actually know French? That's pretty cool.
Oh,
I'm looking for a French Mox Opal. If you have one, let me know.
I am playing Bryce.
What?
What are you playing?
Ad-Tech Company.
Are you not gonna give me Affinity?
He was already playing someone that was just on there.
Okay.
Wait, who? What, John?
No, that's fine.
Playing John.
So, this will be interesting. We have the store owner versus the guy borrowing my deck.
Yeah, he's playing someone that's playing Modern for the first time ever, playing half standard.
Okay.
Oh,
So
half standard, my favorite standard.
we have got Dylan, the store owner. By the way, whether you want to root for him or root against him, probably for him, because let's tell you what he's up against. We tried to avoid it. We couldn't. It is a blue-white Eldrazi deck.
Yep.
And with Dylan playing
He is playing
Abzan Company, he actually has a decent matchup against it. So we might actually get to see the Eldrazi Menace get taken down.
Yep, that's actually a one that I've had a rough time with. So, we'll see.
Yeah. Let's check out this matchup, and hopefully we can watch the Abzan Company hold it down and take them down. It's round 4. Let's go. See you down there. All right, and I even guessed what side they'd be on. Again, you know, I guess we got to at least give Eldrazi, but let's pretend that we're watching Abzan Company with the feature. And actually,
Yeah.
if I'm gonna get Eldrazi on the stream, this is a great one.
Yeah. I mean, this has interaction. This has competitiveness. This is nice.
Yeah.
Though it is Dylan playing, so I mean, let's see here. I'm kidding. Dylan's a good player.
Yeah.
7 a.m. Where's 7 a.m.? So that's 10 hours
I
ahead?
believe they were watching from.
So let's see. We're gonna say that's like.
They're from Cypress Island.
Dang.
Yeah. Thank you.
Wow, that's a.
That's a champion.
Yep.
You guys are all champions. All of you
Yep.
Fortnites are rock stars. I
Yep.
really like. I'm enjoying that new name.
Yeah, we're sticking above 100 constant. That's nice.
They've provided no feedback on whether or not they like the name, but
Yeah.
I'll assume that means that they don't dislike it,
Yeah.
rather than that they don't like it.
Oh, then we got a mimic.
All right, so a turn 1 Eldrazi Mimic, off to a decent start for this Eldrazi player. I think they're both 4-0.
That would be.
If you could ask them really quick.
What's your guys' record?
2-1.
Isn't it round 4?
Yeah, that's round 4.
Yeah, that would mean 2-1.
2-1.
Oh yeah, that's how that works.
That's how math works.
Okay.
2-1.
So, and look at that, some feedback on it.
And Bryce has 4 mana on turn 2, but nothing to play.
Yeah, so just a swing for 2. Dylan going down to 16 has the Noble Hierarch off of a Temple Garden. So, going to be going down to the 3rd land, and hopefully we can get into... So far missing black mana, however. Oh, never mind. That's a swamp, not a...
Yeah.
I'm just wrong.
Okay.
So,
He's gonna have infinite life if Bryce doesn't have a way to interact with this.
yeah, I think he has a Kitchen Finks in hand. And
Yeah,
if Bryce
that
doesn't
would just be
have-
game because Bryce has no way to.
And
a
drew the
Dismember.
Dismember, actually. So is this still blue-white?
Yeah, I believe it's still blue-white.
Okay, so we've got a swing for 2. And Dylan going to draw. Probably going to put down a land, play that, and unfortunately going to lose likely that Anafenza.
Yep.
And,
Whoa, Bryce could not play that fast enough.
no kidding. So that Anafenza getting taken down. The
I was
night,
probably getting that off the top.
you know, that's the way it goes.
Yep. Can't complain though. You put cards in the deck to draw them.
Yep. So gaining 2 life, going up to 16, and that is going to be a really nice blocker against this Eldrazi Mimic. So if Bryce doesn't get some kind of pressure going, biggest thing is that he's missing colored mana right now. Gets the other Dismember.
But he's still missing mana.
Yep. And so that's just, and
Ooh,
Dylan not blocking.
Dylan not blocking.
I'm a little bit surprised by that one.
Yeah.
All right. So Dylan dropping down, going down to 12. Still a little bit surprised. Maybe still has a combo piece in hand,
Yeah.
but I'm a little bit
Again.
surprised.
Chord.
And
for
there is a
2.
Chord for 2. Unfortunately, he still has a Dismember in hand.
Yeah.
So,
Getting rid of the Viscera here.
and actually,
Yeah.
he has another one in hand. So he can set up this combo, and he has a win next turn
Well,
with a
this is
Viscera
resilient.
in hand.
Oh, by the way, Katsu got, where are you at? 6 a.m. Dang.
Yeah, no kidding. You guys are amazing.
I'm never up at 6 a.m.
All right.
These are incredible.
So we have got an Anafenza coming out.
And he swings.
A swing for 3. So dealing some damage.
Swing for 4?
Because of the Noble Hierarch.
Yep.
So
Oh, he's at 6, so...
Bryce, down to 6. Those 2 dismembers dealing a ton of damage to him.
That's actually very reasonable.
So
And he only draws the eye.
Yep. 8 damage from those dismembers is impressive. And
Yep.
Bryce, no more options. No more dismember. Dylan, gonna drop
Yeah,
this
drop
and go
the
for the
Viscera here,
infinite
and
life. Oh my goodness.
I'm hoping you're enjoying this stream.
Oh, man.
That is,
That was a resilient Abzan company. That
Yep.
was incredible.
I mean, Bryce admittedly missing land drops. Also admittedly jumping to 4 mana without, you know...
I thought not, sir.
Yeah, I thought not here. There's some rough stuff going on with Bryce, but, he had 2 dismembers. He had interaction. Just Abzan and company just being resilient. 2 PM. So let's see here. That's plus 14. Plus, let's see.
Yeah, it's about 9, so the whole East Coast is 3 hours ahead.
17.
They're just hitting midnight.
Yeah.
So both of these players now getting into the sideboard. You know, I'm definitely liking Abzan Company in this matchup. That ability to gain infinite life. About 45 minutes north.
Depending on traffic.
All right, so 45 to
I could
60.
go drive there and back and figure it out for us.
Yeah, no kidding. But we're
Yeah.
a decent drive north of Seattle.
Yep.
Here in Snohomish, Washington. I guess some of you guys might be new. If so, my name's TJ,
I'm David.
and we are streaming from Geek Fortress. It is a local shop in Snohomish, Washington. So,
Yeah. I 88202. 2 p.m. Where are you located?
yeah, that
That's,
is
17 hours ahead?
yeah, because they can't be behind. Probably maybe
Yeah.
Australia, New Zealand.
Yeah, it's going to be something like that.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Let's see, maybe India, some part of Russia. Russia has a ton of time zones.
That's true. So, hopefully you guys are having fun. And again, I know that I say this a decent amount, but it's still something that's pretty important. The feedback from you guys always very impactful, and I promise that when you do provide it, I am listening and I am remembering it.
Oh, South Korea. Very cool. Welcome.
So, it's that feedback is really cool, and I know that I've gotten a little bit of some negative feedback. I wouldn't even like to call it negative. I'd say maybe constructive feedback. Let's call it that, because it's never been outrageously negative. The community has been amazingly supportive, but that's led to a lot of really cool improvements on the stream. David helping me implement a lot of them. But another thing is we've started to turn this into a bit more of a consistent product, and one of the ways is by some of the positive criticism. And when that comes with what we are doing, then that means that we're doing something right, and we should keep doing that.
Yep.
So, again, you guys do have input into this this stream constantly, and so hopefully, we do a lot to build it, but certainly you guys play a massive part in building this into a product that is, at the end of the day, for you.
Yep. So the win came from Dylan going with infinite life and Bryce having no outs to that.
Yeah, doesn't have any way to deal more than infinite damage, and with that Murderous Redcap coming off of the top.
Yeah. He also was at 6 life, and really, Bryce probably would have died to damage before anything else anyway.
Alright. Happened to have the Viscera Seer in hand, actually.
So just to explain it real quick for those who don't know, Anafenza has Bolster, which can put a 1/1 counter on the creature with the least toughness.
Whenever a creature enters.
Yeah, whenever a creature enters the battlefield. With Persist from Kitchen Finks, it comes in with a -1/-1 counter, but then you get Bolster it, and it gets rid of the -1/-1 counter. And Viscera Seer allows you to sacrifice and scry. So from that point, you just continually sacrifice it, being able to scry through your deck, meanwhile gaining as much life as you like. Scry meaning looking at the top card of your library and being able to put it on the top or bottom. And if that isn't good enough, you can always search for something like Redcap, which has a similar effect to Kitchen Finks, except you can deal 2 damage, and it also has Persist. So.
Alright, so an Eldrazi Mimic from Bryce. On turn 1, Dylan following it up with just a basic Swamp. And Bryce now going to be getting a colored source, doing a Fetch Shock, probably going to be going for a Hollowed Fountain.
Yep.
So, That Hollowed Fountain, going to be putting him down to 17, and in Dylan's hand, we, keeping a little bit elusive at what's, but I do see a Collected Company in there, maybe a Voice of Resurgence, and I think actually a Path to Exile. So...
And we have Eldrazi Displacer, being able for 2 and a colorless, being able to exile something and return it back. Very disruptive for both attacks, very useful for your own effects, being able to trigger Eldrazi Mimic multiple times, and we are pounding in there.
Yeah, so we've got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Yep, 3 from the Mimic, not from the Mimic, from the Displacer, 5 from the Mimic copying the Smasher, which has another 5.
So Dylan blocking looks like 5 of it and taking 8, so going down to 9 here,
Yep.
which is still a pretty significant swing, and Dylan definitely in trouble.
Yep.
It's possible for him to assemble something.
Yep.
So, not out of this race just yet. It comes down to, can he survive? And a lot of that is, does this Eldrazi Mimic...
The thing is, he just flickers the Mimic.
That's a great point. Or actually, flicker the Reality Smasher.
Sorry. Yes. Flickering the Mimic, bad idea. Flickering the Smasher, good idea.
All right.
And he just goes for, is that a Drowner? Yep, a Drowner of Hope. Which is going to copy with the Mimic and smash. At least sacrifice? To tap the... okay, yeah, so he's sacrificing to tap the use.
Let's see here.
And Dylan just scoops. Not
So,
much to do there.
Yeah, I mean, a Reality Smasher, a Displacer, an Eldrazi Displacer, and an Eldrazi Mimic, about as good as it gets for a board state with this blue-white one. Just because if you can't proactively build your board state,
Yep.
you can instead use that just to do the flicker ability.
Yep.
And both of those are very powerful. So they either start putting down those Thought Not Serious and ripping your hand apart, or they continue swinging for 13 pretty happily, all things considered.
Yep. And being able to continually flicker the smash, I mean, that's vicious.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Reality Smasher, a very impactful card. Certainly not as a 5 mana, but when you consider it a 3 mana card,
Oh, yeah, certainly.
very, very powerful.
Yep.
So, at least, if nothing else, this match going fairly quickly, so we should be able to, head into definitely another match in this round 4, and still another round after that. 5 rounds tonight, no cut to top 8. A quick question asking the chances that Eldrazi gets hit in April. I'm going to say 95 right now.
95 was the exact number I was thinking.
Yeah.
Yep.
Basically, it comes down to if these 3 GPs
Yep.
somehow put a huge swing in the numbers, then maybe not.
Yep. If there's something, if suddenly the meta just seems to figure itself out, then you might not see something, or, they might give it more time. But at this rate, things aren't looking good for it. That said, I think there will still be an Eldrazi deck after, let's say, for example, I win. I think there'll still be an Eldrazi deck. I don't think it's going to be this aggro version of it, but I still think there's going to be Eldrazi around.
What does first get today? Basically, it's a $5 buy-in for the tournament, and we do full prize payout in store credit, usually to the top 5, top 4, depending on the numbers that we
depending on
get.
how it breaks.
So, yeah. Let's see here.
Yeah, and slowly crushing, I'd agree that if we went purely based on the information we have right now, it's probably 100. But,
Yeah, with knowing that it's not for another month.
yeah.
95.
And they're definitely not going to
approaching
unban
100.
something.
I could definitely see an unban happening.
See, what my thought is that if they start changing too many variables, because we haven't really had an idea of what things look like post-Twin. So I think you take care of whatever Eldrazi that you're working on, and then wait one more before we start testing, say, Ancestral Legends or something.
Definitely. All right. But I do think that there will be unbans. Not of Twin, per se.
That's...
But... So, an Eldrazi Temple, no Eldrazi Mimic. So, the most powerful play of this deck, not a thing. But Bryce going to be dropping a Rest in Peace this turn.
Huh.
Yeah. So, going for a shock, down to 18, and I believe he does have the Rest in Peace, which is going to disable the combo. So, and actually, never mind, has the Eldrazi Displacer. Maybe just saving that until more of the board appears.
It is curious, though, because he also has Eye in hand as well as a Mimic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does have... maybe playing an oddly slow game, or maybe have just drawn that and just prioritizing that Displacer over the Mimic.
Yep.
Because next turn he has 5 mana, so he could go Mimic into Smasher.
Smasher is definitely
something like
reasonable.
That. Okay.
So he drew a second Rest in Peace?
Let's see. So here comes out the Eye of Ugin. There is our Reality Smasher, and still not dropping that Mimic. Maybe gonna go post-combat.
Yeah. Yeah, there's...
And that is a pretty significant swing. Dylan down to 12 already.
Yep.
And dropping that Mimic after combat, maybe just baiting out counter removal. This is exactly where you'd like to see maybe a big Game Hunter come out.
Yep.
Something like that. Okay. But Dylan looks like another land in hand and just not having a whole lot of options. Peter, I'm pretty sure he just says smash every time that card swings in.
Yeah, I think he might have it hotkeyed.
I have been noticing, Peter.
Yeah.
And just to pass back, so maybe I think he has a Collected Company. Might be choosing to go for that for maybe some kind of surprise factor. And that is, I think we're going to be seeing a Collected Company in response, because that would be insane right now.
Yeah. So this is before attacks?
Yeah, doesn't have the capability to get the full combo right now, unfortunately. He is at 12, so if he can find a way, like use that Scavenging Ooze to chump block the Displacer, and maybe get a card to chump block the Eldrazi Mimic, he does theoretically have the capability of getting to that infinite life next turn.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be rough, though.
Yep.
So he could play out this Kitchen Finks and a Malira. So there's an okay shot. A Fiend Hunter being an excellent card right now,
Certainly.
but I don't think I see one.
Yeah. So this is about as reasonable as you can expect.
And actually, if he has the Viscera Seer in hand, he has the win. Because the Scavenging Ooze just needs to block the Displacer.
Yep.
He'll go down to 2 after taking 12.
Yeah.
And if he has the ability to get out of Viscera Seer, he has the win.
And if he draws a Chord, he wins.
Yes, a Chord or a Viscera Seer, and actually going for probably more blocks than necessary. And this is dangerous. But with a Malira out as opposed to an Anafenza, there's no downside.
Yep.
So it really just gains him another 2 life and gets him down to 6. I was thinking that it was Anafenza for a moment, so
Yep.
that is my apologies. No downside to blocking there. Just needs a Chord, a Viscera Seer, a Collected Company.
Is that a Chord?
That might be a Noble Hierarch.
A Noble
actually.
Hierarch. Ah, get me all excited.
I know.
I love Fiend Hunter.
But looks like there is a black card in his hand. I'm not quite sure what it is.
That's interesting.
Yeah. But certainly the tools, I'm not sure if he has it this turn.
Yeah.
And I think he might have passed the turn back to Bryce. But no, he hasn't untapped yet, so.
Yeah.
I think Dylan's working out what his possible outs may be. Could be looking at another Scavenging Ooze in hand that I thought was a black card. But it did just get the stats. Yeah. What happened was that he took the 10, and he was previously at 12?
Yeah.
But then he gained, or he was at 14, but gained... He was at 12, went up to 14 after the Kitchen Finks entered.
So two Finks triggers.
Yeah, 2 Finks triggers. Okay. Man, Kitchen Finks, such a sweet card. Cannot get enough of it. And probably one of my favorite cards in the format right now, as far as just pure value goes.
Certainly.
Nice against the aggressive decks, the value decks. Pretty solid for 2-for-1s against the grindy decks.
Yep.
So, big fan of Kitchen Finks right now. So, playing in the land, tapped... did he actually put that Kitchen Finks? It's probably worth asking.
Yeah.
What did the Kitchen Finks block?
Yeah.
Okay.
Got that figured out.
So, still just that Mimic. The interesting thing right now is that he can block any amount. If he puts out
you know
this...
what I realized?
What?
He does have a Viscera. He has a Viscera. He doesn't have a Black Source.
No Black Source. He does have a Noble Hierarch, so he can buy himself a turn by running out this this Noble Hierarch, because that puts him in the realm of being able to block that Eldrazi Mimic and block the Kitchen Finks, or block the... Because, yeah, he could block the Eldrazi Mimic, possibly get... man, no, I don't think that he can.
Yeah, I think... No, you need to... He can play... what's it called? Ewit as well.
Because he has one in hand.
Yeah.
And an Eternal Witness for maybe that Collected Company.
Yeah.
But instead, just going for a pass. So maybe not an Eternal Witness in hand, but he hasn't conceded, which means that he's got something. We know that one of them is a Viscera Seer with no Black Source, unfortunately. And here is our swing. If Dylan has an answer, now's the time. And actually getting a little bit aggressive with these blocks, it looks like. But, man, might be seeing Eldrazi take it.
Yeah, I have to think Bryce throws down. Rest in peace. I mean, at this point, you just need... I mean, he has 2 of the 3 pieces.
I'm actually a little bit surprised that he didn't do it, say, pre-combat, or, you know, maybe last
Yeah,
turn.
in case there was a chance for doing a Coco. But, I mean, he can't Coco right now, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. So, lining up some blocks, and it looks like he has to get overly aggressive, you know, end up losing a pretty solid amount of his board.
Green.
Lose a solid amount of his board from these blocks. But he's lining them up in a way that is just unfortunate.
Yeah, because he can't afford to block the flare right now.
No, if he does that, he essentially already lost.
Yeah.
But I don't think that he wins if he doesn't, or he just loses. So, man.
Yeah. So if Bryce has path, then he's just had to trample.
So unfortunately, Bryce about to take the win. Unfortunate, but that's the way that it goes.
That's the way it works. So I can't step out though right now to go look for the next match.
No, but we will get one. So don't worry. Stick around. We will be getting some non-Eldrazi matchup pretty shortly. Still about 30 minutes left in the match. And
it's double blocking there.
And I think that we are about to see... I think he's just running through those cards, making sure that what he wants to do is going to do it. But even as it currently sits, it's 6 damage going to Dylan, actually.
Yeah.
So even lining up the blocks that way, he's still dead, as the board says. So...
and he plays free Viscera here.
And shows it. So we're going to get another match on the camera.
Couldn't get the Black Stars.
In the meantime, I will see you guys back up in the booth. It is going to be a hoot, a holler, a hoot nanny, whatever you want to call it. Let me know. Let's see it. Thank you again to all of you. Again, this is, I think, the second Modern stream in a row in which we're really kind of averaging over 100 as our general viewership, which is huge. I think part of that might be that the last Grand Prix trial gave us a lot more exposure. We got, I think, another 100 people looking. And I think part of it was that, you know, having those numbers and getting an increase... I mean, you guys are just incredible, and this means a lot to me. This is exactly what we're looking for, is this slow, steady growth over time. So thank you. And we do still have half of this round left, and we do still have a round 5. So lots more to happen tonight. Don't you worry. Stick around. It's going to be fun. And also, if you are brand new, hit that follow button. But I'm not sure what the Delicious Waffles is saying. There is a pretty decent amount of time delay at the moment. We will be trying to get that delay shortened a little bit. But in the meantime, we should be having another match shortly. So, for all of you that are joining, we do this stream 3 times a week. Wednesdays, Modern at 7 o'clock. Fridays, Legacy at 7:30. And Saturdays, Modern at 6 o'clock, which you are currently watching and joining us for. Those are all Pacific Standard Time, so adjustments apply. It is about 9:14 p.m. where we are. So this stream started about 3 hours previously, if that helps at all. The other big thing is put it on your calendars. We will be doing another Grand Prix trial, March 26th. That is a Saturday. Instead of our normal stream, modern stream, we will be doing a full day of modern Grand Prix trial for Albuquerque. I think it's going to be starting at noon, probably going until about 8. I will be trapped in this supply closet, talking about it and having an absolute blast. So I'm very excited about it because I have a great time in here. You will see me in pretty much every single one of our streams, and then I do have a host of co-hosts. A pretty nice pool to pull from. Sometimes I'm unable to get one, other times I'm able to get them, and they are always a treat to have.
Alright.
So, what have we got?
We've got an exhibition match.
An exhibition match, and what will that be?
That will be Affinity versus White Tax as aggro with Elishnorn?
Vince versus John.
Yes.
Okay. Who's against the wall?
Oh, Vincent. Yep, Vince.
Okay, so Vince on his mono white taxes.
Yeah. He said that he liked calling it
mono W2.
Yeah, mono W2.
Because it's mono white.
Yeah,
and
that's
taxes. Yeah.
Yeah.
But normally that name doesn't make a whole lot of sense if someone just tunes in.
Okay.
So I usually just toss that up. One thing that you'll note is that it is pretty close to a devotion deck.
Yep.
But let's head on down and watch this exhibition match. See you guys down there. Alright, so both players taking a look at their opening hand. Let's click that box so that we all know that it's an exhibition match. And Affinity going up against Mono White Taxes. Right off the bat, I have to think that Affinity has the advantage.
Certainly.
Just because it has so much early aggression.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even put actually the color white. I just put mono taxes.
We are going down. See? We're going down to the... That's what that was.
Yeah, of course. So I'm actually just going to put mono white devotion because that's really closer to what it is. But it gets that devotion through many, many taxes cards.
Yep.
So we'll be seeing Soldier of the Pantheon, a bit of an unusual one.
Mm-hmm.
Loses a lot of value against Affinity, which doesn't even have a single multicolored spell in it.
Yep.
But still very much an option. And John having looks like a quick hand, just going to be going... Actually, I'm not seeing a 0-drop. Going for a Vault Square here, one thing that I normally would see is going for the Springleaf Drum so that you can set up...
And that is correct.
Yeah, basically this is two players who already did their round. All the other games are currently in the middle of a game, so they're just putting on a little bit of a show, playing, and then if we can get another match, are they keeping an eye out? Is one going to replace if a match is available?
Yep.
Okay. So, Leonin Arbiter coming out, again, a card that loses a lot of value against Affinity because they don't search at all.
And honestly, like what I was mentioning last week with 2 strip mines, that's because the Leonin Arbiter was played, my opponent was tapped out, I had 2 Ghost Quarters. There you go.
Beautiful.
Double strip mine.
So, we have this Springleaf Drum coming out, leaving him with 2 mana available, and actually just going to go for another Vault Scourge. Could be seeing another 1-drop. And it looks like tapping that new one. Good to choose the new one. And putting out another Springleaf Drum. I think at this point it's more a matter of he has the mana too.
Yep, and he's got Metalcraft.
Exactly. And it really ensures, once you come down to landing a Cranial Plating, an Arcbound Ravager, or a Master of Ethereum, all of those are going to really increase the size of that and give you better turnout on that if there's no disadvantage to it.
Yep.
The main advantage would be that he could have kept up that Galvanic Blast mana, but I don't think that that's a huge advantage when he's not really worried about what Vince is doing yet.
Yep.
That Dryad Militant, that Leonin Arbiter, neither of which affect this Affinity deck almost at all.
Mm-hmm. I do wonder if Vince would consider something like Kitaki or similar main board.
Yeah, and in the main board, I think that that's a little bit risky because especially if Vince is running Aether Vials, you may end up just shooting yourself in the foot more often than not if you're the only one with artifacts.
That's true.
So, and the Arcbound Ravager from John, probably going to be prioritizing that one, keeping up the Galvanic Blast. But I actually would have liked to see him put out that Master of Ethereum this turn, tapping down one of the Vault Scourges, unfortunately, but you get the same swing damage in for 2, and then next turn you are looking at colossal amounts of damage.
Certainly, and another thing is, with it being mono-white, something about getting Master of Ethereum out first and giving that as a target for them to take out. Now you just loses that out, and
Now this is the big reason why I think that he chose to go for the Arcbound Ravager first, which is because of Path to Exile.
Yeah.
And that lets him, basically, it baits that out because that Master of Ethereum in this particular situation is going to be a lot more impactful. And so, maybe setting that one up, but, and we're just going to see a Galvanic Blast. Looks like going for that Leonin Arbiter. That way he can actually search. So, going to be going for, I assume, whatever basic that he has. You know, I personally do a mountain, but I would expect a lot of us have been doing an island recently, so we might be seeing an island.
Yep.
And Arcbound Ravager. Okay, so actually just gonna take the search.
Yep.
Instead of moving that counter.
Yep.
And that's not a bad call necessarily, and the main reason for that is because if he is about to land this Master of Ethereum, then, you know, those creatures are already going to be massive.
Yep.
So there's definitely something to be said for taking the advantage that you can and being able to just cast that and have those possibly those Springleaf Drum open for, you know, whatever you draw.
Yep.
It's iffy.
Yeah, and I mean, I think both lines are reasonable. I think that personally, I probably would have gone with the Let It Exile, grab the blue line. But of course, then again, I probably would have botched it and gone with the Master of Ethereum before going with the Arcbound Ravager.
And a Sword of Body and Mind coming down to the battlefield. +2/+2 protection from green and from blue. Neither of those particularly relevant, but if
Master
the creature does hit, you get a 2/2 green wolf, and they exile the top 10 cards. And a little bit of an interesting, like you said, it can actually stop and 2 Masters of Ethereum. That is going to be very, very significant. Still going to be taking 4 off of that, but now gaining 4 life. Not really worried about that, and not super worried about. And I think he just. Did he not gain enough life there, or did I miss?
He gained 2, I thought.
Did he take 2 last turn?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, I'm sorry, I missed a little bit there. So, gonna equip that. Swing for 4, get a 2/2 wolf that's going to act as a chump blocker for that Master of Ethereum, and then basically exile the top 10. And that's going to be probably more impactful right now, even though it's still not super impactful. These flyers still presenting a pretty reasonable clock, and this second Master of Ethereum is going to be excellent. So, we have got Arcbound, some lands, some of those swarm creatures, and yeah, mostly lands. So, definitely not the most impactful one, and John's still holding lots of those power pieces.
Yep, and Slowpoke, it was exiled, it was not so that he could go search for the island.
Okay, so we are about to see a search, and what have we got? Actually, a Darksteel Citadel, just going to be growing it, and I'm not quite sure. Oh, just catching that if any instants or sorceries.
Yeah. And that's
okay. So they catching those and still gonna have up that. Actually, I like this because he probably going to be putting down this other Master of Ethereum, and then what he can do is tap the new Master of Ethereum to activate his Blinkmoth Nexus, swing for 6.
I like it.
And that means that next turn, actually, never mind. That is a swing for 9. That's a 2-turn kill because of the 2 Masters of Ethereum. So he's going to go back up to 21, and he is presenting a kill next turn, even if one of those Masters of Ethereum gets exiled.
Yep.
So, basically, Vince needs to maybe have 2 paths. I know that he actually runs main deck Wrath of God.
Yep.
That's going to be a big one, though it will take down his own creatures. So, yeah, that is a Dryad Militant out for Vince. Okay. Let's see. I remember Pokemon the movie. I bought that. Master is not legendary.
I saw Pokemon the movie in theaters.
Nice, I did too.
Excellent.
Pikachu's Vacation was absurd.
Yes.
I think my grandma took me, and I really feel bad because I just realized that, I guess I realized maybe 3 years ago, as I was watching that she must have thought that I was on something, as I was sitting there completely transfixed by Pikachu's Vacation.
Oh, man. That's,
So, it was certainly an interesting one.
Alright, so another 10 off the top.
So far, it doesn't look like a huge amount of it being really impactful, and there is an Archangel of Tithes able to block some of it. So Archangel of Tithes, a pretty interesting choice there. Unfortunately, not enough.
We all cried. Platypus.
Honestly, I did. But creatures can't attack unless you pay 1. Well, he can actually pay that. Using the Springleaf Drums and the Master of Ethereum, he can pay the 3 for each of those creatures.
Yeah.
So he is not hurt on that. He is going to be swinging 4 lethal, especially with the Vince tapped out. Only 1 flyer, not in a problematic situation. Just doesn't need to swing with those Masters of Ethereum, and he'll be swinging for 9 again.
Yep.
6 of it after the Archangel of Tithes blocks.
Yep.
So John, as long as he remembers that he has the kill on board,
Yep.
then,
Yeah, it looks like he's going for it.
All right.
Oh,
And
he did
actually,
not? Okay, that's not the way that he...
all out. That seems like a little bit of a bold attack.
Yeah.
Paying the full 4 to swing with those creatures. He had the kill on board, so maybe choosing to go for this one for some reason, but he is going to be gaining 6 life. Going up to 23, and then Vince taking that 3 going down to 1. It does eliminate a lot of his board, but I'm still pretty surprised by that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just didn't see the line.
Yeah, it is possible, but he only needed to attack with 3 creatures for the win there.
Mm-hmm.
And this Dryad Militant, again, going to be doing some work. Can't activate that Blink Moth Nexus as a blocker at the moment. And we have got a Vryn Wingmare. Again, not going to be super impactful. The biggest thing is that is a flying blocker, more
Yep.
than anything.
And you figure another swing, another wolf, another 10.
Let's see. All right. So,
Scourge got blocked by Tithe, so Scourge should be... Oh, wait, never mind, you're responding to someone else. I was like, no, I thought that one made it through.
yeah. So, still more happening there. And I am still a little bit surprised by John just not taking the win. Possible that he didn't see it, but I think more likely this is a possibility, making the choice since he is as a feature match right now.
Mm-hmm.
Just deciding to keep being the feature match.
That's fair.
All right. Do you want to do me a quick... Oh, okay. Or possibly he didn't realize that he had the kill. And just going for the way to present the most. So, activates the Blink Moth. He sees that. And could you actually just see if there's another match to jump over?
Yep.
Excellent. So we are going to try and get one of the matches from the tournament itself on there if there's one available. Otherwise, we should be heading into the finals. As a quick heads up for the finals, may not be doing the finals match itself because it is the Kiki Chord player who I think possibly, having already been on the stream, I think 3 times, one of them being just for a quick moment. Maybe looking to not be on stream for one of them. So we're just going to try and get an interesting match on there, and then there's the possibility that we'd move over a game 2 or a game 3 for the finals match, if able to. But round 5 will be coming soon, and it should be an absolute blast, as it usually is. So, at the moment, just watching a bit of an exhibition match, all kinds of interesting decks in the room, Haven't had the chance to see them all yet, but slowly crashing your deck was pretty sweet when you drew your lands.
So, here.
Yeah,
We
sure,
are
we'll
finding
do that.
something out.
So,
What?
plan at this point is we know who the 4-0s are.
So far I said we'd just get interesting decks.
Well, I guess the thing is, since we still have, like, 2 people are still going, it looks like they're going to go to time, we figure we get this match out of the way, the 4-0s.
Oh, because
And
they're
then-
guaranteed to be playing.
Yeah, they're guaranteed to be playing. Get them out of the way,
Mhm.
and then we can move on to another match.
Interesting. So
Yep.
we're actually having the finals match up right now for round 5.
Yep.
Delightful.
Yep.
Okay. Drunken Platypus, hope you're still doing well. I know that I ended up sending you a list. As always, check out the subreddit r/affinity for artifacts. Frank Karsten just posted 3 articles about sideboarding and the main board of Affinity. Very much worth reading. Maybe not take everything as the gospel, so to speak, but it is worth reading very much. Okay.
So, yep, we have Kiki Chord versus Blue Moon.
That is correct. And it looks like Eric on the left. So let's go ahead and get that. And for those of you watching, hello. My name is TJ.
I'm David.
And we are heading into our finals match. Blue Moon versus Kiki Chord. And because this one, since they are guaranteed to be the finals, they're just getting this match out of the way and we should be able to get some other stuff. So, it should be a fantastic time.
Yeah. See what happens.
Oh yeah, I'm always happy to watch more Modern.
Definitely.
Such a fun format. Would Archangel Ties be great for blue-white control? I'm not convinced, since that deck it normally doesn't want to tap out.
Yeah.
In the sideboard, it's certainly an option.
Yeah, Archangel of Tides is an interesting card. I don't see it as a regular Modern card, but
I'd almost just rather play Ghostly Prison
yeah.
in that slot. But just because it comes down earlier.
Yep. Yeah, it's a trade-off. It depends. I mean, in this case, the reasoning is it adds devotion as well as provides a prison effect.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can see reasoning behind it. Personally, not the sort of card I'd choose, but I can see the reasoning behind it.
Yeah.
So,
Absolutely. The
I-
Time Warp deck is funny. You're not wrong. Okay. So, who are you going to take in this finals match?
in this finals match, so
My vote, or at least my prediction, is Kiki Chord.
what I think is going to happen:
Mm-hmm.
Game 1,
Okay.
Blue Moon.
Yes.
Game 2, Kiki Chord. Game 3, Kiki Chord.
Okay. That's not a bad prediction, all things considered, so I can totally understand your reasoning there. And also to any of you who are brand new, just a quick note. Be sure to hit that follow button. We do this 3 times a week. Got to do that self-plug every now and then. And because we are operating on a budget of almost entirely -0, if you are able and willing, there is a donate button at the bottom of the page. So,
Over there.
Ian doing a fetch shock into a Birds of Paradise. Again,
Just what the doctor ordered.
looking for a green-red land. So usually that tells me that he has something, either the Kiki Jiki to where he wants to start going for that, or might have the Bolt or the Lightning Helix in hand,
Yep.
where he wants to start getting that red source prepared, especially if he might know what he's up against. Could be trying to just prepare some of those burn spells.
Yep, and Eric bolts the bird. As he should.
As he should. A really solid play. Bolt the bird. I mean, it's a saying for a reason.
Yep.
That's the best way to look at it.
Yep.
Alright, so we have got Ian just dropping down a Sacred Foundry. Doesn't look like has a whole lot of a game plan, but still a basic mountain. So has that, and I think he does have the Kiki Jiki in hand. So I think this is mostly a game of just continuing to play these land drops and trying to get through counter magic.
Makes sense.
So, dropping down a Ghost Quarter. Eric going for a Misty Rainforest fetch. Going down to 17. Probably going to put in a tapped land. But with Ian, I think has the Restoration Angel and the Kiki Jiki in hand.
It's always
Mostly...
so annoying when they have it naturally.
Yeah.
That's just me speaking as a biased player.
I don't need that. There we go. So, just get Tax and Probe, and then you can bolt it.
Yep.
Alright, so Serum Visions for Eric. Looks like keeping those cards on top, though, which is never a good sign for your opponent.
Yep.
You know, it's almost... Serum Vision's interesting in which every time you see them scry to the bottom, you think, ah, man, now they're not going to draw those. But when you keep them on top, you're even more... You're like, oh, God, they do want to draw those.
Yep.
So...
The question, here's a funny idea. Do you Ghost Quarter your opponent to make the to see if they'll shuffle?
Man... I think if he has the opportunity right now, that would have been a very sweet play.
I mean, he's already ahead on mana. Eric missed a land drop.
Mm-hmm. And that could be why he kept that on top, and it looks like that was an island.
Yep.
So I think that was actually the main motivation for keeping that on top.
Yep. So that was just my thinking. He missed a land drop, put both on top, that probably lands.
Mm-hmm. So I see a Peeing here in Millar, possibly a Path to Exile, but at a certain point, removal is going to start running low. And that is exactly where Ian wants to be. So a Vidalcan Shackles with 3 islands out, that means that he does have the capability to take down this Restoration Angel. So Ian is going to have to answer that. Vidalcan Shackles in the main board. What ways does he have to do that, you were asking? He does have a Quasali Pride Mage in the main board, and I think that might be it. Yeah. So, and a Spellskite, actually. So, Spellskite and Quasali Pride Mage, both options. But we did see 2 bolts hitting the Birds of Paradise.
Yep. We got Chord, we got Voice, Kiki, Angel.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Doro, don't worry. I was actually watching the chat at a random time of day, and I happened to see that new command getting added.
And we got Blood Moon.
Okay. So, we have got...
And he cannot Chord.
Yeah. No Chord available. Basically nothing but basic mountains now. And this is exactly what you were predicting, where Blue Moon taking the game 1 right now, which is, pretty impactful. And looks like in response going to go flicker in that Restoration Angel. I mean, that's actually, with Eric tapped out right now...
Yep.
And
I mean,
and he has...
If he has another land...
If he has a land... Oh.
No.
Dang it.
Very
unfortunate there.
That would have been pretty hilarious.
That would have been the play.
Yeah. Of course, I mean, he already has 3 red sources, but still.
Mm-hmm.
It's still amusing. No, Eric just needs to...
So... still has the Vidalcan Shackles, but that's really cutting into what Eric can do.
Yep.
So, Quasali Pride Mage, not an option right now because he can't cast it. Ends up getting a mountain, so he can go for the Kiki Jiki.
Yep.
The interesting thing is, I'm almost a fan of playing that Kiki Jiki anyway, because you can either keep swinging that Restoration Angel if you want to take the Kiki, or you can start copying your Wall of Omens, and he's going to be taking your Restoration Angel anyway.
Yep.
So
it's, that's solid.
Mm-hmm. So I'm pretty intrigued by this. But actually, Eric not taking control of it yet.
Yep.
So, Ian doing a nice job of just doing the slow roll here.
Yep.
And actually, I know why. That land has to enter tapped right now. And Eric, his Steam Vents is now a mountain. He only has 2 islands.
2. Yep. So, Magic is a card game.
Magic is a card game, and with Ian about to untap, then this is fantastic. If Ian untaps, he can play down a Kiki Jiki, assisted by the fact that Eric...
This is game.
And this is about to be game 1 going to Kiki Chord, because his own Blood Moon actually disabled that. And revealing the win, and we're going to see Eric pick up his cards. Wow! So, the card that beat Ian ended up beating Eric.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't disagree with the play. With
No.
nothing but non-basics and a basic mountain,
Yeah.
it's probably the right play.
Yeah,
but
I mean, you're like, okay, you cut off Chord. What are the odds of him having Kiki? You know, I mean, obviously the turn 1 fetch kind of hinted that he had Kiki. So I mean, I think Eric possibly could have, gotten a clue from that. But at the same time, your opponent, that they're on Kiki Chord and they fetch for Stomping Grounds. Like, how often do you make that assumption? I mean, you kind of, in a way, always have to assume that they have it, but...
Yeah, I think it's similar in which you have to respect the combo, but definitely at the time, knowing that it was about to destabilize it, and I think we might have seen Eric make the unfortunate mistake of not realizing until it was too late that would actually cut off his island count to take control of it.
Yep.
Because he was probably thinking, I've got 3 islands, I've
Yep.
got a Vidalcan Shackle, so I can take care of the Restoration Angel.
Yep.
So I can play this Blood Moon. It cuts off a lot of those options. It cuts off the Chord for any of the hate.
Yep.
All kinds of stuff.
And Eric's probably just kicking himself.
So, very cool to see that. But, we were about to see Blue Moon on the play again with some sideboarding. Looks like taking out the Spell Snares, which is an interesting choice. But I don't really disagree with it because it's not going to help against those chords or the main pieces that you're legitimately worried about.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. 2 drops in...
Kozali Pride Mage?
Yeah, you have Kozali Pride Mage, you have Spell Sky. What other 2 drops are, thought? Sin Collector, that's 2 or 3 mana.
Alright.
But yeah, the major... There's really not going to be a ton of things in Kiki Chord that you're worried about at 2 mana.
Yeah. Nicole Howard has probably showed up in this stream since probably our second stream ever, every month. Just once a month, completely random times, but it always says one thing and then leaves.
Well, welcome, Nicole, if you're still there.
Yeah, no kidding. And welcome to all the people who may just be joining us. Hopefully you were enjoying, and the 4 Helix, certainly not a bad call. But if you are new here, be sure to hit that follow button. We enjoy having you, and hopefully we can continue doing cool things for you guys. Always feel free to hit that feedback, both positive and negative. I'm open to both.
I'm not.
Okay, he's not.
Yeah, I don't want negative feedback.
Okay.
I just want praise.
Well, if you have negative feedback or positive, let me know. If it's positive and if it's about the layout, let him know, because he's the one who put it together. If you want to let us both know,
yes.
Because that way I can praise him about it.
Excellent.
So, we're always happy to see those things. And Nicole, glad to see that you're here.
Yep. And voice is another 2 drop, but I mean, voice. Is voice something that helps
as
out?
Blue Moon,
Yeah.
with the amount of counterspells that they have, yeah, I think that voice is impactful in this one.
Yeah.
Because of Remand, Cryptic Command, things like that.
Hey, Wakeside. Got Modern. Best format since Sliced Bread.
All right.
Is that a format?
And it looks like a follow from Reich. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Reich.
I would like to thank everybody by name. Unfortunately, I don't have the capacity to, but I will right now. Reich889, thank you so much for the follow and the support. As always, you guys are always fantastic. To all the Fortnites out there, which I'm still getting used to using that, so I apologize if I don't use it as often as I should. But I really like the name. I just need to get into the habit of using it. That's the biggest thing.
You'll get there.
I will get there. Because the Fortnites are all amazing, and they protect the fort. Especially, they're always quick to tell us when we miss something.
Of course. Not that we'd ever do that.
Of course not.
And glad to see that you're still here, Nicole.
Alright. So, looks like getting ready for game 2. Do we think that Wizards is actually trying to help Legacy with Eternal Masters? Yes.
Yeah, I feel like Wizards does care. Here's the thing. I'm a bit cynical about it, but at the same time, I think something you have to remember about Wizards is that there's a lot of people who work there, and like anything, there's going to be a lot of people who want different things. I truly believe that the people who are working on the cards want Legacy to do well. So I think they want their entire product to do well, and I think that they're people who want to see Magic outlive them.
Yeah, and I think here's the biggest thing. I actually, and I hate to say this to all the Legacy players, remember, I do like Legacy, but I agree with them cutting off some of, like, the GP support. I agree with there not being a lot of GPs. I would like 1 or 2, but I kind of agree with it, because it doesn't make a whole lot of a sense to have a format that is just, and I know the arguments of things are totally attainable and all that stuff, but it kind of makes sense to make it into the formats that are actually going to make them money.
Yep.
That's reasonable, but I don't think that they're ignoring Legacy and say that they want it to die.
Yeah.
They're not supporting it. That's fine.
And something I'd add to that is that
they're aware of their player base.
Yeah, and Legacy, I think Vintage and Legacy both are important to exist, mainly because people look up to those formats and see it as something to strive to get to. You know, maybe you start out in Standard or a kitchen table, and you see people on camera occasionally at these mega events playing with these insanely powerful cards. Those are draws and things that keep people into Magic. Those are healthy, good things to have. Now, the price point is something that we're all, affected by, but I think that's something that they're trying to work on. It just takes time.
So a turn 1 Serum Visions from Eric. I see a land and a Wormcoil Engine. Unfortunately, might be putting that Wormcoil Engine on the bottom.
Yeah.
As much as he'd like to see it, I'm not sure if he wants to see it yet. And actually,
he leaves it second from the top, but if he has a fetch,
maybe giving himself the option to fetch it away, or maybe putting it on top just to feint it because he knows that it's going to be going away.
Yep, I know that I've put 2 on top, but nope, he's definitely going to be drawing it.
Yep, and a
Spreading Seas draws the Wormcoil.
So I really like that Spreading Seas on the Stomping Ground without Ian having a turn 1 play like a Bird's Paradise.
Oh yeah.
Gonna have trouble fixing that mana. Okay. Otherwise, the reserve list, we can talk about that a bit more after the round.
Yep.
So, a Horizon Canopy into a Wall of Roots for Ian Price. Wall of Roots are a really cool card and operates nicely in this deck. Both as a 0/5 body to stop aggro, less relevant in this matchup, but also as a way to actually almost double tap for Chord as far as mana goes. So,
Yep.
cool. Alright. So we have got a Snapcaster.
Serum Visions?
And yeah, might be just going for the Serum Visions again.
Sure up 3 your mana. It looks like he might be missing. Or no, it looks like he's a mountain at the end there.
Yeah. Has the Wormcoil Engine in hand, but really needs to capitalize on this time that he has.
He's going to probably put Blood Moon on the top, although he has it looks like a Lighthouse as well that he drew off the Serum Visions.
Okay.
Oops. Not taken.
Oh.
I'll focus.
Okay. So, we have got a Wooded Foothills from Ian, which is going to let him fix his mana base. Right now missing red because of that Spreading Seas onto his Stomping Ground. So we might see him crack that and be looking for possibly a Sacred Foundry to
If
line
you're
up.
Ian, do you go for a basic?
If you're Ian, going for a basic is certainly a concern, and I think that he actually has the Quasali Pride Mage. So, might actually go for... I'd hate to see him go for, like, a basic... Like, he wants the red.
Yeah.
And I think if he wants it...
Okay.
I think it's going to drop the Quasali Pride Mage. Probably has more lands in there, and that's going to let him take down a Blood Moon if it comes out.
That's a very bright forest.
Yeah, that is
I thought it was
very
a plains
bright
at first,
forest.
and I'm like, you can't do that.
Okay. So... and looks like actually going for an Eternal Witness, getting back the fetch.
Okay, and then, well, I guess getting a basic mount doesn't do anything. But...
No, but I do like that because it gives him the basic.
Mm.
Now, I think with that Quasali Pride Mage in hand, it means that he at least has the capacity to get that Quasali Pride Mage out. A Blood Moon right now would be unfortunate.
Yeah, it would cut him off of getting the Quasali out.
But he's at least got that turn. If he can drop that, then he's going to be pretty protected from both the Vidalcan Shackles and the Blood Moon. And that's going to really help him continue to hit those land drops. Okay. So,
There's Blood Moon, and then he has mana out for Bolt.
and there is the Blood Moon, and we are about to see, I think, a Path to Exile on his own creature.
Yep.
Brilliant.
Excellent.
So, Path to Exile on his own Eternal Witness. So what that means is that we're about to see him get a basic plains.
Yep.
He's going to cast the Quizali Pride Mage, use the island that he has to take down the Blood Moon, and then he's got 2 mana, 3 mana with his Wall of Roots.
Yep.
So whatever he wants to do forward from that,
There
I
you go.
love it.
He's gone. His world is Oyster Town.
What? Do you take something like the world is your pearl kind of thing?
The world's
The world is oyster and I'm the pearl kind of thing?
Yeah.
Or you are the pearl, or the Fortnites are the pearl.
There
I
you
don't
go.
know. But you're certainly... And actually, we didn't see a basic plains come in.
Whoa! What do you grab?
He does...
Oh, he bolted in response.
Okay.
That's right.
Unfortunately, we didn't end up going for that. So,
Dang. I got so distracted by the excitement that, and like I even mentioned that he had mana out for Bolt.
yeah. I mean, it's a really solid play, and it cuts him off of a lot of mana. I like Eric being aware of possibly what the downside might have been there.
Yep.
Has the basic mountain, which of course means that he's not cut off of red.
Yep.
But so far with green-red, if he gets this white source, then he does have a lot of options with this Quizali Pride Mage. Other things that may have come in out of the sideboard, Reclamation Sage, very much an option. Dismember possibly came in, unlikely though. And there's another Eternal Witness, bringing back his Eternal Witness.
Sorry, Eternal Witness, yep.
So
He wits for days.
no kidding. He might have brought in a Lightning Helix,
This isn't Legacy.
which isn't going to do a whole
You can't
lot.
wit for days.
That's
in
true.
Modern.
Oh, fair enough. And Apia and Kieran Nalar. Eric actually getting a pretty nice board state at this point. So this is kind of turning around, and Eric is really taking an advantage in this game.
Yeah.
Has a Birds of Paradise, so if he can resolve that and not have it die, unlikely. I think we do have a bolt in Eric's hand.
Yeah, so I think here, I mean, you play the land, you play Eternal Witness, grab Path,
Mm-hmm.
Path your dude. No, you can't Path your dude because you don't have the light source.
Nope, cannot. And instead, we actually might have a Chord of Calling happening. Is this a chord for
Chord for one, for
one?
birds.
So this is actually a chord for 1. And maybe more. Let's see. So chord for 3.
Okay, yeah,
So-
that's more.
Looks like a chord for 3.
Reclamation Sage?
I think Reclamation Sage is the correct answer to that
Yep.
question. Gonna be going for the Blood Moon. And I think that is gonna enable it. Yep.
Yep.
So Reclamation Sage coming down. I like that play a lot because it really re-enables his mana base. And of
Corrosion
course,
Reclamation.
of course it is. So Reclamation Sage, naturally,
Yep.
of course. Why would it ever be the card that I actually intended to get?
Yep.
Man, this card search machine hates me.
I'll build you. Once I get my site up, I'll have something better.
A pure intuitive one.
Yep.
So, now his mana base is going to be back online, has the full suite, and with that he has the Eternal Witness in hand to get that Chord of Calling back.
Yep.
So he's really starting to generate all kinds of things. Chord is 3 mana, but it does have Convoke, so he was able to tap his Eternal Witness and his Wall of Roots for additional mana.
Yep.
To answer the question that was being asked there.
And at this point, you can go get your Chord back, go get Angel, and then go get Kiki.
It sounds so simple when you say it.
I know, right? That's how you draw it up when you don't have anybody else interacting with you.
Of course. So, we have got a swing for 2 with those Thopters. Ian going down to 15 still has a lot of time, all things considered. With this swing for 2, the Peeing Kieran Nalar, and the Snapcaster Mage, I can guarantee that that Restoration, or that Reclamation Sage is going to snap block whichever one attacks.
Mm-hmm.
So, that Reclamation Sage has done what it needs to do. The biggest thing that we might see at this point is the Restoration Angel, most likely going to be flickering the Eternal Witness, so that he can get back the Chord of Calling.
Yep.
And that's kind of the point where you hope that Eric doesn't have that bolt to take down your target.
Yep.
But still has a lot of tools as far as getting that, especially with, 2 Eternal Witnesses, so he can find maybe another Restoration Angel.
Yeah.
All kinds of possibilities. So down to 12. Looks like going for a fetch land. Probably going to be lining up another red source. He does have the bird in hand. So I'm expecting maybe a Sacred Foundry.
I would expect Sacred Foundry here.
Mm-hmm.
Although for fun, if you wanted to put Kiki out, copy Reclamation Stage to destroy the Thopters.
Yeah, and can you see what the round time is really quick?
Sure. 40:56.
Okay, so
40:50.
it is about 40 minutes left in the round. It's a little bit of a misleading number because they started beforehand, but I don't know what their exact timer is on. So we're going with this one, and we should be able to get other things going.
Certainly.
Matches as soon as they are done. So that's at least the most accurate one that we've got at the moment. Okay.
Oh yeah, he does need a third of red source for casting Kiki, but it shouldn't need to because he'll probably Chord for it because reasons.
Yeah, so if he's planning on courting it for it, yeah, but I still would have liked to see him maybe respect that and go for, he's getting the triple green maybe so that he can cast his chords without needing the Convoke.
Yep.
But just in case of maybe an Anger the Gods, but of course if you get hit by that, you're already in trouble.
Yep.
But I can still understand it. The biggest hesitation is that if you find yourself unable to do the other chord, then that becomes problematic. And looks
he
like
lets it resolve, but then bolts it.
as soon as he has priority, I guess.
Yeah, he doesn't have priority.
And actually, might be. I think he does have the ability to chord for the Restoration Angel right now.
Yeah.
Still has the Eternal Witness in hand, saving that. I like that right now because then he can get it and flicker his Birds of Paradise, keeping it up.
Makes
so
sense.
The Birds of Paradise doesn't have to die, and he's able to get a Restoration Angel, still have the Eternal Witness in hand, and go for his Court of Calling out of the graveyard next turn. And I think he'll still have enough creatures, if all goes well, to go for the win.
Yep.
So I like that.
He looks like he's blinking Ewit.
And actually, okay, so he's okay with the bird going. Just going to take the chord while he has the opportunity, it looks like.
And have the opportunity to grab Kiki Chiki.
Yeah, and I can actually understand that one. Basically taking, because he's really valuing that Court of Calling highly. And so I think he really needs to go for that line when he has it.
Yep.
As for did we cut to the top 8? No, we have only got 5 rounds tonight. But if you join us next the very next March 26th.
Yep.
It's a Saturday. We'll be
doing
doing
after that.
Modern Grand Prix Trial. It's going to be a long day, and I will be streaming it for probably 8 hours. It's going to be a blast.
I'll probably be playing it.
You'll probably be playing it.
Yep.
Hopefully for 8 hours.
For 8 hours. Yep, and hopefully be the last match of the day.
At least 5. Okay. So, we have got a lot of land in from Eric's side, but still not doing a whole lot with it. He's got 2 Thopters on the battlefield to maybe apply some pressure. He's got the Piankir and Nalar, but still very much in trouble. Does Kiki fold to a Surgical if we can grab the right card? I would say no. It's got a decent backup game plan, so... Alright.
That is I'm trying to remember how much mana... so yeah, he's going to Chord for 5. But I was trying to remember if he had enough mana up during this scenario to bolt Reclamation Sage when that was the target. Or not Reclamation Sage, Eternal Witness.
Yeah, to use the Thopter token to take it down.
I can't remember.
Yeah. So here's where if Eric has removal,
Yeah.
he is going to need it.
Yep.
Now, Ian does have some options. He's got a Horizon Canopy, and if Eric doesn't have it right now, Ian's about to win. And if he does have it, it's not guaranteed because he does have, I think, still another Restoration Angel or another Eternal Witness in hand.
Yeah.
So even if one of these gets hit by a bolt, something like this, he can actually even still play it this turn and get it back in hand.
Certainly. So I think what happens here is he cracks the fetch and probably tosses both Thopters at the Angel.
Or you could just toss one of them at the Kiki Jiki. It's an option, at least.
You and your better options. I'm just gonna just stay here and watch the rest of the stream.
Okay, sounds good. I mean, you could raise up a little bit just to not be at the bottom, but... okay. Alright.
He made one copy. He did not respond. He's now wanting to do a second copy.
Also, my phone has switched to displaying military time, and I don't know how.
Carefully.
And it looks like going for the Kiki there. Just using some of those angel tokens to present it, so he'll be getting another one and swinging for 3 at Eric. I think deciding if he wants to block with that other Thopter, and I really like Ian doing this.
I wonder why he...
Excuse me.
Okay, he couldn't prevent the first copy without losing both Thopters.
Yeah, because it was already in play.
Yep.
And so I kind of like this one, especially because if Ian wants to do the Eternal Witness to get back the Kiki, then that means that he can still throw the Thopter at it again.
Yep.
So I actually like this, going for it. So, no ice. Oh, nice.
Nice.
So, just with the one angel, Ian's still kind of at a pretty decent position. Very much in the place of being the aggressor for most of this match. The Peeing Kieran Nalar basically being the most aggressive turn that Eric had the opportunity to take. Apparently I spread it to you.
Yeah. So, Eric does have a Batter Skull. That's not going to do much. Really curious just what else he has.
We do see a Serum Visions, Wormcoil Engine, and a Snapcaster Mage.
So, Snapcaster Mage. Does he have Electrolyze on the Ben? It looks like he mostly has fetches in the graveyard.
Yeah, I think he does have at least a Bolt, though, which is what he is going to be probably...
deploying for.
Yes.
Alright.
All right.
Question, do you save Bolt?
Do you save Bolt? Probably. I think if you have the opportunity to do it with the Thopter,
Yeah.
that Thopter's not going to do well against the Restoration Angel anyway.
Yeah.
So I would much rather use that Thopter. You're going to either end up chump blocking it anyway. Take down that combo when you do have the chance. And it looks like he might be going for that. Oh.
Okay.
Kusali Pride Mage.
To take out the
going for the Thopter.
Thopter ahead of time.
I like this a lot.
Yep.
Mostly because it forces him to do it.
Yep.
And it's a little bit unfortunate that it is going to work out in a downside for him. But I think that that's still a really excellent heads-up play by Ian.
Yep.
So we're going to be sending that Snapcaster into a Bolt, but that means that we are left with a 2-2, a 2-1, and a 2-1 looking down Ian's board of, a 3-4 flyer.
Yep.
And with Eric pretty much just having that Wormcoil Engine now his biggest break.
Yep.
And if Ian can come up with any other kind of way for this, then he's in a problematic place. And I think realizing that he can't cast it, interestingly enough, almost his saving grace.
Yep.
Because Eric cannot play that Wormcoil Engine right now. And getting very, very aggressive with attacks.
So, this might give a chance. Does he have a way to not block here?
I mean, he can't play this Kiki in the second main. Blocking this feels like a mistake. Because he has a win on board. He could have taken 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And Eric actually had a win on board through Snap Bolt.
Yeah.
And actually, he still had one. To where he could have gone Snap Bolt and then just swung for...
Now he has Bolt Electrolyze.
I mean, now he's got...
Yeah, so, I mean...
He still has it?
Got it, but he had that was suboptimal, I think.
Yeah, that was really interesting. So, a Game 2 win...
Just like I said, Kiki taking Game 1, Blood Moon taking Game 2.
This is not exactly as you said it.
That's exactly what I said. Interesting. Well, still got the win. That's all that matters.
Do I play Burn in Vintage? You know it.
Uh...
However, it looks a lot like Legacy Burn. I mean, if you guys can send me a sweet vintage burn list that isn't absurdly expensive, I will consider it. Burn is hot.
Yep.
Oh man, that sentence makes even more sense.
Dang.
Okay.
Let's see here. Let's see here.
Okay. Do I play Burn and Popper? Not yet. We are working on getting Popper in the store, and I will be playing Burn and Popper.
I have several lists I'm looking at right now. In fact, I'm looking to, we're looking to get some Popper tournaments going. Would you guys, just out of curiosity, throwing this out there, how many of you would be interested in watching a larger scale Popper tournament on the stream? Let us know.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
That is an excellent question.
I mean, right now I have about 16 different decks I'm looking at. We'd also probably let people bring in their own. So.
All right. Well, we've got one vote for it.
Yeah.
It's certainly something that we're looking at adding probably in the summer.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
unfortunately, got to give ourselves a little bit of time and also just to hype it with people in the store.
Yep.
So.
Yep. I have actually tried. I'm looking at three different Popper Tron lists. So
Why not all three?
yeah, I could include all three there.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm excited. We also do have that Grand Prix trial for those of you just joining.
Yep.
March 26th. It's a Saturday. Put it on that calendar. Be sure to join us. It is going to be a fantastically long day of super fun. I'm super excited.
And thank you, Doro, for creating that.
Thank you. Doro, always just an absolute champ.
And
All
I
the
will
time.
admit that Popper is a little bit slower with Cloud Fairies gone. There are still solid combo decks. I mean, they're still working on getting a few of them a little faster or a little bit more consistent. But there are fast Popper decks out there. So
Okay, so it looks like we've at least got 6 votes.
who's taking game 3?
Who's taking game 3? Ian on the play.
Play.
I actually have to give it to Ian.
I have to give it to Ian as well.
So it looks like
We'll
going
say
for
Ian's got the bird.
So going for a wooded foothills into a basic forest and going for that Birds of Paradise. Very much seems to be learning the lesson from the last time.
Yep.
As far as making sure that you have those basics up.
Yep.
Do we
sort of Scrub Lord? We're actually looking to open up a sealed revised starter deck if we can hit 500. Although opening packs, I'd be up for if people are interested in
one at the end of every stream?
Yeah, end of stream. I'd be fine with doing something like that if that's something people would like.
Right.
I'd be fine with purchasing it.
So we have got a Birds of Paradise for Ian, Eric going for a Misty Rainforest into a basic island, and going to be doing a Serum Visions. Got another land and a remand. I think he actually does need that land. Might be keeping both on top. So probably going to put the Misty on top and actually the remand on bottom. So really prioritizing just the mana. Doesn't really need that counter spell at the moment.
Yep.
Okay. So, Eric, looks like a solid board. Not a whole lot of red spells, but I do see an Electrolyze and a Pia and Kieran Nalar. Otherwise, looks like maybe some counter magic, so could have been deciding that he had enough and really wants to dig more into the burn spells more than anything.
Yep, and this opening looked very standard for both decks. Nothing out of the ordinary. This is what Ian and Eric want to be doing.
So,
Eric wants to set up his hand. Ian wants to start getting pieces out, get a bird out, start trying to get things.
So, Wall of Omens getting him to the stomping ground that he was actually able to drop as his land for turn. So Ian continuing to kind of keep things going really nicely.
Yeah. And is that a Kiki in hand?
Okay, and as for Scrub, we will answer questions much more thoroughly between rounds.
Certainly.
We can answer anything, but that's a much more in-depth question. So we have got a Spreading Seas going for the
basic forest.
That really tells me that he's got a Blood Moon, or not in hand, but he is probably intending to get that Blood Moon, because going for that basic forest means that he's going to be cutting off colors once he gets the Blood Moon.
Yep.
In the meantime, it's worse, but
Yeah. Oh, don't worry about it, Scrub. And we have a Overgrown Tomb coming out.
It's an interesting choice, probably just as a one-up for the Orzhov Pontiff,
Yeah.
and maybe to make
Or Sin.
Dismember occasionally a little bit less painful.
Also works in Sin Collector.
Mm-hmm. And Sin Collector, you are correct. So
And
a
swings
lot
off the walls.
Yeah. So a whole lot of walls, but not applying a whole lot of pressure, but setting up a very nice board that is going to be pretty resilient. So there is a Voice of Resurgence in hand. Might be seeing that come down next turn, which is going to be really nice for preventing some of that counter magic, or at least punishing the counter magic, and giving him a way to start applying that pressure if Eric is going to keep disabling what he's doing.
Certainly.
Other than that, I see
Good point. Slowly crashing. Big Game Hunter as well.
in the hand. Oh, just a reason to cast it.
Yeah,
Yes.
for the Black Source.
Yeah, Big Game Hunter is such a sweet card.
It is nice.
Okay.
Electrolyze.
So
Taking care.
Yep. So bolting the bird, putting Ian down to 16. I like that because it ends up cutting off a decent amount of the colors.
Yep.
Or at
Takes
least
out the white source completely.
Exactly.
Yep.
So that Wall of Roots still providing a green mana, but if he's unable to get to that white source, though we do have a Chord of Calling, he can actually Chord for 3 right now.
Yep.
So we could almost see him going for some kind of option there. Does have a Wall of Omens, but you know, I think the lack of white is actually pretty impactful because he has both a Wall of Omens and a Voice of Resurgence in hand,
Yep.
and may just be going with a pass here, but at least not doing much.
But technically, you get Chord for 4, right? Because you can take 1 off the wall and then
Yeah.
tap.
So maybe go for a big Chord that way, and yep, going for a Chord for 4. Maybe gonna go for a, I'm sorry, the Angel, the Restoration
Yep.
Angel. Flicker one of his walls.
Yep.
And maybe go to draw a card.
You have to flicker a creature, right?
You do have to flicker a creature, but he can get his Wall of
Okay.
Omens.
Yep.
Draw it into a red source, or white into a white source potentially.
Yep.
And that'll really fix a lot of his mana.
Makes sense.
Okay.
I was just thinking for the brief moment, I don't think there's a reason for him to flicker the basic forest, but...
Probably because it's not a creature.
well, yes, that's what I was...
If it's a Dryad Arbor.
If it's a Dryad Arbor...
That's the
well,
way.
if it's a Dryad Arbor and you put a Spreading Seas on it, it becomes an island, it's no longer a creature.
Yeah, and unfortunately a Path to Exile.
Oh.
Actually, it is still a creature. Oh no, if you Spreading
It's
Seas
just
I
because it
was
says it
thinking
is,
Bloodmoon.
and yep.
Yeah. Okay, I was thinking Bloodmoon there.
Interesting
So-
thought. He has Cryptic. Send Resto back to Ian's hand.
Yeah, especially with no white source at the moment. Maybe go for a counterspell. The biggest thing is that you may want to play around waiting for that. So I think he's just going to pass the turn.
Yep.
And could be making that opportunity to bounce it and get him. But if he ends up drawing this white source,
Yep.
this is going to be a really nice spot for him to be in.
Yep.
And did not.
Nope.
Looks like a
Stomach.
Firelit. That's
Oh,
a Firelit
sorry,
Thicket.
Fire. Yep.
Yeah. So, a Firelit Thicket up to a pretty decent amount of mana, and he can at least cast the Kiki right now. Alright.
Just takes it. Showing patience.
So, that Restoration Angel, a swing in for 3, putting him down to 13.
So, Scrub, real quick, the decks that they're playing, Blue Moon is a, how would you describe it?
A control deck.
Yeah, it's a control deck that takes advantage of the card Blood Moon while taking to limit your opponent's resources while using blue cards to build and control, build your own board while controlling your opponent's board.
Yep. And Kiki Chord really operates on using a lot of value in toolbox creatures.
Yep.
And eventually go for an infinite combo on damage between Restoration Angel, which is that tapped creature on the battlefield, and Kiki Mirror Breaker.
Yep.
So, a Serum Vision's drawing into yet another land, and we have a Roast and a Bolt on top. Not bad, all things considered.
Yeah.
May actually ship the Roast to the bottom. It depends on how much he wants to deal with that Restoration Angel.
And it looks like he wants to deal with it.
So, yep, that Restoration Angel not going to get hit by a Roast, but he can take down the Wall of Roots and also one of those walls if needed.
Yep.
So, okay.
And we have a Stomping Ground.
So, still no white source for Ian, which is pretty unfortunate. He can recast that P and Kier Nalar,
Yep.
but with that Cryptic Command, and is
More?
this a face down? No. Okay. Ian putting a little bit of English on this.
Eggless. Indeed. And we got Cryptic Counter Draw.
Possibly counter draw?
Counter Tap?
No,
Yeah, that's right.
I like the counter bounce.
Counter Bounce, yeah. That's dirt.
Yeah.
Not even thinking.
So, Cryptic
I play
Command.
Magic, guys.
I really like the Cryptic choosing to bounce that because he still hasn't hit this white source, and that's preventing all of the clock that he has.
Certainly.
So now he's got a bunch of walls, no Peeing Kier Nalar in hand. That Roast taking down his wall of roots, has a bolt on top as another option, and actually looks like floating a green in response and choosing to do nothing. That's the tape from where I put the X's. Just curling a little bit.
No, I'm pointing to they both have 1/1.
Oh, oh man, I wonder what happened there.
Ah.
Whoops. Okay.
Yeah, Pro Tour Hall of Fame. Yeah.
Yeah. So
2000.
the 4-mana up
30.
definitely would have liked to see an attack first there. All right. And it looks like he is aware that Roast's not going for it. Hopefully not going to see a Snapcaster Roast. But
Yeah.
Eric's starting to really take over this game. Could end up your prediction might have been 100% wrong. Just a thought.
I can go 0-3 on my prediction.
No kidding. So there is our white source. Does have a path available. Does have a Voice of Resurgence. Does have a Restoration Angel. Does have a Wall of Omens.
But is it too late?
It might not be. It depends on how many Snapcasters are in this hand. I mean, that's kind of the biggest thing of what it can come down to. All right.
Hey, Xeris, how about we have the 5th node be that a Cryptic becomes a Planeswalker named Jace the Mind
Shaman?
Sculptor? Oh, I was going to say.
So, Cryptic into doing a Cryptic command off of that Snapcaster Mage, and that voice is not going to be coming into the battlefield.
We need to tell him to tap a green source.
For...
He did not pay for that.
Yeah.
Ian, we need to tap a green source.
Okay.
Right.
So keeping that and keeping that. He's got it. There we go. That's actually usually what I end up doing as well.
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier to remember that way.
So, that Voice of Resurgence, unfortunately not going to be resolving off of that. Looks like a Cryptic command with that Snapcaster Mage, and now actually can start applying some pressure. Unfortunately, those walls still going to be in the way.
Yeah.
Really
Double
ready
block.
for those blockers.
And this is when he gives it First Strike Death Touch.
Of course.
I don't even know the First Strike.
Okay.
Serum Visions gets a land and then sees Vidalcan Shackles and Wormcoil Engine. He wants Vidalcan Shackles first.
Yeah, and Vidalcan Shackles, I'm not quite sure what he's looking for, but I think it's more just...
Safety valve?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Having a safety valve just in case a Restoration Angel comes down, or a Kiki, or just anything that is a surprise.
Yep.
I'd much rather just have a button that says, you know what, let's not be surprised.
Yep.
So Peeing Kier Nalar, again, one of those really cool cards that I love since it's been introduced.
It's a great card. It's just it makes me happy, and it makes me also just happy that it's Chandra's appearance.
I think
awesome.
that it's hilarious that the most competitive Nalars to ever come out were not Chandra.
It's not Chandra.
Her parents. She is constantly overshadowed by her parents.
Yeah.
Okay. So, we have got a Birds of Paradise coming out, maybe just trying to get that second white source up.
Yep.
And still does have a Wall of Omens, so may just be dropping that other wall this turn.
Yep.
And then trying to set up maybe a Kiki with a Restoration Angel after giving a little bit of time to disable that Vidalcan Shackles that he's not aware of yet, but it gives him at least the opportunity to.
Yeah. And I do like playing the birds before the voice.
Okay.
So, I mean, with a bolt...
And it looks like Oh, okay, so going for a bolt
In response.
on the bird in response, I kind of like that play.
I can see it.
Out of Eric.
Yep. Make sure to keep him on the one white source. And we have the shackles, so he could actually take the voice if he wanted.
So, 2 of those Thopter tokens out. Still not getting
Yes.
you know, I think we're about to start seeing those get aggressive,
Definitely.
which I really like.
Yep. And, you know, getting rid of the bird helps with that. I mean, I don't think he blocked either way, but, you know.
It ensures it.
Yep.
Which is always nice. That's definitely a true statement there.
Yep.
And still has plenty of mana. Again, with that Vidalcan Shackles out and these Thopter tokens,
Yep.
pretty much every creature can be removed right now. So... Should have let the bird live and then take it with Shackles. That would have been an interesting play.
That would have been a play.
I think that it's unlikely.
Fun fact. You can sacrifice shackles with Pia and Kieran
Yeah,
for
you
extra
can.
damage.
If absolutely needed, it is
Oh,
certainly
not
an
saying
option.
right away, but
It's an option.
yep.
It's there.
So he goes to combat, takes the voice.
So, we've got 4 mana in response, going for that voice, and we're
Yep.
probably going to see a Restoration Angel just try and flicker that voice.
Yep.
The biggest issue is that he has 3 mana and may throw a Thopter at it.
Yep.
So it looks like just going to let it happen.
Yep. Makes sense.
And
Yes,
a
Stony
Stony
Silence.
Silence a little bit too late,
Yep.
unfortunately. So, has the white mana, cuts it off. Unfortunately, it doesn't actually cut off any of Eric's current abilities.
Yep.
So, as it currently sits, the Vidalcan Shackles, since it's already activated, he's not going to lose that creature.
Yep.
Those Thopter tokens, their ability is actually stable to Pia and Kieran Nalar, so they can't be inhibited.
Yep.
So the biggest thing is that can Ian get some kind of aerial attack going?
Yep.
But I think Eric is very much in a position of taking this game.
Yep, and I mean, like, Ian, he can't, I mean, he makes it, it's interesting, like, Ian doesn't have a lot of play that he does on Eric's turns, but now Ian has to just deal with the fact that it's very risky to cast spells on Eric's turn now.
Yeah.
That's a lot of respect.
Okay. So Vidalcan Shackles, the card that is putting a Voice of Resurgence on Eric's side of the battlefield. Very cool card, means that you get to take control of target creature with power less than the number of islands you control.
He's got plenty of islands.
And he has got plenty of islands. Currently sitting on 5 of them, and that's and that's if those are both the Sulphur Falls at the top.
Yep.
So looking at getting aggressive here, gonna get
Swinging all.
4 damage in as it currently sits, and especially if he starts casting spells, he's gonna be giving him a 6/6.
Yep, and then Bolt will take him down to 7, and then 3 sacrifices gets him down to 1.
Yeah.
So
looking at possibly the closing of this game, this finals match, could see Blue Moon take it, which is very cool. I haven't seen Blue
Yeah.
Moon do that well super recently, but all right.
yeah, this is a very interesting one. I mean, Ian's at 10, but he's really at a theoretical 1.
All right. So we have got a tap for 4. Okay.
4 and a
Is
blue.
this maybe a chord? Let's see. Huh. Okay, so going for the Restoration Angel here, an interesting tap for 5.
And yeah, he's looking for an out.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit thrown off. Maybe one of those lands was already tapped and I just missed it. I think he ended up going into another Restoration Angel.
Yeah, which isn't
But
gonna help.
casting a Restoration Angel on your turn is just the worst.
Yeah, it does not feel good. Because, I mean, yeah, at this point, you swing, and you swing both Thopters in. Oh, he takes out the... Curious why he took out the Resto. Because he swings both, gets 1 through. Okay, no, he just wants to swing. Takes 2. And he passes the turn. Interesting. There must be something that we're missing.
I mean, he has the capacity to do it, but he may just not be wanting to sacrifice his entire board when right now he's got it locked down. He's in no rush.
Yeah.
So, I think as it currently sits, I think he's just being patient. So,
I just feel like there was, like, based on what was on board and how he had tapped, I don't think there was any reason.
Alright, so, I mean, a Course of Crufit's going to help out a lot. It's going to help him gain some life, too, and get him to that mana base. But so far, Ian, on his back foot, looking for an answer. And that Vidalcan Shackle's disabling a lot of it. But the more mana that he gets, you know, it can mean that if he doesn't take this Restoration Angel Force... And actually, the Stony Silence means that he can't. So Ian, if he doesn't die, can take this game, because that Stony Silence is stopping a repeat of it.
Yep.
And Quasali Pride Mage, you know, that Quasali Pride Mage is going to do a nice job of taking down either a Blood Moon or that Vidalcan Shackles. So if he's able to get into a Kiki, Ian has the... he's able to pull this game out.
Certainly.
And I really like him going the Stony Silence, even after it didn't seem to be that effective anymore. Because it did a great job of making it so Eric was stuck with the creature that he had already gotten.
Yep.
And he can't get any more.
Yep.
Without just removing that Stony Silence. And if he's using that, then, you know.
This is interesting. I really feel like Eric... Unless I'm missing something, I feel like Eric had the game.
You know, he's got a bolt,
Like,
but
I'm really questioning the Thopter shooting down the Restoring Angel.
I think it's a pretty reasonable one, because that Restoration Angel as a 3/4 could have possibly taken that game over time.
Mm-hmm.
So, may have just been prioritizing that one and letting him lose any kind of traction. But the fact that he had that other one, fantastic.
Now he's in Bolt Snap Bolt range.
So, I think we do have...
Spellskite.
Is Eric Hellbent at this point?
No, I think he just put it to the side. I thought I saw cards in hand.
I thought so too. I think he is just holding them to the side, and I'm just not seeing them at the moment. So we've got a tap for 2, and looks like, a Spellskite going to be a really nice card right now. And yeah, there's the hand. We've got some bolts, and 2 cards that I can't see.
Those are both Blood Moon.
So 2 Blood Moons. Pretty interesting not to be playing that one when so much of this mana base is inhibited. Probably because that would just guarantee the Kiki. And now that that's resolved, I think we're about to see Kiki Chord take the win through Vidalcan Shackles, through all of these safety valves. Ian doing an excellent job. So, a bolt in response, a redirect. Oh,
Stony Silence.
Wow. I even totally
missed
forgot about it. So Kiki going down. I can't believe that I missed that.
All of us missed it.
That is brilliant.
That
So what would have been that is incredible. So still able to swing for 6.
This does not look good, but still, that went from GG to
no kidding.
yeah.
Pretty curious to see that there, and I think he's swinging for 6 with no flying blockers. So getting rid of the angel, pretty
Spins out of the picture.
I was really surprised by that, and it's unfortunate because Ian has the Quasali Pride Mage in his hand, so it's not out of the realm right now.
Yeah.
Because he can still very much put in his Quasali Pride Mage. If he gets an Eternal Witness out,
Yep.
he can just reset this board as it currently sits and take out his own Stony Silence for the win.
Yeah.
But he's still got a Restoration Angel. And actually, an Electrolyze. So, Ian at a very dangerous point. It's can Eric get
that's a
more
bolt,
burn?
or that's a snap, wasn't it?
That is a Snapcaster Mage. So that, if it is, doesn't have enough to do the Snap Bolt, because he still has that Bolt in hand. So we're going to get a Snap Bolt. he's going to go down to 1.
Throw it at you.
And throwing that at him. So if he doesn't have an answer, Blue Moon taking it. Wow. Incredible. Though he gets a token for that cat. Not really. Whoa! I gotta flail my arms!
Whoa.
I gotta flail my arms!
I can't redirect it.
Whoa, my goodness! And that was amazing. I'm really excited by that.
That was a good match to have on
Do you
camera.
think that we were able to get another match up?
I can take a look. I mean, there's 5 minutes left in the round.
So, well, let's go see. If you want to go see what you can find, stick with us. We're going to try and get more Modern on the screen for you guys. So stick around. Otherwise, I will see you guys in the booth. So, wow, just saw Blue Moon take the win here in the finals. That was delightful. I mean, to all the people who are currently joining, we are at an excellent turnout for just a Saturday Night Modern. Thank you to all of you, and if you have not yet, hit that follow button, because I wildly appreciate you guys turning in. My name's TJ. David is my co-host for tonight. I usually have a fairly large cast of co-hosts. So, thank you for joining. We do this 3 times a week for those of you. It looks like some of you did just join. Wednesdays at 7, Fridays at 7:30. That is Legacy, not Modern. And Modern again on Saturdays at 6, which is, the one that you are currently watching. Okay, and as we are waiting for another match, if we can get one, make sure that you, if you guys do have questions, just put @GeekFortress into your question, into your comment, into any feedback if you have it. That is something that is also valuable to us. We've been doing this for, I think we're coming up close to 6 months, and any kind of feedback is always extremely valuable to us.
So, that is it.
Okay.
The games are over.
So, unfortunately, that is the end of our Modern tournament. Scrublord, I will answer your question, but stick around if you'd like. Before you leave, hit that follow button, and, I mean, we're going to hang out for a little bit and talk to you guys. So, if you want to hang out, stay. It's going to be awesome. So, if you do have any questions, we can either do the 6 words game, just put @GeekFortress 6 words and then a question. We'll keep it to exactly 6 words with no thought whatsoever. Other questions, comments, or feedback we'll also address.
Asterisk. Up numbers is 1 word.
Up numbers is a single word. That is always a rule. So, Eldrazi Aggro, do any of us play it? And if so, can you give cards or ideas? And to crit hit, yes, he is using Hoogland's List.
Yep.
The 60 card main deck.
Okay.
So, was he... I mean, I do not play Eldrazi Aggro. I play generally Affinity and a whole lot of other decks, but Affinity is certainly my main deck.
Yep.
So I don't play a whole lot of Eldrazi, but the deck is extremely powerful. It's pretty straightforward, but really Eldrazi Mimic, Reality Smasher, Dismember, there's a whole lot of... There's a whole lot of options.
Yep.
And mostly it's colorless. You can put it into any color that you want. Right now, blue-white, particularly popular.
Yep.
There's also colorless, mono-black.
Yep.
There is green-red.
Yeah.
There's been light talks of Dimir Drazi.
Yep.
So,
Eldrazi.
Plug HD, thank you. We really appreciate you. Positive feedback is excellent. And also, Lorosaurus, we did see you in there. So, thank you. Positive feedback is always really nice, and glad to see that some of those people are lurking in there.
Yep.
So, Eldrazi Aggro, very good deck. It's actually pretty straightforward when you're playing it. The biggest thing that you will come up with is sequencing your lands, from
Yep.
what I understand. And also mulligan any land that doesn't have one of those soul lands
Yeah.
in it.
Mulliganing does require a certain finesse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do have to be kind of aggressive with your mulligans. But that's to be, that's certainly understandable.
Yep.
So it's hard to really say that that's new.
Yep.
But we do, it's a solid question. And if you guys do have any others, we're going to be here for, I don't know, maybe 5-10 minutes.
Yeah.
Give or take. So any kind of questions that you guys have got, any kind of comments, just put at Geek Fortress. We're happy to answer them. They don't even necessarily have to be Magic related. I'm always happy to talk about some other things. Could mean Standard. Scrubblord, unfortunately, I can offer very little assistance with Standard, and I am regretful to say that, but
I don't know, play Rally.
yeah, with my schedule as it currently is, I really have got my focus on Modern and Legacy, and then school, work, doing this stream, preparing, and eventually looking at doing some writing. I've been looking at it. So, hopefully I can start getting some writing online, still trying to figure out how timing is going to work between everything, and I think you were as well.
Yep.
So,
Yep. Just a matter of figuring out the time, figuring out everything. I mean, we both have other things that we need to do, so trying to fit in really knowing all the different formats. And Standard's one of the most difficult formats, honestly, I feel like it is to keep up with, just because of how frequently it changes. I mean, a tournament or two goes a funny way, and suddenly the entire meta needs to adapt. And, you know, it's something you really have to keep an eye on.
That's not to say that I won't start focusing on Standard.
Oh, certainly.
I will. The problem is that I just can't at this moment. As soon as I get kind of my schedule figured out, I'll happily start paying attention to that.
Yep.
Also, a quick thank you to Justin. First of all, he said I'm good looking. That's always nice, but here's why. Because he's the first person to notice that I gave myself a haircut today and shaved. I know. So I'm going to say that that's him noticing. Thank you. I really appreciate that. It's always cool when you get a haircut and someone's like, nice.
Just want to say goodnight. Goodnight.
All right. Other than that, can Eric talk about the deck at all? Unfortunately not. I know that it doesn't look like that, and a big part of that is because we have a really sweet green screen, but we are in a very small room.
This is there's an actual poster behind us. Actual zombies.
We are in a very small closet, so unfortunately we cannot get a third person in here very well.
Yeah.
And that's fair. He might be outclassing me with that blazer. Oh man. Quickrar isn't even here to appreciate it.
Oh well. We'll switch that back.
Alright. So, Katsuga, have a good night, and top 5 modern decks in order. Unfortunately, I do have to go with Eldrazi, followed by Affinity.
Yep.
Probably Kiki Chord.
Yep, up to that 3.
Burn, pretty solid right now.
Yep.
And I guess the meta's in such a weird spot that things beneath it, it's like hard to argue because everything is kind of bad right now. But I'm probably going to go with something like Infect.
I think Infect definitely has game against Eldrazi, so...
Yeah, a nicely tuned Infect deck could please me right now. So that's probably what I'm going to go with at the moment. Oh, I am forgetting one, actually. Jund. Jund is probably one that I like as well.
Yeah.
So I'll probably have Jund replace... I don't know, maybe Infect. I'd jump between Jund and Infect as my number 5 slot there.
Yeah, I think it really depends. I mean, I think that Infect is a better matched up against Eldrazi right now, which is the only reason that I would put it above Jund at the moment.
Yeah, that's pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
One card that's unsung here is Sylvan Advocate. I'm assuming that you're talking about Standard again, because in Modern it is very unsung, to say the least. But the card is very good. It's an above stats 2 mana 2/3. But in Modern it does not pass the Bolt test, unfortunately, which is a huge problem. And also, any deck that wants to get aggressive in that way is not going to be hitting 7 lands with any kind of reliability.
And I do want to say that I do really enjoy Merfolk. I think it is on the border of a Tier 1 deck, assuming Eldrazi leaves the scene.
I like Merfolk a lot.
Yep.
That's definitely true. And I have been a huge fan of... I mean, I've always been a fan of Merfolk, and I try and get on camera when I can. It's in a rough spot right now, and I think with Affinity being one of the bigger decks right now. Basically, Eldrazi being a close matchup for Merfolk. And then, and Eric's sending me a list. Guess what? I'm going to be able to get a list up onto our tapped out account. So if you're looking for that Blue Moon list, I'm looking at in the next 24 hours, we will have it on our tapped out account, which I will post a link to our account onto my Twitter. You should follow me at Red Baron MTG, because that is me. You'll notice I play almost exclusively red, or at least I am in favor of all red things.
The passion of red.
The passion of the red.
Yep.
Other than that, probably going to be hanging out a little bit longer, but just kind of waiting to see some kind of conversation generated. If you guys do have a question, let's get some of those going, especially 6 words. Start tossing in those 6 words questions. Right now, I will answer each one in 6 words exactly. Hopefully. I'll assume that they all are. Scrubblord asking, what is your favorite deck? You don't have to do that in 6 words.
Okay, let's see here. What format? If we're talking, I'm going to assume modern.
Well, that's,
Because my favorite deck is Legacy Elves.
Uh-huh.
Like, that's by far. Now, as far as modern goes, that gets to be a little bit tougher. Because
Go ahead.
that gets a little bit more difficult. So, let's see here. I'm really liking the Kiki decks right now. I feel like that feels much better than where it feels much more appropriate than what Twin was at. Now, as far as my most enjoyable deck that I like to play, it's probably Scapeshift.
Nice.
Yeah.
Really fun deck.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I really enjoy both Bring to Light, Titan Shift, and regular versions of it, and it's just something that I really enjoy. I also like Elves, but unfortunately it's not as competitive right now. So
You know what, Seedreno mentioning that they're in for their first GP next weekend, let me tell you, it is going to be absolutely crazy. I remember mine, and it is an absolute blast. Remember that you are there to experience, and at your very first extremely large tournament, things may not go as planned.
Yep.
But be prepared, drink lots of water whenever you can.
You're going to get exhausted.
Yes.
I promise you that. That was something that I didn't expect.
Usually the first time that you do it, you may not do as well as you were hoping to do, and that's something you're going to have to accept. Look at that room. There's 2,000 people in there.
Yep.
50% of those people are going to lose in the first round.
Yep.
And that is a truth.
Yep. And at the same time, if you lose the first round, don't get too bummed out either, because half the people lost. So
Exactly.
I've seen plenty of stories of people losing the first round and coming back to make the top cut. It's not unheard of.
Yeah.
So
And the biggest thing is to avoid those results-oriented mindset,
Yep.
because
Hello.
But what? Oh, have a good night.
Bye, TJ. Bye,
Yeah.
TJ.
So the biggest thing is that as you find yourself in that position, avoid that results-oriented mindset.
Yep.
And just focus on making good plays throughout the day.
Yep.
As for Hillary, I do apologize. Didn't recognize the art on Gigadraws eventually. But I am aware of the card. But you don't see it that often. But I do like it.
Well,
I've played with Coleman enough.
Yeah, the biggest problem with it is that there's 2 other cards that are similar in the deck that have similar art. So that's the problem. Is that that's my reasoning.
Okay. Mostly, I just need to get used to the art on it, the card itself. But I apologize. We will improve that.
Yep.
So, we're sorry. We will improve. Always looking to improve. And sometimes those fringe decks catch us by surprise.
Yep.
One thing in Legacy is I started having to learn all the various arts on the different goblins.
Yep.
Because there are a couple goblins that are only in Legacy and not Modern that I had to get used to.
Yep.
And so I had to prepare myself for that one, and also he had some of those proxies since we do that Legacy one.
Yep.
How excited am I for Innistrad?
6 words.
Oh, you're right.
6 words.
Pretty excited. New Tybalt. Go. No thought.
No thought. More Tybalt, more Undying, and Madness.
Yeah, that worked out. Oh, and Madness is gonna be super cool.
Yep.
I'm really excited about that one.
Yep.
But I'm always a fan of Tybalt, and I'm really excited that I might even have the choice. Well, actually, I'm hoping to not have a choice in which Tybalt I eat when I need to. Because if there's only one Tybalt, that means that we got it sometime in the next month, which is kind of what I am hoping for.
Yep.
I think that this GPT coming up is going to be a really big part of that one, more than anything.
Certainly.
So, a lot of potential there, and I'm hoping to see it come around. But it looks like some of those questions starting to dry up a little bit, so just going to a quick little bit of conversation. Earlier they were talking about the Bolt test, which became the Path test, which became the Dismember test. And it's really interesting, and that might almost become something that we could write about.
Yep.
Is like, what is the new test?
Yeah, it's interesting, because, originally felt like a lot of it was Dies to Doomblade. It was more common than Dies to Bolt. And Dies to Bolt kind of became more popular. I think Dies to X, really Dies to X is a good test for a lot of things. And that's actually a problem I ran into with the Eldrazi Displacer last week. Is that Eldrazi Displacer doesn't do anything when it enters the field. And it's one of those cards that you have to invest invest resources into after it's played. So the problem is, I feel like it's a really enjoyable card, but at the same time, there's just so much investment that actually has to go into it that's one of those cases where Dies to X, that's just a foundation of a lot of cards. Is that okay? When it dies or when it gets rid of, what did it provide? How much did you lose when it does die? So
yeah, that's because the tempo, kind of how much mana they spent on the removal spell, is very important. So
yeah, if I spend my 3 mana on playing a Displacer, and then they go, okay, Path Goyf. What do I do? We
will not have a vendor at GP Detroit, possibly, and I'm going to take this as a compliment. It is, it's very possible that we might give the illusion otherwise, but we are a very small shop. We can hold we are prepared for a 42-person tournament.
Yep.
That is what we can accommodate comfortably.
Yep.
And that is like going all out, filling every table.
Yep.
So we are not quite enough to have an online be a big vendor. So I would love to, and I'm going to keep trying because I have this weird amount of ambition, especially when it comes to this. And since I can only do so much on this stream with what I'm given, which granted is a lot, I'm not complaining at all.
Yep.
But that means that I get to start bugging Dylan and trying to get him to do cool things too.
Exactly.
So I'm passing it along with all kinds of stuff. So maybe one day, but right now I don't think that we're large enough to have a vendor at a GP, as much fun as that would be. But
and yeah, I think that Coco and Witness, getting Coco and getting Witness and Displacer, that sounds a lot more fun than spending 3 mana on Displacer. So
yeah. As for more modern, unfortunately no more tonight. I'm not sure if I may have, but I did not mean to mislead. How is our single supply? It's good.
Yeah, it's
for a local shop. Our single supply is excellent. But here's my question to you guys. I need a little bit of help. Like we mentioned, this is a couple of things, and this is me just kind of doing a random straw poll of you guys are the 70+ people that are dedicated enough to sit here and talk with us.
Yeah.
So, what kind of things, because we're looking at doing some writing eventually, and what kind of things are you guys interested in reading about, one, and two, in the Legacy one, people mentioned a little bit of an interest in a playmat, actually, that we could sell online, similar to that one, or possibly t-shirts down the line.
I have one that I'm working on with Dylan right now.
Exactly.
Yep.
So, I guess a random toss-out question, what are you guys' thoughts on potentially future playmats, t-shirts, and what you would be interested in reading?
Yep.
Is that something that we should start investigating, looking down the line for? So, we got one looking for new and fun deck ideas.
I wouldn't know anything about trying to make new decks.
I I mean, you are certainly a brewer, so we can definitely do that.
Yeah.
I'll usually toss a Tibbleton. I've got a couple ideas of my own, so...
Yeah. And I think meta articles are... I think that, honestly, like, I feel like our meta is... I mean, as funny as that might sound, a better representation than, say, Magic Online. Like...
In some ways, it kind of depends on what you are looking for.
Or at least I feel like it gets you better prepared in terms of the diversity of when you actually go into a tournament, the sort of things that just randomly pop up.
Mm-hmm. I can definitely do a certain amount of meta analysis, or at least even one thing as I was looking as like breaking down a deck and trying to, do my tune of it, and also taking new decks and trying to tune that when people send them in. Mm-hmm. But definitely between slowly crashing David and myself, I am fairly certain that we should be able to come up with something stupid.
And Mike wanted to answer what's our favorite color and why.
Red.
So,
Red.
Well, six words. Let's do that.
Red, because it's the best. Up numbers. What you got?
Let's see here. Black, because greatness at any cost.
Nice, that's a good one. This gives me a really good chance to give my little rant on why red is the best. Think about it. What's the most iconic way to compare these colors? With the original Boon Cycle, all the way at the beginning. 1 mana, something with a variable of 3. So you've got Giant Growth, Bolt, Ancestral Vision, Recall, Ancestral Recall, Dark Ritual, and Healing Solve.
Yep.
Yes? Bolt is the best one, and let me tell you why. Because you might say Ancestral Recall. Whoa. Let's slow down. That only draws 3 cards. Bolt draws you 7 because you killed him and you're going to game 2. The black one, get 3 mana. Whoa. Cast a Bolt, wipe their mana base, and because you killed them and you're going to game 2. Make your creature get +3/+3, or just deal +3/+3 and go to game 2. There's so much. Prevent 3, more like deal 3. I mean, that's the worst one anyway, by an obvious margin. But that card is insane. Red is the way to go. It is the best. I am wearing my red mana belt right now. I'm not going to show you guys because that might be inappropriate.
Yeah. It's too bad that red, here's this problem with red, is that it doesn't necessarily make every color better. Black makes every other color better. Hands down.
What about black?
Black?
Black doesn't make itself better.
It doesn't need to be better.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, certainly there are arguments against it, but yeah. I like red.
I am wearing a belt, yes.
Yeah, that's good.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're wearing a belt?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Red mana belt.
I'm not wearing a red mana belt.
All right.
I wish I was wearing a black mana belt. That'd be so amazing.
So, we're probably going to call it a night.
Okay,
we're a little bit devolving here.
Yep. Oh, and Duro, make sure not to watch the stream from before you joined.
Yeah, certainly. But we're going to take off again, just to get sappy for a quick moment. I tried to avoid it for the majority of this stream, but this is the part where I get a little bit sappy. You guys are absolutely the reason why we do this stream. This wouldn't exist without you guys, and the fact that you consistently show up, especially this group of people that always shows up and hangs out with us after. We are going to keep doing this, and, this is as much a product of you guys as it is us. So, thank you, and if you ever do have that feedback, those comments, those questions, keep it up, because we cannot wait to see where this goes, and it is always going to be cool. So that's me getting sappy for a quick moment. Nonetheless, join us next Wednesday.
Yep.
Next Wednesday for some more Modern, and if you haven't yet, hit that follow button. Until then, my name's TJ.
My name's David.
And we are streaming from Geek Fortress. Have a great night, everybody.
Good night.